Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. So I spent some time yesterday working on the stuff that we worked on Monday, and I made some good progress, but there's still quite a lot to do. So that is now today's task. So I'm going to move this down to Wednesday. And I did none of the actual Tuesday stuff. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? So let's set this as Thursday and then move all this stuff down. There we go. Cool. Hey, 715209. How you doing? All right, so the last thing I was doing is I was trying to fix a regeneration issue. This is actually a follow-up from Monday. I was like, why? Let me see if I can show this. There's a life bar and a timer, and the two didn't match, and I wasn't sure why that was happening, and it's because I did a silly mistake. So, does zooming work? No, it doesn't. Anyway, you can see the life bar there, and you can see the progress bar here. And they should always make it to the end at the same time. And now they are, I believe. And then that's it. The battle starts. But yeah, originally the life bar was making it there first. And I found the problem, and it was that I had a while loop of like if while can regen, then regen. But I was using an accumulator value that I wasn't resetting. Anyways, it's not really super important. I'm doing well. I have been excited about Next Fest, and we have some issues that I'm trying to tackle before it. And this one in particular turned out to be like a mega refactor, and I'm still I'm still struggling with it. So anyway, we need to clean up this stuff that I've done. Let's go to clean that up. Regeneration component and regeneration system. Yeah, so this isn't needed anymore. Should probably reload this whole thing so I get proper syntax highlighting. It's all yellow right now. Yeah, it shouldn't be yellow. It shouldn't be all red either. There should be different colors here. It should fix it. There. Yeah. Okay. I did a bunch of wacky stuff here. So get regen time for adventurer is just this now. So this function doesn't need to exist. Yeah, we can just get the regeneration component. And then we don't need to do a math.max of 0 for all of these things. We can just do this. Done. Now this function doesn't need to exist. All right, so how's this working? Time until max life. They should all have exactly the same time. Although for a party, it could be that it's different. How long seconds the party will take to regenerate their life. This does not take fractions of a tick into account. Regeneration time is purposely low for that reason. That's not needed. This is because the timer for auto battling is separate from that. You may try entering a battle to slightly lessen your maximum health. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. Note that when calling, where is it? Set regenerate for party. All adventurers will have the same time, but when starting a battle, you may have changed the party around. So we can't just get one of them. Yeah, a lot of this stuff needs to be changed. And then this comment probably needs to make it in somewhere. Comment I deleted. Okay. So this function now looks like it's probably fine. Cool. Now this says this figures out what each party member's regeneration rate should be set to. Regenerates all party members such that they'll reach their max life at the same time. Meaning those who are missing more life will regenerate faster. Is that true? Did I do that? Yes. Reason we opted for this strategy is so the players are unpunished, blah, blah, blah. Dead party members will actually have a health set to 1. That's all reasonable. All right, so how's this work? Get total life missing. We don't need this anymore. Worst case time is something that should be a class level constant. Public const float worst case regen time. It's 14f. And then just delete that from here, set that there. And make this a proper comment. This This is the longest it should take in seconds for party to fully regenerate their life after battle. All right, ticks to regen to full isn't used anymore. Oh no, it is used, but it's never read. Ticks to regen. Get rid of that. So time until regen. None of this is needed. Yeah, I don't think anything calls this function. Weirdly, it's not saying that nothing calls this, but there we go. All right, time until regen. Is this even used? No. So this reset isn't needed either. But reset was called from somewhere. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. This process is not, well, this part isn't needed. Okay, what are we looking at now? So update entity, make sure they're not in battle. And as long as they're not in battle, then heal them. Yeah, now there probably needs to be some mechanism to make sure there's no problem here. Like, I don't know what's causing this to not produce issues. There are two separate timers, and yet somehow this always works out. Oh, wait. Oh, I think I know. Instances manager at full life. Yeah, I think what we should do is check for very, very close to full life. So if you're like 98%, that's probably close enough. We check for very, very close to full life. Just in case there are any rounding / timing errors. Yeah. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Although, actually, does that even help? Now that I think about it. Yeah, it should. We should even... Ooh, I deleted it. Oh, man. I was going to say we should see how much life we have at the end of any given tick. But we could just check that here. I can put this down here again. Life percent... HC.% life. Okay. I want to see how much it takes, how much it regenerates each tick. I think there are like 800 ticks, and it needs to regenerate 100% life. So it should be 0.125 per tick. But let's verify that. Hey, Blue Jack. All right, so it should be printing stuff out. It's not printing how many ticks it's taking now, and we don't need to watch this go through. We can just see now. This is what's happening. So this minus this times 100 is pretty close to 0.125, like I said. So what does this mean? This means that this is not quite enough. So maybe if it's at least 95%. Yeah. Hey, Krasner. You know, Krasner, I would not be having a good week if you hadn't made it in on Monday and gotten to say your weekly message. And hey, Hepta. All right, still making progress. Default regen percent, is this even needed? I don't think so. I think we delete this and set this to 0. Just don't even set it. So I have a reminder. So about 100 issues, long week ahead, but excited nonetheless. Man, opening that many issues is always frustrating for me. Like after opening 5 or 10, I'm just like, oh God, there's another 20 times this amount. So kudos to you for even doing that. All right, regen time remaining. This we should probably have a comment for. This is how long in seconds the entity will take to regenerate their life. We can subtract delta. Whoop. from this every time we regenerate. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's not needed. This is a flat percentage rather than increasing amount. It's not really important. Why do we even do this? Percent life missing divided by the regeneration time. Because the percent life missing changes. Okay, yeah, I see. Also, I think we can probably make this slightly clearer by putting this here and then just saying this. Now the ratio isn't used anymore. They're all the same. The summary for code or an editor info? Yeah, it's when you hover over a function, that's the doc comment that's going to show up. If you wanted to, you could export all of this, presumably, to like an HTML file or something. Hey, Potro. And we have some more complicated ones somewhere in the code. Yeah, like this. This has an actual list in it. So it says 1 dot and 2 dot. You can have a link to other things. So we have this cref. You can actually press find definition on this and it'll go to that thing it's pointing to. And if we were to rename scene transition, it'll rename the comment as well, which is pretty nice. Because that way you don't need to do just a plain text search. Yeah, it's pretty helpful. No regeneration needed if the adventurer is at full health. Cool. Anything else? Regen time remaining, regen percent. Yeah, that all looks good. And now, is this function understandable? Get how much life is missing, figure out how long it's going to take to regenerate based on the amount of life that's missing, then go through each adventurer and give them that time. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. And now the regeneration system, how does this look? It should also be pretty straightforward. Yeah, it is. Why do we need the town here? Oh, to get the adventurers? Yeah, sure. That's fine. Okay. I think we're in good shape. So we can test this out. There are still a bunch of other bugs, but not with this particular component now. We need to work on all the other bugs. Oh, and some of them are just so hard to hunt down. I ran into an issue yesterday where I had battle window 1 with the rogue, then I had battle window 2 with the rogue, and the steps were something like this. Click repeat battle on battle 1, and then before that can start, edit battle 2 and start a battle. And then the result was a black window. Like, I'd never seen that before. And it's not worth explaining exactly why this happened. It's very technical, but it took me so long to hunt down. And there, yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's not worth explaining. But it took me a lot of trying different strategies and stuff. And then same thing with this regeneration thing. I have some really, really stupid code in here that I wrote while I was streaming. And whoop, that didn't work. Okay, well, let me show the stupid code. I think it's in regeneration system combined with regeneration component. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so this was the bad code. Well, this is a while loop now. But anyway, it said while update regen heal percent life. The thing is, we passed in a delta, and I know it's not clear what update regen does from this. I could show it. But we pass in a delta, and then we never modified the delta. So we're basically saying use all this accumulated time value every single time that we iterate over this while loop. And yeah, that caused a problem. I just hadn't thought of it. And maybe some like distant thought in the back of my head struck me as this is unusual as I was doing it. But I didn't follow up on it. Okay, so let's go check things in. Also, I don't know if I ever noticed this, but there's a plus button up here. When you're diffing files, you could click this plus button instead of this plus button. It's very minor, but it's still kind of nice. All right, regeneration timer. This stuff, none of this needs to be changed. So let's set this back to what it was. That doesn't matter. This is all good stuff that we want to check in. We just need to make sure we didn't make anything private public, because I did that with some of this stuff just to test things more easily. Hey, Sniper Haxer. No longer have a 9 to 5. Any tips on how to stay motivated working on large personal projects and stay consistent with coding? So I'd say it's personal. You might be the kind of person who can just start and do it, but I think some accountability is going to be pretty important. And for me, that accountability is mostly coming from streaming, right? If you saw me stream and you're like, well, he hasn't worked on code for like 3 days, people would probably say something. Now, that said, I don't get into that state because I'm streaming, so I don't tend to just slack off or anything. But the accountability can come from any number of things. I think it generally, for most people, will involve other people somehow. So, for example, go to a shared working space. And it doesn't have to be paid. It could be a library. It could be one of those like WeWork sorts of things. I don't know if these exist anymore. It could be like some sort of body doubling. It could be, yeah, anything like that. But in general, you've got to form some discipline here. So it's like, be consistent, wake up at a consistent time every day, start your work, be careful about planning, managing energy. And I think one of the big risks that at least I had a long time ago when I was trying this was I kept saying like, oh, I can do this work later. And then the problem is, instead of doing like 8 hours of good work, I would do 12 hours of sucky work. And then I always felt like I was working as a result of this. Because I was like, oh yeah, this doesn't need to really be done by 5. So yeah, you need good work hygiene, and it's not necessarily easy to do. And by the way, streaming is not a bad idea. You could always stream, and if whatever you're working on is private, you could just stream your face, for example. Now, you might not have viewers, and the viewers wouldn't know what you're doing, so that might not help, but it could help. Hey, Iron Crusader. Yeah, schedule makes a difference. The other thing, too, is as soon as you sort of deviate off the track, it's easy to justify that, well, I did it once, I can do it again. It's probably like cheating on a diet. Like once you've sort of violated your discipline, you'll be like, I already broke it once and break it again. All right, update regen. This stuff is fine. Hang on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, fixed a critical issue here. That's good. So now none of this is needed. This is fine. This is definitely bad. And that's everything. Okay, so the changes we have remaining here are just the 3 that had to do with bats doing a ton of damage, which now I can get rid of. Hey, Dragon. What I'm working on today, still just getting ready for Next Fest. What that'll probably mean for like at least 3 hours is going to be refactoring all the battle stuff. The player-facing goal here was always require regeneration before starting a battle. So it used to be that you could start a battle with like 10% life, and then you'd probably die. And then players were like, oh, what? Why was I even able to do that? And it sounds like it's a simple change, but it's not a simple change. So I've been working on this for hours now, and I think it's going to take many more hours. Hopefully it's not too bad, though. Okay, so let's test this out one more time. I already got most of the functionality done. It's just fixing all these bugs and edge cases that I have now. All right, so we start a battle. We die. It's going to take 14 seconds. I didn't see what that said originally, but it was 12 point something. So presumably it was 14. Is next week? Yeah. 5 days from now, as the message above here says. It's going to be a whole week long too. It's from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. the next week. What's going on here? I know you can't see when I zoom in on this, and that means that my keyboard camera is blocking this. But this number should be 14. Or very close. Yeah, it said 13.7. That's fine. I was going to be pretty flexible. How to fix something comes to mind at 10 p.m. I may just do it at that time. Yeah, I think it's all whatever works for you in the end. I think it can be easy to get off track. Also, having something to do is important. If you, well, it all depends on your goals with this stuff. But if your goal is to finish a project and not just learn, or it's to make money eventually, like let's just take Skeleseller as an example. There's the dev work, and the dev work is going to be pretty obvious for developers, but then there's everything else. And the everything else is pretty massive. The biggest one being marketing, probably. Like you never really have a time in the entire development process where you get done with your dev work and you're like, that's it, there's nothing I can do. It's like there's always something you can do. And yeah, marketing when you've started your project at the very beginning isn't going to be as important as once you've actually decided you're going to keep working on it. But even things like figuring out target audience, genre of whatever you're doing, who you're going to, or how you're going to get funding, those sorts of things, those are still like vaguely marketing adjacent, and I think they're worthwhile. So it's like there's always something that can be done. Fixed regeneration issue. There was a problem due to how, oh, did I ever write that thing about like quarter seconds and the regen time and whatever else? Yeah, cooldown reset. What is this? I never deleted this. Yeah. Okay, so originally the regeneration system would try healing every quarter of a second. Now it heals for however much life is needed every tick. Is there a reason I did it every quarter second? Like, was it to cut down on updates or something? Because we could still make it happen every quarter of a second. It wouldn't really be a problem. But yeah. The issue that we're fixing is that I wrote a while loop that used delta but never reset it, but never lowered it as we consumed the delta. So the life bar would hit 100% before the auto battle timer would hit 100%. I mean, I can't just code and be antisocial. You can. Like I said, it all depends on your goals. If your goal is to learn, if it's to have fun, and I always say that you can just pretty much do whatever you want. There's almost no route you can take where you're not going to learn. And depending on your personality, there's any number of ways you could be having fun on a project. But yeah, if you're trying to make a business or you're trying to make a product, then yeah, you can't just be antisocial. I think you'd need to figure out how you're going to make that thing work. Okay, so that's been checked in. So now none of this is needed. We're adding more life than we should be. We're adding life too frequently. Yeah. I didn't test this correctly. I wrote down a bunch of high level reasons why that issue could have happened, and then I validated all of them. And this was the actual reason. I shouldn't have drawn an X here. It was this. This was the problem. We were adding life too frequently, but I tested it in the wrong way. It's too bad. It was a very tough problem to find though, but I'm glad I found it. Okay, next up, create instance, debug speed up, does not seem to turn off, seems to turn off auto battle. I'm not sure why this would happen. Oh, also we could turn off all the rest of this stuff, right? I guess the point was to make it so the auto battles would happen faster. We could keep it that way for now. All right, let's go look. What does create instance do? Because there are a couple of problems with this. Oh, it's got false right there. Oh, well, then that's easy. I guess we just set this to true. And then we don't have any problems. This might cause an issue if you don't have auto battle enabled. And that it's still going to try, I think. Let's see what happens. So it starts a battle. It looks like auto battle is enabled, but it already did before. But yes, it's definitely enabled now. Now what happens if I turn that off? Modify this. Yeah. Now it's gonna probably be on, but there's no icon for it. Yeah, so now there's no icon. And is it actually on? It is. But we don't have a way of turning it off now. Well, we actually kind of do. I guess we just flee from the battle, or even... See, this is what's new. Now we're generating. I messed up. I meant to flee, and I didn't. This will give us more time than half a second. Yeah, there. And if I start a new battle here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's fine. You know what else we could do? We could figure out whether you've unlocked this or not. I guess that would be the best. Has unlocked. Huh, where's that come from? Has unlocked ability? Auto battle? On unlocked. Oh, there it is. Is auto battle possible? Okay, that's what I want. So if it's possible, then we're going to turn it on. There. So let's go test that. This should be very straightforward now. I imagine it's going to take another like 30 seconds. Then we'll just be done with that part and on to the next issue and so on and so forth. All right, it's off. And now we put these back in and it should be on. And like I said, that's that. Do you use AI? Yeah, I use AI. Am I worried about it stealing my data? No. Yeah, no. I think when it comes to stealing code, at least for me, I think there'd be two main worries. One is I have some kind of like patentable secret code that leaks, and two is that the core of Skeleseller leaks or something like that, or somebody takes Skeleseller, I guess is how I should say it. So this is not a concern in the US, at least. It'd be very easy to litigate. And somebody taking it in, let's say, China, where I don't think litigation would be very easy to do, is something that they could do whether they have the code or not. They just recode the idea themselves. They don't even need to be watching the stream. They could just be like, oh, this is a successful game. Okay, I'll go make it myself. And by the way, we see this happen all the time. It's like Vampire Survivors came out and people are like, whoa, there's a ton of interest behind this. And then we saw like 40 other Survivors games come out. This, I don't really feel I have any major code worth stealing. And none of it is really, it's not like it's secret sauce of Skeleseller. Yeah, sure, there are some functions that I'm probably like, oh, that was nice. I'm glad I wrote that. But if everyone in the world had that, would it be a problem? Not really. Hey, Gagoo. I usually feel like I'd lower their AI IQ by half. Make every AI worse in the world for having your code. Hey, Boomer. Don't most of the ID add-ons and Gen AI code apps have the ability to opt out? Probably, yeah. But yeah, I'm not super concerned about it. Hey, Syracuse. Okay, so I don't want to check this in, but I want to check in the thing we just fixed. Where's the plus button? Why is there no plus button here? What am I supposed to click? Oh, there it is. I had to refresh the thing. Weird. I know I can right click and go to stage selected range, but I want to click the plus button. Okay, so make create instance, use auto battle. It'll only do this if you unlocked it already. Yeah, that was easy. Okay, done with that. All right, there's one other thing, as long as we're looking at create instance, that I should figure out. What? Huh. I know I wrote this down somewhere. Where is it? Add your party after repeating a bug with this. Just to do item. Speed up. Go away. See if any other functions in this. Minimum time. Huh, it's just gone. Maybe I deleted it already from here somewhere. Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, whoops. Well, one more bug on the list. Hey, Matt, thank you. Hope you're doing well on this fabulous Wednesday. All right, so create instance no longer seems to hire an adventurer. Again, this is a debug function, but the way it should work is this. You click create instance, and it's going to take the rogue and put them into a battle. So there they are. And then while they're in a battle, if you click create instance again, it should make a new battle with a new adventurer. And unfortunately, oh, there's no stopping that now. Hang on, let's do this. I have a tiny window of time where I could maybe get this to work. Oh, no, it did that. Oh, then maybe the problem is just the force battle is ending too soon. Well, there's going to be no timing this now. Oh, we can turn on invincibility. Okay, so now let's repeat. And now when I click create instance again, it should hire somebody else. Okay, it's working. All right, well, that's not a problem. That was easy. I didn't have to do anything. All right, it's a bug. You can edit the party after repeating a battle while waiting for them to regenerate. We should probably disable the edit button while you're regenerating. Editing the party in that state causes the old party to look like they're stuck in battle. What? You can edit the party after repeating a battle while waiting for them to regenerate. Okay, let's go try that. Because I don't totally know. So we click this and then move them somewhere, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really a bug, is it? And click this, click this. What if we just stop there? Oh, maybe something weird happens if we then do that. Oh yeah, that broke. That broke big time. Hmm. But in general, I don't think this is a problem. Just needs to turn off repeat. If you wait for the old battle to, or if you wait for the battle to start, I'll just say this can cause an exception if you do this. So run a battle, die, click repeat, click the party member to edit the party, wait for the regeneration to finish so that the battle repeats, and then click start battle from the edit screen. At this point, it'll try accessing the end battle screen, which will have been disposed. Thanks, Mars. Thanks for the bits. And hey, noob. Because someone said, shed some light on something for me, maybe Adam, since you've been a long time streamer that's also worked many jobs. Why do large streamers that have been streaming since streaming has basically been a thing are so dead set on streaming being hard work? Like, I understand having to entertain, but a lot of them don't really entertain. They just reply to chat. So I think whenever this sort of thing happens, and consider this not just with streaming, but sort of any maybe celebrity or singer or anything like that, you're typically seeing what happened after most of the hard work was put in. So starting a stream, like imagine if you started a stream now, you'd probably realize that it is hard work and there's a lot you have to do and pay attention to, because it'd probably be hard for you to grow. Once you've already sort of gained an audience and you've got a foothold, and especially I guess if you got in early, then it's easier to maintain it than it is to build that up. But there still is hard work that you're not seeing. With the stream that I do, the hard work is you're seeing it, right? I'm not trying to really grow the stream. I'm trying to build a game, and building a game is incredibly hard work. So I think that part's obvious. But let's say you're just playing a game. Let's say you're playing, Super Metroid, and you've got a stream and you've got, I don't know, 600 viewers or something. Probably for one, those people are skilled at the game that they're playing. And two is that, well, how did they get to 600 viewers? It's probably some combination of like consistency, networking, skill, maybe marketing, and who knows what else. Could just be in the right place at the right time, but still you got to maintain it. And then you got to stick to that schedule. That activity you did probably stops being fun at some point, but now you still need to do it. Hey, Goose. Yeah. By the way, that aspect of like the thing you started doing that was fun stops being fun. At some point, like imagine whatever game you enjoy playing right now. I'll just League of Legends or something, right? Imagine that now for the next like 5 years, I'm like, you can only play League of Legends and you have to play it for 6 hours a day. And the times you're not having fun, too bad. You've now started relying on the money you get from this. So like at the 4 hour mark when you're like, I really want to stop playing, like, yeah, you just have to barrel through it. Like then I think you can start to at least see how it's a little bit more work than it might seem. Obviously the first like week you're playing that game, you're probably like, this is the greatest, video games are my living, like that's everything's panning out for old Adam. Yeah, sometimes, oh yeah, that's the other thing, volatility. Everyone in the entertainment business is subject to this, but you never know if taste will change, if the platform will go away, if someone else will become better than you are at whatever you're doing. Like imagine you're the top whatever player. Again, insert game here. And now there's a new top player. Can you get better than they are? Is that why they were watching you to begin with? There's a lot that could just pull that away from you. Oh, and then things like advertising changes. Like YouTube has been YouTube for a long time, but the way monetization worked has changed so many times. And there have been people keep talking about like the adpocalypse that had happened at various points. It's like, oh, I was making $1,000 per video and now I'm making $500 per video. And it's like, you just have no recourse. There's nothing you can do. So yeah, I branched into variety after a while. Yeah, I don't think really any game was ever meant to be played to that extent. Even the MMORPGs out there where there's a ton of content, it's like there's still a limited amount of content. It's just a lot. And yeah, if all you're doing is playing this game, then you're probably going to get frustrated by it at some point. It's also why I think those kinds of communities tend to get pretty toxic. Pretty much any game where people have invested a lot of time, because then you've ceased to experience the novelty of that game. You are at that point looking at the nitpicky things and, oh, here's what I, as an 8 hours a day player, am frustrated by, which most players aren't going to be frustrated by. So then you get mad at the new players. I've seen this play out in a bunch of different game communities. I think World of Warcraft is the most salient one that comes to mind. It allows this. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the 4 years, noob. Happy anniversary. By the way, one other thing I would say is I'd say give streaming a shot, if only just to see for yourself what it's like. Like give yourself maybe say like I'll stream for 1 week and I have a goal of like get 5 viewers. And just see what do you end up doing to try to get 5 viewers. Like maybe you get lucky and somebody raids you at first or something, but probably what's going to happen is it'll be in like the 0 to 1 viewer range. And you just won't even know what you're supposed to do to improve that. And it's all the same things that I was talking about earlier, right? Like marketing, networking. It even has to do with picking the right activity. Like if you go stream some really sucky Atari game, probably nobody's going to watch you. But if you stream Fortnite, you might get a couple of people who pass through. All right, so what should we do here? I haven't even thought of what we might want to do. You can click edit party as this thing is doing this, but then it cuts off auto battle. So I guess we can just stop the regeneration timer. Yeah, I guess those are our 2 main solutions here. 2 general solutions. One is stop you from editing a party when repeating a battle. And 2 is stop regeneration after editing a party. Do I prefer one over the other? I don't think this is going to be a common scenario, but I think I'd prefer option 2 because it's more permissive. Do streamers with more than like 50 or 200 years really even make enough money? I think you mean viewers. Make enough money to pay groceries, or do you have to supplement your income? Wouldn't imagine being able to stream on Twitch because it would probably take years of doing. Only get 50 plus viewers. Job seems way... I don't understand the last sentence here, but I think I can respond to this in general anyway. If you're in the 50 to 200 viewers range, it all depends on like how much are you milking your audience and how many sponsors do you get, and I guess how much are you streaming. So just from a pure numbers perspective, streaming, hang on, let me fix this. Streaming for 4 hours a day with 100 viewers is basically the same as streaming for 2 hours a day with 200 viewers. Like at the end of the day, it's basically like viewer hours that you care about. And both of these work out to 400 viewers over the course of your stream. It's not entirely true, but it's close enough. So yeah, how much you're streaming could factor into this too. I'll just tell you generally how this works for me. So you know the size of my stream. My number of subscribers right now, it's 111 sub points, which means kind of nothing. But imagine it meant 111 subscribers. The reason it means nothing is because each one pays a different amount. So in the US, you pay $6 and I get $3 of that. And in, I don't know, some other country, you might pay like $4 and I get $2 of that. So this number does not tell you how much I'm making. But even at the most expensive, which I think is the US, I'd be making whatever, 333 per month, I guess. Like this is not enough to sustain myself. I'm not trying to do it through the stream. And I don't know if the average viewership on this channel even is anymore. But that's what this is. So yeah, it's been 89 over the last 7 days. It's actually slightly increasing apparently, but it had decreased from the 90-day amount, although possibly just because of that one stream on the front page. Yeah, there's like about 100 viewers in here. Now I think this stream is a little bit particular. I've never really tried pushing monetization in this stream. And I bet if I did, I could probably like double or triple this amount. I've seen streamers with fewer viewers than me who have more subscribers. And it's like, yeah, they have people who are gifting subs or something. I don't generally have a lot of that going on in here. Fresh chili, don't say Miyazaki. And hey, Phil. Unless you live somewhere cheap, I don't think you can stream full time with other income until the 500 viewer range. Yeah, the other thing too, you'd probably be seeking out sponsors early on if you were trying to sustain yourself off of the stream, because generally your revenue comes from only a few sources. It's subs, bits, sponsors, and ads. And I think sponsors are probably like, these two are the biggest ones. But sponsors are probably even bigger than subscriptions. So, yeah. Okay, stop regenerating after editing a party. Where does editing a party happen? And battle screen. Edit. So if you're walking to the portal and return. To turn off auto battle, we need to like turn off regeneration or turn off starting the battle after regeneration. So I guess just get rid of on regeneration complete. How do we even do that? I wonder. So we go full time, we get 50 viewers a day, and I'm like, how? Realize from that point it's definitely stressful. What keeps them from going back to normal W2? So I think it's the appeal of streaming. It's like you're forming a community, you're sort of doing what you want, you call the shots, and it's just not a corporate job. Can't bounties be lucrative? I've never tried them. I welcome in Nubino. Yeah, I've never tried them. I think they are generally like the bottom of the barrel for sponsorships because they are automated. So it's like, hey, if you get X viewers on average, then we'll pay you like Y dollars. But if you negotiated a sponsorship, you'd probably end up getting more. So they're like a, yeah, it's a little gimme thing that hopefully you can actually sustain your viewership, which for a lot of those games, I think it would plummet for people. Eye-opening as unless you're a top tier streamer. Yeah, another thing, by the way, to consider here is like this stream, even with just like 100 average viewers, is probably in the top 0.5% of streams by viewership. And you might be like, man, Adam, there are a ton of other streamers who have more viewers than you. And it's like, yeah, it's still, they're all in the top 0.5% as well. Like, it's kind of crazy how many people make almost no money off of Twitch. I think some people have good finances to survive or get help from other loved ones. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I don't want to do this, and this thing listens for this no matter what. I guess we could just stop the timer. Yeah, we start regeneration here. I guess we still want to... Well, let's just take a look at this. Oh, there is a stop regeneration. Although all it's doing is stopping the timer. The timer itself doesn't actually do anything. So maybe we should just rename this to stop regeneration timer. Auto repeat toggle. Yeah, it's just to prevent the callback. I'll rename it this. This doesn't actually... Oh my god. Doesn't actually stop the regeneration. It just stops the timer from counting down. Since that happens in the CREF type it for me. Yeah, nice. And can we have 12 to that? No. Where is your generation system such that I can't do that? Entity component system systems. Can I do that? No. Entity component system. Ah, there we go. Stops the timer counting down, which means we won't trigger the timeout. Hey, happy. How do you find the corn? Is 36 keys enough? I like it a lot. I think 36 keys is enough. I think that if you go more than 36, at least with this layout, so the corn, you typically end up with the 6-column corn. 6-column corn. And I think the difficulty here is that you end up with the 3 keys on the left side, which means that now your pinkies need to move another column, and you're probably tempted to put modifier keys there, which I think you should try to steer away from if you're on a corn. So I think this is a little bit of a trap to have these here. Is 36 keys enough? Yeah, I think so. If I changed anything about this keyboard, like changes I'd want would be working LEDs. This was my fault. I have LEDs on both halves of the keyboard, but the right half doesn't work because I soldered them poorly, I think, or the solder came loose. But like the LEDs really help. You can see when I change layers, when I type something, you get this cool little effect. Anyway, working LEDs, maybe wireless connectivity, and probably like bigger memory on the microcontrollers. I have maybe like 200 bytes free on my key map. So if I want to do anything crazy, I just can't. The microcontrollers are filled. I need to take something out. So I think those are the only changes I want. Oh, and an encoder. Add an encoder. Encoders are awesome. Everything else, I don't need new keys. I don't need different switches or anything. Easy to stretch the pinky and the index finger if you have 2 columns for them. Yeah. I'm not saying it's not easy. I don't think it's something you should do because you don't really need to. Is that not QWERTY? I mean, mine's not QWERTY, but you can have it be whatever you want it to be. I had to put it on my Skeleseller remixing. No, that's totally fine. Yeah, I understand. I didn't even know what you were doing exactly, so it's not like I was in the know from the beginning. Oh yeah, I don't think I'd want both of these at once necessarily. Like maybe I only turn the LEDs on while they're connected. Well, I guess LEDs are always draining power. Anyway, I'm not probably gonna change keyboards for a while. Did your words print and improve? If you mean like normal keyboard to the corn, or do you mean QWERTY to Colmac? So in this case, no, it didn't improve, but it's only been 2 years. In normal keyboard or corn, I don't think it changed, or at least much. Yeah. But the QWERTY to Colmac thing, this is like, I think people underestimate how much you type faster just because you've made mistakes on the same words so many times. Yeah, I know it only sounds a bit ridiculous for saying 2 years or something, but like that video talks a little bit more about my thoughts there. All right, so all we need to do is call this when you edit the party. We have turn off auto battle though. Huh. Why don't we call this from here. And what's going to pull your party out of the battle? I mean, I can do this, but your party's going to be stuck in the portal, I think. Let me try this. Is walking to portal. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. So we click repeat, we click edit, and then we hit close. And yeah, everything breaks. Hmm. I guess we also need to hide it. That's going to fix that, but then it's not going to fix that they're just stuck in the portal. So what ejects them from the portal? When we turn off auto battle, they get ejected, right? Where's that happening? I guess it's the other place that I did this. Set is walking to portal false. Yeah, we probably just turn this off. What does this do, though? I'm pretty surprised about that. No, it's not that. Something needs to eject them. What does that? I guess closing the battle can. So maybe instant slot knows about it? Free adventurers from battle. Oh god, this one changing auto repeat. Yuck. And it's private. Double yuck. Yeah, all right. Then we need this to be accessible. So an end battle screen, we need there to be something that says that we've turned off auto battle. Or not even auto battle, that we've edited the party. And that it needs to eject you from the portal. Okay. Yeah, let's go do that. Oh wait, there's already on edit party right there. Oh yeah, of course. It's right there. Well, look at that. Okay, so on edit party, and then we also call free adventurers from battle. Okay. That will hopefully work. Which now means auto repeat doesn't need to do that, right? It might still have to. Stop regeneration timer. We also want to hide this thing. I'm looking in the wrong place. Hey, what did you just say to me? Welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Stop and hide. If we're ever going to stop this thing, I think we naturally want to hide it. So I think we can just put this here. And then just change these. Yeah. Okay, let's try that out. I think that'll fix things. There is one other case we probably need to try, which is what happens when you hit repeat and your party is still walking to the portal. So we have to let them get far enough away. Then I click this and then I click this. Oh, this doesn't work. But then once they're in, it works. And then it ejects them and it turns this off. Perfect. Okay, I think we fixed it. Yeah, I think we fixed it. Whew. Not bad. All right, looking good, looking good. Cool. So eject party from portal when editing the party. It used to be that you could do this. Die in a battle. Click repeat. See, or like wait for the regeneration timer. Wait for regeneration to start, or the timer to start, yeah. Timer to start, but not finish. And then click edit party. At this point, your party still would have started a fight if you let the timer finish, even though you'd be on the battle map. And starting a new battle in that state would break things. Now we just eject the party from the portal and stop the regeneration timer. Okay. Why are there, what's this? Oops. Okay, that should have been checked in. Undo. My bad. I don't know how I missed that. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay. All right, that one's done. We're working our way through the list. Okay, so what's this one? Disable auto repeat, click repeat, wait for a generation timer, enable auto repeat again. It'll restart the timer. Yeah. Okay, let's read these again. Disable auto repeat, click repeat, and then click auto repeat, and it restarts it. Okay, so we should be able to do it this way then. So we click repeat, and then it says 10 seconds. We click this, and yeah, it restarts it. What do we do about that? Because if you turn this off and turn it back on, that's actually working as intended. Also, what happens when you do that? Okay, that's working. Oh, you can click this any number of times. I mean, it's not changing the time. It's just changing how fast the progress bar looks like it's filling up. Okay, well, let's take a look at what happens when you do this. If you toggle this on, or it's not, if it's toggled off, we stop the regeneration timer. But we're not actually doing that. What is going on here? Repeated battle invoke. Hey, Ursel. Oh, important like a CSS thing? Yeah, if only. I'm not actually sure what's re-triggering this timer. We must be starting... Oh. No, that's an init. Hello, hello. Start regeneration. Oh, is it this that's happening? It's probably this that's happening. All right, let's make it so the regeneration takes forever, so I don't need to time this. I want to make it take 1400 seconds. There's no way that that's going to be a short amount of time. And then we go trigger the repro, and then I put a breakpoint on probably this. And yeah, we'll need to stop this from being called. This is just so risky. Okay, so as you can see, they're basically not regenerating. They are, it's just not visible. Then we put a breakpoint here, and then we click this. It'll get hit once. We ignore the first time, but the second time, yeah, so is this coming from where I think it is? It is. Okay, well, what we could do is if this thing's already showing, just don't do anything special. Dot, what is it, visible in tree? Don't reset the timer if it's already showing. There. There's another problem, though, that I should probably address. Instance slot should really be the owner of the regeneration timer. Just makes more sense for many small cases. So we can make that be the case, that'd be great. All right, now let's try it again. We just shouldn't see the time change or restart. Although I think I might have shot myself in the foot a little bit. We set it to 1400 seconds, which means we're not going to be able to see the bar fill up very easily. Oh, weird. It says 0 seconds. Huh. Do you look at screens a bunch outside of coding? How does one fall asleep consistently with electricity being everywhere? This reminds me of Better Call Saul. Yeah, I'd say I game a decent amount. And how does one fall asleep? I mean, you can regulate your screen time before bed. It's not like using a screen at noon is going to stop you from falling asleep at 8 p.m. or something. So if you just stop an hour or two before bed, it's probably fine. But then there are also the blue light filters, which I've heard different things about whether they even work. This is broken. But I'm not sure why. Is it because this thing's always visible? Visible set to is auto repeat on. And that's in the end battle screen. Okay, I see. So we need to do this here. Oh, so we just get rid of this completely. And well, I guess we hide it no matter what. There. Hey, Pikmin. Do you have something in your pocket? Wait, that's not what he says, is it? Did you put something in my pocket? That's what he said. That scene is so good. Okay, so I think I fixed both issues now. Yes, okay, so here, check this out. We can barely see a little blue sliver here. If I just speed this up a bit, we'll see it fill in a bit more. Oh, wait, no, that's not the repro, though. This is the repro. Okay, so yeah, we'll wait a little bit, let it fill in. And now when I click this, it should not change this thing. Good, it didn't. But if I turn this off, it is now going to hide it and then turn it back on. Yeah, so it's a little maybe unusual how this works, but I think most people will find it clear. How do you deal with AI? I'm building an app and I understand I shouldn't let it do all the work for me, but it's so much faster. I mean, hopefully you realize what the trade-off is, because it's unlikely that you doing the work is, well, let me say this. You doing the work is at X quality and Y speed. AI doing the work is going to be Z quality and like, I don't know, maybe Y divided by 2 speed immediately. So the questions are, what's the quality? Like, what is Z? And how much do you pay for this down the line? So if you're writing a really simple function, like for whatever reason, if you need to write add 2 numbers, if you let the AI complete this, I bet it's going to do a pretty good job. It'll probably be like int x, int y, return x plus y. You probably can do a better job yourself if you're just adding integers. So it all depends on what you're using it for. I use AI for pretty much just smart autocomplete, which means that at any given time I'm reviewing like half a line of code or 1 line of code, which is very easy to do. And I just see, is it typing it how I would have typed it? And I always consider this pretty similar to how you type on a phone. If you type, what are you? The next word is going to suggest is probably going to be doing. Or maybe going or something like that. But there are not very many words you type after what are you. So it's like, yeah, the autocomplete did a good enough job. So you just tap the word, you save yourself a few keystrokes. Maybe it even gets the next like few words after that for you. I look at AI pretty much the same way. If you want to use it for more intense things, then you just need to recognize what the trade-offs are. And if the quality is lower, then you massage the quality yourself. If you can't tell if the quality is lower, then you probably shouldn't be relying on AI. I don't even want to think how much reading it was going to take me. Yeah, so that's the danger, right? You're hoping that it works. You're hoping it didn't add a bug. And if it did add a bug, then in the future at some point, you're going to have to pay that tech debt. Hey, Dudikov. Finally got my first job as a software engineer. It's been a long road. I got you recommended since you started balling. I watch every now and then. I don't quite know why, but each time I see you grind, it inspires me to keep going. Well, great. And congratulations. Yeah, awesome. I hope you like it. Hey, King Noah. Can you go League of Legends servers back online, please? Yeah, let me do that. All right, done. There we go. Finished. I've actually never played League of Legends, and that's by design for me. I'm worried that if I ever played any MOBA that I'd get sucked in because it feels like it'd be right up my alley. So I have avoided all of them. I think all of them. Yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this part's done. Yeah. So this is the only thing it took to fix this. Yeah, it's not bad. And this obviously shouldn't be checked in. Yeah. 1400 seconds. It's a bit much. Stop resetting regeneration timer. The repro was this. Die in a battle. Click repeat. And then wait for the timer to fill in a bit, but not all the way. And then click auto repeat. At this point, it would have restarted the timer. I restarted the progress bar, but the total time would have been the same. Yeah. It's just my name is also Adam. Must be. Hey, Crispy. A test for the Google Maps API code you wrote and explain to me what the tests are doing. And I think there's some prompt configuring you can do and to try to get more insight, but remember that you're running it through the same AI that gave it to you in the first place. That's why I think at the end of the day, you need to be the one to filter this stuff. Like, we already at most companies have a code review culture, I guess, code review process in place where you write code, you can't check in until someone approves it. This is generally accepted, and it's because we recognize that even if we're the ones writing the code, we can make mistakes. And it's not like other people are guaranteed to catch the mistakes, but it's just one other layer of defense. So I think if AI is writing code, I think it's practically a necessity that you read that code and understand it. Like, we should be at that point at least. If AI were writing like tens of thousands of lines of code, then maybe you need to do something different with your systems to verify it. But we're not really at that point. What layout do I use? I use Colmac DH, yeah. What's your reading speed? I don't think most people would know how to answer that. I'm not even totally sure how you measure that quickly, because you need to test for comprehension at the end of whatever you've read. Like, presumably there's something out there that, I guess if you read what you're reading out loud, that it could validate that you are reading the words, but that doesn't mean that you're understanding them. And reading speed on its own doesn't really mean anything. Like, typing speed on its own means something. If you can reproduce a corpus of text, then that's potentially all you need to do for typing speed. But for reading, it's not just can you like look at the letters. Otherwise, everyone's reading speed would be infinite. Be as far as your eyes can see. Give me a billboard, I'll absorb the whole content in half a second. There are reading and comprehension reading tests that include a test at the end. Yeah, but is that... this is kind of what I say when it comes to reading speed. Like, you don't have to read all the words necessarily to comprehend the text, unless the text is intentionally tricky, in which case it's not really a reading test anymore. But still, I think if I were in your position and the hypothesis is like reading speed is slowing down my coding ability, I think I would test that hypothesis before I try increasing my reading speed. Hey, Oakleys. Yeah, so there are some comprehension tests out there. All right, repeat never gets disabled if you're regenerating, since it was never a possible state before this. Hey, Rutaris. We could check in the regeneration progress bar, is this thing currently ongoing? And if so, disable the repeat button. Also shrink this. Oh boy. All right, regeneration. So there's the repeat button state. Where's the walking to portal stuff? And why is this not included in this? That's strange. Huh. That is strange. Okay, so there's going to be a new thing now, which is that you're regenerating. Yeah, waiting for regeneration. All right, so how do we do this? We check if regeneration progress bar is on, is visible, I guess, is all we need to do. Yeah, and then we just put a thing here that tells you. The battle is already about to be repeated. Okay, let's try it. Bats, thanks for the bits. I like that emote. It's pretty good. All right, so we click this, and then we click it again. It says they're flagged for battle. What? The button's enabled though. What? Because of the regenerating state? I'm a little bit confused here. Oh, walking to portal is set to false. Oh my god. I think I know what's going on. Walking to portal. Something sets us to false, which then... No, this should... I don't know what's going on. Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, that new Twitch feature, I wonder, can I disable that? Only because I don't... I don't think I want to encourage more cheering in the channel. How do I turn that off? Monetization, community, combos. There, okay. Is now off. All right, done. Now no one can use it. Thank you for the 10 bits you've cheered in the meantime. Okay. I got to figure out what is supposed to be disabling this. The repeat button getting disabled is only in what, 2 spots? Yeah. So it's got to be either here or the other one. So let's set the regeneration time back to a very, very long amount of time, which will give us enough time to test this out. Proposatorous. It's not as proposatorous as the typing of preposterous. Oh boy. Sorry. Oh boy. All right. So I hit repeat. It's once I get into the portal that this thing turns itself off. So I guess we need to put this here and over here. Okay, so we set is walking a portal. This thing gets disabled. And then it's still disabled. Oh, but then we call set is walking to portal to false. Wait, what? You said it's true. They're not walking to the portal though. Start regeneration. This is not very smart. There should be one thing that's controlling this. Yeah, there should be one thing, and that's it. This shouldn't be here. Okay, let's go fix that. I don't even have a thing here. Are you kidding me? Okay, wow. Well, that's something. So if is walking to portal, return adventurers. And then we need to call this function. This one, update repeat button disabled state. Every time you set walking to portal. I guess that's not so bad. Hey, Duchain, more auto repeat debugging. Yeah, I did a lot of work on this yesterday, but now we have a lot of tiny edge cases we got to get through. And we're making it. It's just taking some time. The thing we're working on right now is the repeat button should be disabled after we click it once. And it shouldn't get re-enabled. Perfect. Okay. It's only when you toggle this that it gets re-enabled, which is fine. Yeah, nice. Although this message is not quite right. It says at least one of your adventurers is flagged for battle. Wait for them to finish or flee their battle. That's not correct. Give me a second. I'll see if I can fix this. Okay, so I think this is the problem. That we call this before this thing is visible in the tree. But visible should be set to true. Oh, it's not. Repeat battle. We're going to invoke this thing first, which is that what's going to start the regeneration. So we could do this before we do the other thing. But why doesn't repeat battle call this then? Yeah, walk the portal or create instance. Create instance calls start regeneration. Sets walking the portal back to false. This is kind of a mess. How to tweak the interaction of the auto repeat with all other interacting features. What do you do to make sure you don't forget one? Well, ideally have automated tests. Unfortunately, in this case, there's no time to add them. We have Next Fest on Monday. So it's just testing a bunch of things out manually. I'll show the final diff for this eventually, but it'll be clear why this was such a big task. This will have touched so many different files. I've rearranged like everything, and I made things easier to understand in the future. Yeah, but unfortunately, the player-facing difference is going to be just, oh yeah, adventurers regenerate every time they start a battle. No way to make it more straightforward. I mean, that's what we were doing here. So yeah, it is much more straightforward than it used to be. And the sense of ownership here is clearer too. Okay, so we set this to true only to set it to false if they're already in the portal. But we call on repeat battle immediately? Oh, man. I guess we could just put this at the bottom. That should fix it. Yeah, that should fix it. Okay, let's go try that. Hey, Moonscript. I see you're watching more. I think you should leave. Did I ask you? There was the haunted house sketch. Have you seen that one yet? Because I do think you would like that one. Okay, cool. Yeah. The one where you can say anything? Yeah. So that means you must have seen it. But did you like it now is the real question. Question regarding Colmac DH. What do you do with your F and J buttons since they have the line underneath them? I don't have that line. So yeah, those are called homing keys or homing keycaps, I guess. And yeah, I just don't have any different keycaps. Every keycap I have is the same. It's this, you know, semi-translucent white keycap that you see. It's no Safari flaps? Okay, so you didn't like it as much. Well, I thought it was very funny. It's interesting, the ghosts. I think you should leave. It's such a bizarre TV show in terms of my enjoyment of it. And I was talking to Moonscript about this, but I watched it the first time, and I don't think I really laughed almost at all. And then I rewatched it, and I thought I was much funnier on the second or third times through. There's some sketches I just skip when I watch the show again. And the later seasons, I think, are a little bit formulaic in terms of the sort of the zaniness and the Tim misunderstanding a social situation kinds of things. Hey, Goose. Use home row. And where do you place your hands? So, do you use home row? I would take this to mean, do you use home row mods? Is that what you mean? Because like, are my fingers on the home row? Yes, but I don't use home row mods anymore. But yeah, where do I place my hands? I mean, my hands are on the home row every time, and yeah, in order to type, I just type normally after that. You watch the Detroiters? I think I tried. I think there was a lot of yelling in the show. I didn't find that as funny, but I don't think I tried for very long. Yeah, sure thing, Crispy. Okay, so we did not test this. No, I did test this, and it's working. Although now this is technically redundant with auto battle. I guess we can have the same reason for both of these. Cannot single repeat if auto repeat is on. What does it say? Auto battle is enabled, so this button would do nothing. I don't think that's needed. Yeah. No. I'm torn. But I think we just bump this up to here. I think it'll be fine. Now the hierarchy of errors should be correct. Hey, Panda. All right, how many more of these issues do we have to go through? Like 14? Okay. Oh, man. I want to be done with this. Oh, also, I should take a break pretty soon. Battle's about to be repeated. Yeah, cool. Okay, all right. All that's working fine now. Yeehaw. And it didn't result in too much of a change to this. Yeah. Okay, so disable repeat button when regenerating. Yeah, this will... that's it. There was just no reason for it to be enabled. All right, address to-do items in the code. We'll put that at the very bottom, because presumably I will have addressed them by doing all these other tasks. Make sure I didn't break the battle simulator. I think it's take a break. Okay, yeah. I want to schedule today a little differently. Normally I do like 3 hours and then lunch and then another 3 hours. Today I want to do like a 6-hour stream and take a tiny lunch break. So I want to take regular breaks a little bit more frequently. With that said, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, have fun, chat. You can type join and try to jump to the top. I'll be back in a little bit. GG. Close the game. I said close the game. Okay. Break taken. Make sure I didn't break the battle simulator. Let's go try it out. So yeah, let's test that. We shouldn't need to do anything. And I really, really hope I didn't break anything. What voice control am I using? It's something I made called Vocal Streamer, I think. Yeah. Well, made. I mean, it's using Whisper underneath it all. All right, please work. It's going to run in hyperspeed. And by the end of this, it should print out some battle information. Yeah, looks like it worked. What level are these characters? Huh, it doesn't print their levels. It's level 4, but why doesn't it say that? Huh. Yeah, we should print the levels. Okay, where do we print this stuff? Get adventurer summary. We have the adventurer class. We don't have their level. I guess we need to go into here and make a level. And capitalize it, I guess. And yeah, sure. This is where AI was actually trying to get this to work for me here. There we go. Except for I'll type it as LV. Anything else? No, that's pretty much it. Okay, so now we just need to make one of these things in here. Level equals... So where do we get the adventurer class from? Get adventurer summary. Adventurer classes used. We don't have their level. It's kind of a shame. I guess last configuration. We should probably just put it in here. Int level. Level equals level. Okay, now I just need to fetch it using this. So adventures.where that select. God, this is the worst. I should definitely just change this at this point. Yeah, I should change this. This is not smart. Hey, TJ. It said something before about producing an MVP or something, like a prototype. When doing that, is it okay to code the structure in a way you're almost certain it won't be there? Yes. Yeah, I think cut corners as much as possible on your MVP, unless it's going to take you a long enough time. Like, let's say your MVP takes a year to make, then yeah, don't cut corners on the code. Cut corners on features. But if your MVP is supposed to take like, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, then yeah, hack stuff together. Don't use AI a lot. You know, don't code things well. Put fake things in the application. You know, a button that probably should work but doesn't, and does the cheapo way of doing things. Because when we made Idle Ascendance, it was 3 weeks. It was incredibly hacky, and then we threw away basically all of the code. If you're okay giving up 3 weeks of time for that to validate an idea, then yeah, I think that was pretty good. I think 3 weeks is right at the border of where you start having issues building on the hacky code. It is going to take a while, so I'll try to cut down the features. Yeah, I think having decent code when you're working for that long, yeah, is a good idea. And I mean, MVPs in general should only be the set of features you know that would form that minimum viable product. Because it's kind of a self-referential statement, but it's that. Do I have a command for this? Because I had one at some point. No, I don't have. There was a picture that I had, which I know there's some bike versus car or something like that. Can I find this? Yeah, this sort of thing. So the general idea was at any given stage, if you look at the bottom one here, at any given stage, you have a vehicle that works. I mean, making a bike and ending up with a truck is not really a real scenario, I guess. But like in this case, oh, we just made some wheels and then we made whatever this thing is. Like this is not usable at any given phase. So I kind of wrote that with Twitter, right? What's the most basic stuff with Twitter? It's logging in and it's posting tweets. Even things like search or videos or hashtags or something, these are not the minimum viable product for Twitter. It's a microblogging site. So if you just have a feed of tweets, you can't search, you can't sort. They're not even, there's no algorithm really. It's just like, hey, just database fetch the last 100 pieces in the feed. Like that's the MVP. You could probably see if it works from that. Then you can start adding other features. Yeah, reading tweets. Yeah. But even having like a profile for somebody, that's probably not really necessary. Now, granted, I don't know what's necessary to make Twitter work. Maybe without hashtags, it all would have crumbled and no one would have liked it. I don't know. But the example stands, right? You figure out what's minimum for you. But it's not generally what people think. You think, oh, that feature is necessary. It might not be necessary, at least not to validate an idea. All right, so we get the adventure classes used here. What would be nice is to get the levels alongside them, and I think it comes from the adventure component. It does. Okay, so then let's get a read-only list of both of these things: adventure class, comma, a level. And then we want to select two things. Hey, Hannylicious, how'd the stream go? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, people. Welcome in. Quality of life can make it better. Oh, definitely. But I think the whole point of an MVP is you want to validate that your idea is even worth adding the quality of life to. I think a lot of people are like, oh man, I need the product to be perfect before shipping it. And then they just keep adding stuff and adding stuff and adding stuff. And somewhere half a year ago, they should have realized, wait, this idea is not really what customers want. So I think it's all about figuring out the product market fit ahead of time. Yeah. Was it more co-working today, Annie? Let me tell you what made Twitter stop working. Yeah. Okay, so we want to select. We have adventure classes used, so AC. Wait, adventure classes. Last configuration, not adventures. What is this? Oh, they're actual adventures. Okay. Okay, so how do we return this? We want to get adventure component, ecs.get component. I don't even have ECS included here. Time to relax and watch someone else put in the work. Well, thank you again, Hanny, for the raid. Yeah, we are prepping for Next Fest, which is in 5 days. And I guess for anyone who doesn't know what Next Fest is, there's a little example, a little summary of it. But yeah, the short story is it's only for demos. It's only for games that have never been in Next Fest before. And Skeleseller fits both those categories. It's got a demo. It's never been a Next Fest. And it should bring a lot of eyes to the game, especially in a time when momentum has slowed down quite a lot. Like my only real marketing right now is this stream. And this stream has already reached all of the people who probably care about Skeleseller. So at that point, it's like, well, there's just a trickle of people. You're working on the game type that's hot now. In 6 months, it may not be hot anymore. Market saturation is a pain. Yeah, that's true. I think product market fit is a combination of timing and then also just making something that someone would ever want. So as an example, if you made cell phones in 1970, you could make the best cell phone in the world. It might not have caught on then. I also don't know what it would have taken to make the best cell phone in the world in 1970. It probably would have been a giant brick or something. I don't remember when cell phones even came out for real. There were the sort of car phones that people had, and I want to say like the late 80s or something. But anyway, I think it's the same with a game, right? If you make something like World of Warcraft and people aren't ready for it, it doesn't mean that the product itself is bad. So I think the MVP is about validating at least the product. the market fit part of things, you might not be able to validate with that. Which of their many examples should I use? Is it matrix or ergonomic keyboards? Does that have a split keyboard? I am not sure what you're talking about. I think it's whatever makes sense for you. I don't even use this. If I type out, I could just type out my keys so you can see what I use. So here's the left half, and here's the right half. Let me not shift those characters. There. So I have an apostrophe at the upper right of the keyboard, which I don't think they use here. Yeah, they use a semicolon there. But I think apostrophe is so common that I didn't want it in a different layer. Whereas semicolon I have as a combo of comma and period. So comma, period, and then both together. $1984. Okay, interesting. See, I was close. I said late 80s though. Yeah, these things, man. I like whenever I'm watching an older movie, and older doesn't even really need to be an old movie at this point, but an older movie, seeing how cell phones progressed. It's like now, if you ever watch an episode of Black Mirror, it's kind of a futuristic show. All of the phones that they use are like a rectangle and a screen, and that's it. And that's pretty much how all phones look today, right? You've got a rectangle and a screen, but that is not how all phones looked a long time ago. Although now I guess there are foldable phones too, and the what's the other one? The flip phones kind of made a little bit of a comeback. Well, I'd say the majority of people are using a rectangle with a screen as their phone. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna return that. And there we go. Now, when we go through this, this isn't adventurer classes used. This is more like adventurer info. And now we don't need to do this. And we could just pass in. Oh, yeah, whoops. I wanted to do this. Done. Let's try it. This was a waste of time. I shouldn't have done this. I thought this would be a little bit faster. I know it wasn't a lot of code or anything, but it's just not very important. Move the right home row keys to have Vim keys under my fingers. My middle row, right half being... So you transpose where semicolon is? I'm not totally sure I understand. Hey, Karada, and thank you. Remember T9 texting? I like T9 texting. I guess probably a lot of people like T9 texting, and now it's just not really as important. But it was kind of fun to figure out how to type. And I guess I'm kind of weird about liking different typing inputs. If anyone has not seen this video, I highly recommend watching it. Where was it? Is it? No, it's not that one. I wanted the explainer video I did. Anyway, it's somewhere on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I see the chain. Yeah, I think those sorts of customizations can be pretty helpful. It's all what makes sense for your workflow. And even sometimes your programming language you use at the time. Like if I were coding in Rust a lot, I might have different symbols readily accessible on my keyboard because I might want those in Rust, but I don't want them in C#. Okay, looking pretty good. Add level to battle simulator output. This wasn't really a relevant task, but it was quick to do. The real task was to ensure the battle simulator works, and it seems like it does. I might have accidentally just typed another character as I pressed enter there. No. We're good. You could never use my keyboard. You could. I mean, it's all just a matter of learning it. Also, when it comes to Colmac versus QWERTY, if you had this keyboard and all you wanted to really do is type English words on it and you had it in QWERTY, it really doesn't take that long to get used to, because space is going to be different, backspace is going to be different, and that's really kind of all you need for typing. I guess enter as well. I mean, arrow keys and some other shortcuts will help, but most of what you do is going to be practically the same. But then, yeah, once you get into coding, once you get into typing numbers and stuff, yeah, it's definitely different there. Okay, debug speed up and walking to the portal either needs to go away when they're in the portal or it needs to give you full life too. I think it should just give you full life. So let's quit this and let's try this out. I hope this isn't hard to do. It's a debug function, so we can write whatever hacky stuff in there we want, and players won't ever see it. But I'll show what the issue is. Whoops. So I create an instance, and then I start a new battle with the mage, and now there's debug speed up, but all that speeds up is putting them in the portal. I don't want this regeneration time to happen. So I think this should be simple. We go to here, we go to this. We find the button, we get its pressed event. Debug speed up, on debug speed up goes over to this. Send all party members to the portal. So this is going to do more than just send them to the portal. It's also going to regenerate them to full. So let's do that. Health component HC equals get HC.heal to full. Done. Okay, let's try it. Homer mods probably gonna be the biggest change for people not used to it, even when typing English words only. Yeah, I don't even use Homer mods anymore though. It's not necessary to use something like this. But yeah, Homer mods are nuts to get used to. it's pretty crazy. Have you got a new computer? The mouse immediately went into the trash. I hope that's figurative, and I hope that they donated the mouse. Because throwing out electronics just because you don't use them is not a great idea. What was I doing? Oh yeah, testing this. Okay, yeah, so let's try that again. We close that, we do that, we click debug speed up. Okay, so that worked, but what happens when we debug speed up after they've made it into the portal? It should also work. No, it doesn't. Drat. All right, so how do we do this then? The regeneration time won't be updated. So this thing isn't going to know. It's not party in transit that needs to know this. It's this that needs to know it. It's the end battle screen. Or in this case, walking to portal screen. What happens when regeneration is complete here? Regeneration complete. Calls into... I could navigate the code correctly. Repeated battle. So isn't that all we really want to do? What's the point of this? Party member reach portal. All party members are in portal. Emit reach portal. And now where does reach portal go? The instances manager has been? Oh, which is just going to call a repeat battle, isn't it? In an incredibly roundabout way. Yeah, pretty much. Let's make sure of that before I do anything silly here. Yeah, I think that is it. Okay, so then I think we can change this a bit. So debug speed up. I don't even think we use this debug function anymore. We heal them all to full, and then we just repeat the battle. But it's going to see that they're not there. Sorry, give me a sec. All already is in portal. So we need them to be in the portal. Okay, so then that's what our debug thing can do. We can just set them all to be in the portal state and be at full health. Delete all this, I guess. And then just call repeat battle. We need to test this after we do this. Where'd that debug thing go? Oh, where did that debug thing go? Here it is. Okay, so party in transit, we still want to do that, and then we want to just call repeated battle. Which is technically not correct. Hey, root. Mostly use dual function keys. Seems like home rule mods are better in QMK and orgs. Yeah, the tab flow thing is new. I've never tried it, but I imagine it's one of those, like, it probably helps a little bit. And if that's all you need, then great. But if you find yourself slowing down still, I think it'd be frustrating. Are there popular approaches that work better or differently? So I have kind of two approaches here that I use together. One is combos for command. So, whoops, what is it? X and D, and then N, E, and I. These form command for me. And then I have one-shot mods. And I guess I also have mods in layers. They're really just two approaches. I just haven't had the mod keys in layers. So as an example, let's say I press A. It's just going to type in A, right? But then let's say I press N, E, and I at the same time. Now command is held down. And when I press A, it's now going to select all the text. And now when I press A, it's going to type in A again. And the reason for that is it's a one-shot mod. So by enabling command, it's only going to work for the next key. If I want it to work for everything, like let's say I want to press command A, command X, then I can just hold the modifier keys down. So it's just an easier way for me to do this, at least. So if I ever want to do like command shift and then something, I enter a layer and then press command and shift. And now at my leisure, I can press whatever key I should want. So command shift L splits this into multiple lines. And now I have cursors in every line. So yeah, those are the techniques I use. Guess you use layers for control keys. What would that really work much better? Custom keyboards about what works best for you. Yeah, I think the reason why this tends to work is because I have a dedicated shift key and I have combos for command. And those are generally all you really need for letter keys. When it comes to numbers, like let's say I want to type Alt Shift 7 or something like that. Then I enter my number layer, and now I have modifier keys there, which is what you do if you're using home rule mods, just the same way. So it's pretty similar to home rule mods. It's just I don't have to slow down my regular typing. Would I choose Godot if it were a third-person 3D game? I probably still would, but I don't have the experience with 3D to be able to say whether it would have been better than choosing Unity or Unreal. But if it were multiplayer, I might choose Unreal. But I'd want to test that out at some point. Okay, let's go try this. Please work. Please work without me having to fight this at all. All right, so same deal as before. We are going to lose the battle, and then we're going to click this and this. They had not made it to the portal, and everything worked fine. Now we're going to have them make it to the portal, and then hit debug speed up, and it is not working. Why, though? What could I possibly be doing wrong? We get into instances manager, and then we check to see if we're at full life. And we should be at full life because of this function. This goes through every adventurer and sets them to full life. All right, well, I guess we put a breakpoint there. Should be easy enough to test. So we have them repeat the fight. They lose. We have them go back into the portal. And then we click the button. Now it breaks in here. And now we need to just track this down. So we call create instance. Create instance better see that they're at full life. Is this true? It's false. It's false. How dare you? ECS.get component, health component. It thinks it's at 31% life. Why? What did I break? Oh, because there's no more party in transit. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's not smart. Okay, well then here's what we do. We do this. Walking to portal dot debug send. There. Okay, and then we put this function over there. Walking to portal. It actually simplifies things slightly. All right, get this. Get this. And then call on regeneration complete. And then get rid of that. All right, that should fix it. Let's try it. Importing animation skeletons to Godot, probably a skill issue. Yeah, I don't have experience with that, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure Blender can export to a Godot format, but yeah, I've never tried it. Okay, so we X out of this, wait for them to enter, then hit debug speed up. That worked. Okay, now we don't wait for them to enter and press it. And it worked. Nice. Nice. Now let's go check that in. This has very little risk of breaking anything because it's just a debug function. Yeah. Okay, so make debug speed up, start the battle at full life. Okay, so before this, it would just make the party enter the portal. But now that we force the party to regenerate, it makes sense that a debug speed up button would speed the regeneration up too. Cool. Okay, what's next? How many more of these stupid things do I have to do? There's just 17 more tasks. All right, see if any other functions in town that listen to the instances manager can bypass the event stuff altogether and just put it in instances manager. Sure. All right, so what do we have? On battle ended. What does this do? Is this public? It is. It's got a private setter. Okay, but that's fine. It's not even super important. What about grant items? What does this do? Add items. That's fine. This is probably less fine. Yeah. So stupid. So stupid. I mean, technically, we could just export this wholesale into the instances manager, and it would be accessing the town's UI, and it'd be okay. GLB. The mirror. What is the mirror? Apparently, when I search the mirror game, it's the name of a movie. That's why you don't use Bing, I guess. Escape from reality. Oh, it's a horror game? Oh, it's an adult horror game? Okay, I guess I'm not gonna look at that on the stream. What was I working on this? Yeah. All right, so we can cut this out, and this should only ever use from one spot, I hope. Yeah. The name is bad SEO. Oh, collaborative game development platform that was built on Godot. Oh, yeah, that is bad SEO then. I guess if you know that you're searching for a game dev platform, then you could add that to your search query. But yeah, if you ever hear someone talking about the mirror, I guess you can't really search for it. I was wondering, like, if you named a game Bad Game or something like that, like how would you ever find it? It's probably not really possible. The mirror game engine, yeah. Okay, so let's move this over to the instances manager. Get rid of this and get rid of the, what was it called? Repeat party something on party reach portal. Yeah. Okay, so this can just be a private function now. It's going to be broken. And it takes in the ID, the adventurers, and the instance slot ID. Yeah, so we should just be able to call that. Why does that not work now? No overload matches the event handler. Is this because this is done via signals? Yuck. I shouldn't have done things that way. It should just be an action. Also, it should call it with whatever I want to call it with. Where's reach portal being called now? Where do we emit this event? Here it is. Oh, it doesn't have anything. Oh, okay. So what does it take in? No, 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 no. No, no, no. There it is. Yeah. ID, adventurers, and instance slot ID. Is any of this stuff saved? It might be in walking to instance. Or walking to portal. Does this save an ID? No, it doesn't. And we don't save the adventures or anything. Okay, well, fine. We can just pass this in. It's not really difficult. There. All right. Now we change this stuff to just access the town. There. Should be easy. How much of a one-to-one signal do you have that you now think should have been direct calls instead? Oh, so it's very hard to say what this looked like at the time and whether it made sense then, because all I know is that right now it doesn't make sense. But it could be because we've changed just so much since whenever this code was added. And it's like, okay, well, let's just do things differently. And even this is not the best. Like, this is checking something in the town so that it can add something in the town. So the town should probably own this. But the town is a very large file now because it's been owning kind of everything. Yeah. Having a signal that just one thing listens to is not necessarily a problem. There was one other thing I mentioned here, which is the signal versus C# events. I happen to use a C# event for most things, but I was using a signal for some of the things because I misunderstood how Godot cleans these things up. So yeah, in this case, what I wonder is, should we emit a signal here saying, what is this auto fight notification? Is this just saying how you start a battle? Auto fight notification. What does this say? Your adventurers fight automatically for you. Okay, I see. So this pops up over your very first battle. And it's got some animation thing that makes it only show up after like 3 seconds. How do I want to do that? I mean, we could just have a started battle notification, right? Don't we already have that? Make sure this is invoked from somewhere. Yeah, I'm not calling that anymore. All right, where was that called? Started battle. From here. Whoa. Start battle. And now would call create instance. Okay, I think I want this to get emitted into the town and for the town to still handle this stuff. Although this isn't technically even starting it. This is only when you get to the portal. You have to have enough life first. Check for multiple concurrent battle. Started multiple battles for the first time. Okay, so this is where we'd put a started battle call. Invoke. Okay. Now we need that action. Done. Now we need town to listen for something here. And then do what we were doing inside of, whatever that call to create instance was. I forgot where it is. Here it is. All right, so this gets out of here. And then in here, instances manager dot this thing. Okay. So now we have started battle. On battles started, I guess. Let's put it next to on battle ended. Private void on battles started. We don't need any information in here. So now we get rid of this and this. And that's on the very first battle. And then we invoke our own started battle so that whatever's listening for this thing can still listen for this thing, which is the beginning of the game camera tracker. Okay, now we test the tutorial out, and that should let us know if we did everything correctly. All right, you ready? So we need to test two things here. One is, does it track the camera when we... Oh, no, that's not going to work because of what it means to start a battle now. Hang on a second. Where is this? Beginning of game camera tracker, tracking first adventure. Yeah, this is when you send your party into the battle. This is like started walking to the portal, which used to be called from where? Start battle, which is what would make you walk to the portal. Okay, fine. Oh, and Dorn, thank you for the gifted subs. And thanks for your own subscription the other day, too. Welcome in, new 5 subs. It's very, very kind of you. And it's good to see names I actually recognize there. 3 of them, at least. Ingvar, Develop It, and Kavino. But yeah, welcome, Yanarion and Final Sabbath as well. Endorn the Kind. Put a crown next to that man's name. Crown of Generosity. Okay, so we need something like... I guess I should say this is triggered when a battle is actually started versus just walking to the portal. And then we need some event that's triggered when you like initiate a battle. Maybe we say like sent party to battle. I don't know what we name this. I'll just write a comment. This is triggered when a party is sent to battle, but not which doesn't necessarily mean that the battle has started yet. See started battle for that. Yeah. Okay. So send party to battle is what's going to be used in create instance. But it's going to be triggered every single time you do this. Party reach portal. I don't even want that. I want whenever you first press this button. Okay, let's go figure out what that happens in. There's a start battle button. What happens when you press it? That calls into chose instance party, which should automatically trigger the battle. Oh, it's right there. Player use start battle button. What are you doing there? Oh my God. Oh, I think I was correct about what I said here. Oh, there are 2 events, and they're 2 separate events. So I don't actually need this new one that I just added. Yeah, I think this can all be deleted. I'll just paste this over here for now. But yeah, I don't think that's needed. And I think everything should work. So we should just be able to test this. And I should have predicted what would happen. I should have just watched this. Oh, silly me. So we start a battle. Yeah, it's tracking the camera. And then as soon as they make it there, I should be able to move this again. And we should see the little tip pop up over here. Yep, that worked. Oh, wait, we die immediately. Well, there's the tip anyway. Yeah, everything worked. Great. Wow. How much do you like event-based instead of game loop and state machine? I mean, I think they complement each other to some extent. You'll still need events like, hey, I'm in this state, and then when I die, I transition to another state. It's just kind of what's checking for that logic. And at some point, like a button is almost always going to be a signal somewhere or an event somewhere. So yeah, I think they can both be used in unison. Let's check this in. We could put this up there. It doesn't really make a difference. It'll just look like less of a diff if I do that. Yeah, so now we don't involve the town for this. So this technically got larger by 6 lines, but town got smaller by... No, town got larger by 1 line. How is that possible? Because this code needed to still exist somewhere. Also, this should probably go... No, it shouldn't go here. It should go next to ended battle, I guess. Although this isn't going to change the diff size anyway. Oh, wait, we're not checking this in, though. Yeah. And we're not checking this in. Okay, let's click all the ranges that we actually want. We want that one. We want all of this. And we want this. But we don't want this bottom part. And then we want these changes as well. Okay. Because of new lines? I don't think so. We just ended up keeping some code there that still needed to be there. And I thought we'd get rid of all of that boilerplate. I hate numbers. Won't even call you by the actual numbers. Does this end up changing anything? It does, yeah. This is going to be... I'll just say cleanup code. 2 things. Made invoked start battle again. And got rid of on party reached portal. Since the instances manager admitted this to the town, only for the town to call right back into the instances manager. All right, well, that was one of the things. The other things were... Oh, hang on a second. Let me write a quick note to myself. Sorry, private thought just came up. Okay. All right, what does this do? That's fine. Yeah, these other things are fine. I think we're good here. There's something that I still found a little weird. Is there anywhere we call create instance now from this? That isn't a debug function? No, great. So I think we're good. The parts of the site work fine. When that happens, refreshing usually fixes it for me. Because I have gotten that to happen before, but that usually happens on mobile for me. See signals and subscribers. There's a similar thing for actions. So the nice thing about it in C# is, let's say you've got any action like this, grant items, and you're like, oh, what's listening for this? You just press F12 on it like you would for anything else. And you can see here's what invokes it, and then here's what listens for it. You cannot do that in C# with the Godot events. So if we look at party and transit, for example, I used a signal for this. So if I press F12 on this, it's only going to find it in generated code, which is going to be inscrutable for me because I didn't write any of this. And then if you look at where we're emitting this reached portal and you press F12, it's only going to find this, a string. So it's really, really hard to use with Godot signals. You have to, and it requires that you add the words event handler at the end. So what you really want to search for is just reach portal, and then you can kind of find it, but it's just tedious. So I think I generally prefer the C# events. Our repeat button enables itself after you click it and make it to the portal, so you can click it again. Is that even true anymore? The repeat button enables itself after you click it and then make it to the portal. Okay, so we need to do this, but then we need to die and then do it again. And then, yeah, no, it's no longer the case. See if you can preempt auto repeating a battle by starting another battle with the same adventure. I don't think that's a problem. Uh-oh. What's that doing there? Is that happening every time? Is it because I have never won the battle? Oh, that's... Okay, this is technically working as intended. I made it so the bats do infinite damage, so you can never win the first battle, and this is supposed to show until you won the first battle. So, yeah, we can never do anything there. Where'd that debug 2 thing go? That's gone. So if I just restart this, it should be fine. Well, look, this is going very smoothly. I know we have a ton of issues to work through, but we're working through them. So what was the thing I was going to test here? Yeah, can you preempt auto repeat? So they got about 9 seconds left. If I click over here, yeah, I think everything's looking good. Yeah. It's working fine. Now, what if we did that with other adventurers involved as well? Yeah, still working fine. And now what if we just put the paladin into a battle? Yeah, still looking good. Nice. Okay. Instant slot should be the owner of the regeneration timer. I'm going to bump this to the bottom for now because I don't think this is super important. Possibly skippable is what I'll say. Make sure we're respecting the minimum time. Yeah, this I don't think we're doing. So how do we test this? We need to get rid of bats doing 1,000,000 damage. How do we do that? No, the easiest way to do it is just make my adventurers super powerful and then just send them into the volcano. And now we want to make sure that there's a minimum of a 3-second wait time when they win. Yeah, nice. How is that working? What if I click repeat? No, repeat does not respect that. But that's okay, I think. As long as they're at full life, I think that's fine. Now, it does technically mean, again, that if we were concerned about speedrunners, that speedrunners would have to manually start every battle. Because then they don't have to wait for 3 seconds. But it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, moving lines up and down in Google Docs. It's, what is it? Control-Shift up and down. And it works with entire lists if you want to. So you could do something like this. OneNote also has that. Actually, OneNote did it the best of any program I've ever seen, which is a rare compliment for OneNote. But in Google Docs, you can use up and down to move this up and down, but not left and right to tab it in or out. So in OneNote, it's pretty nice that you can use any of the arrows to move it in pretty much any direction you see fit. So indent, unindent. Hey, Foxy. What's the font name you're using in your game for damage numbers? It's a custom font for Skeleseller, so the name won't help, but it's I think called Skeleseller Hand or something like that. But yeah, it's a custom font. Every glyph was hand drawn, not by me, but by Quickie Joe. All right, minimum time for auto repeating battle. I think all I care about is the auto repeat, and we are respecting it, so I think we're fine there. Is there anything else I need to test with that? It'd be really hard to even validate this, but I guess we could try this really fast. This is gonna be a hard repro to do. I need to time this like perfectly. You need to wait for the battle to end, then click the X, then press that, then click that. I think I was a little too slow. If we move this down to the bottom, it'll be faster. Yeah, no, it's working fine. Okay. Somewhere in the code that you can see walking to portal and also the regeneration timer. I mean, until we see this again, I don't think it's really a big deal. Let me guess, bats are still killing me in one hit. Oh, they no longer kill me in one hit. I think everything's just working. Yeah, I think it's all working. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's nice. We also have a custom font for all of the other text that you see here too. So there are 2 different custom fonts. No matter how often I try, I can't get away from one note. I have like 50 plus notebooks. Yeah, I had a ton of notes too, and it was a painful process to switch away. Just painful. But I'm glad I did it. Also, for what it's worth, if you have 50 notebooks, you probably have a bunch of notes that you're just never going to look at again. So even if you export them with some errors, it's okay. Like if you look at my notes and we just click some random thing like gardening. No, that's not a good one. That has almost nothing in it. Like this. Okay, so first of all, it says created and modified. That was added as part of the export process. So this basically indicates that this came from OneNote and that I haven't touched this in a long time. But then you look through it for formatting and this isn't too bad. Yeah, this isn't too bad. But any coding notes, a lot of these I didn't change. Yeah, so this, for example, like, do you see how it says C:\Python? There's no slash. It just got rid of the backslash there. But then also, this should be in a monospace font, and it isn't. And part of that has to do with how OneNote exports, how OneNote even like marks code. It's just changing the font. There's no like code marker. So yeah, a lot of the notes just look like trash as a result of that. I should probably just delete those notes. All right, some oddities with repeating a battle while needing to regenerate and then clicking the auto repeat button. I don't think this was weird anymore. Let's get the cleric out of the battle. So you repeat a battle. We need it to... Where's the paladin? There they are. They're just taking forever. That's actually not a... Oh. Oh, no. I turned it off. Oh, my God. I'm like, something's wrong here. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, so we repeat a battle and enable auto repeat. I don't see anything weird about that. Yeah, I don't see anything weird about this. Bug. When on the end battle screen, if you turn off auto repeat, edit your party, start a new battle, it'll turn auto repeat back on. I don't think players would expect this. What happened originally? Let me try this. Let's save the game and quit and open up an exported build. Because I don't remember if this was a problem or if I just never noticed. If we even considered it to be a problem. So turn off auto repeat, edit, start a new battle. Okay, let's see. Turn off auto repeat. So we go anywhere. It doesn't really matter here. Off, edit, start a new battle. Yeah, I want to see what happens. All right, so we got to wait for them to finish this, I guess. Hopefully they take some damage. Otherwise, it's just going to start almost immediately. All right, now edit and now start a new battle. Yeah, auto repeats back on. Okay, I don't really care about that then. If it was already happening, then sure, it can still happen. Probably get rid of item hover handler and just make tooltip on parent instances. We could do that. I'm going to do this the lazy way for now and just not think about it. And we're just going to make forwarding events for these. Wait a second, what? Is this already done? Why is this not yellow? Something should be yellow here. Ah, here. They're yellow here. Nothing's calling this. But then where did I find this code? Oh, instance slot. So this gets invoked up to here, and then nothing listens for it. Where are our event handlers for this? Ah, you're there. Okay, so all we need to do is plus equal that. And I think everything should be working now. What this will let us do is hover over items when you win a battle and see the description, the cost. So we click that, we click that, we click that, and then we hover over this. Yeah, nice, it's working. Small, but well, it's really hard to see because of how fast this is going. If I just made myself invincible, it wouldn't be hard. This is stupid. I should be able to right click this and stop this from happening. All right, so we click that. Small blue potion. Looks good. Let's go to another battle where they drop more loot. Maybe here. Let's turn off auto battle. Yeah, nice. It's looking good. So are those local events and global events? There are only local events in this game. So basically what happens in this case is we have the end battle screen and something's going to listen to like item.onHover and it's going to emit a signal for like hovered over loot item. And then it's going to get propagated up to the thing that holds it, which is instance slot, which is going to emit the exact same event. Instance manager is going to emit the exact same event itself. And then some UI somewhere is going to listen for that and show a tooltip. We can bypass this a little bit and we can just show tooltips probably right from the thing. But in general, this is where each component only knows what it should do. So sometimes you do need to pass these up the chain. Sometimes you'll have an event bus in a game to handle this sort of thing, where you say that each of these got an event bus, and then they can just like the innermost class can emit this, and then the UI can just directly listen on that event bus. Yeah, it's a bunch of cascading signals, which I'm not a huge fan of. But if that's all it took to fix this for right now, that's all we're gonna do because we have much bigger fish to fry. Make item hover handlers work again. I just wasn't propagating the events because there were more important bugs to look at. So suppose child signals up, parent calls down. Yeah, in general. Otherwise, you end up coupling the... Well, I guess coupling in both directions. The parent knowing about the child is fine, but the child knowing what parent it has is generally not okay. And I think that's where if you look at the building blocks that Godot provides, like you have a button, for example, the button doesn't know what it's contained in. It just has a signal for pressed, or maybe you add one for like right-click pressed or something like that. And that's kind of all you really do with buttons, I guess. Maybe there's some like keyboard handler you might want. But yeah, in general, you just say like, hey, world, somebody cares about this, then handle it. As opposed to something like, okay, well, I'm going to get the parent and I'm going to check for some like handle button call. It's like, that's when you know you made a mistake. Break that with the town as a special case. Yeah, that's true. And even that's just for ease of coding. All right, be on end battle screen from the forest, select the volcano, cancel auto battle. It'll enable the repeat button. Repeating will go to the volcano, even though the window shows forest. Was this a problem in the original build? Because I don't remember. I hope I have my saved game still. Yeah, great. Okay, so finish from the forest, select volcano, cancel. It'll enable repeat. Repeating will go to the volcano. Okay, so finish a battle at the forest. I guess turn this off. Now edit to go to the volcano, cancel auto battle, and then hit repeat. Where do they go? They go to the volcano. So this was already the case. I don't really think this is a problem, but I'm not really sure if players will ever hit this. It makes it look like the repeat button is going to put you in the forest again, because that's where you just battled. But you actually selected the volcano and then stopped that battle from happening. I guess it is kind of a bug. But what if you edited your party at the same time? What happens then? So let's say I take the warrior and rogue out of here and then turn this off. So now it looks like I'm going to battle with just the mage. And if I hit repeat, it indeed is just the mage. So I guess the weird thing is that the title shows you where you came from, but the party shows what you're about to use. So this is not historical. This is actually prescriptive of what's going to happen. And if we change the title of this so that it said forest and it indicates where you're going to fight, then now the background doesn't look like a forest. Can you change repeat to start? Yeah. Yeah. I guess we could also just change the tooltip. I guess start a new battle with the same party at the same location. This isn't even technically correct. It's start a new battle with the given party. I'm just not going to touch this. I don't really care. No one's complained about it. The repeat button shouldn't be enabled if you have auto battle on. You know what? Let's copy this into the stream of consciousness note. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Just going to, I should maybe just file this on GitHub. Yeah, I should file this on GitHub. And I'll just close it immediately because I don't think I care about it. Repeating a battle may actually choose a different location. Repro, do a battle in the forest with auto battle off. Edit the party and choose the volcano. This will enable auto battle again, which is not a bug, whether or not it happens. Disable auto battle to stop the battle from happening, to prevent the battle from happening. And then click the repeat button, which should now be enabled since no battle is scheduled. At this point, even though the battle's title bar says forest, the repeat button will send you to the volcano. Yeah. All right, let's write out my thoughts. No one has complained about this, presumably because it's a relatively obscure repro case. Even if they did, though, it's not really a big deal. Problem is that the party in the end battle screen represents the party that you're about to use, but the location in the title bar always represents the prior location. The tooltip on the repeat button says start a new battle with the same party at the same location. I mean, we could change the tooltip. We could detect when you happen, when you're in this case. It's just not worth it. I don't think it's worth addressing any of this. So I'm just going to close the issue. Close as not planned. Okay, repeat button shouldn't be enabled if you have auto battle on. Yeah, we already did that. Start battle doesn't need to be in town. What? There is no start battle anymore there. On request, repeat battle doesn't need to be in town. On request, yep, it's already gone too. Make sure started battle is still invoked. We just did that. Try shrinking the battle window and see if everything looks okay. Yeah, this probably won't look good because I did nothing to try to make it look good. Whoops. But we might need a smaller layout for this. So how do we do this? We go to walking to portal and we get rid of the debug button. It should never show up. So turn this off and then try shrinking the window to, oh, that didn't work. Where is this? I should really just remember where this thing is. Here it is. All right, try shrinking this to, let's say, 0.25. This is probably going to be too big. So it's probably going to overflow. To adapt them. I see. Yeah. And hopefully I can merge this today. All right, so we shrink this. It's already too big. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do quickly then for this. So what we would need to do is that. And now we're going to see a bar show up. Yeah, so it's going to look like this. Yeah, so you can see in the background there, the window is maybe that large. And we're trying to render super outside of it. So yeah, I think we'll just leave this for now. Now, granted, I did shrink this pretty far. The other thing we could do is just shrink it in terms of, we could just scale it. We don't even necessarily need a different layout. Because in this particular case, the main content of that screen is still pretty understandable. Here. Okay, so it did, it got a touch bigger. You can see it's going out of bounds right there. But that's easy enough to fix. This doesn't need to say waiting for full health and take up all this blank space. Oh well. Yeah. File an issue on shrinking the battle window size and having the regeneration timers look good. Progress bars, hide the text from inside and shrink them. Yeah, that would work. All right, instance slot should be the owner of the regeneration timer. It makes more sense. I don't think we're going to do this. I'm not going to do this. All right, to do items in code, let's go take a look at that. There's just this one. Rename this to on request start battle and mention that this can be called when the instance is null. Okay, sure. That's easy enough to do. Well, it's easy enough to do when VS Code is cooperating. On request start battle. Cool. This can be called when repeating a battle or when the instance is null, e.g. when walking to the portal. Get rid of that and rewrap this. Then there's one other place I did not like. We have something called repeat battle, I think. Where's that? I think this is what's called. Yeah, this is like start next battle. It's not necessarily repeat. On start battle or like started next battle. Start next battle, started next battle. How do you find Copilot or whatever autocomplete you're using? I like it. I think it's pretty good. I think it's especially nice when you've got something very mechanical. And my typical example for this is like, let's say I was adding in a new thing. Let's say it's a button, and let's say it's the, I don't know, example button. So we write this. It knows that I want to put the rest of that line there. But then I go to ready, and I just press enter, and it generally knows, hey, here's what you want to do. Like, that's pretty nice. I like that a lot. It's boilerplate, I just don't have to type. Okay, so I renamed this. So I guess anywhere we have the word repeat in the code base, we should just look at really quickly. There are 221 results, but we're going to ignore a lot of these, like repeat controls. I guess we'll just delete all of those. Yeah, texture repeat, we can ignore all of those. Hopefully that even worked. Auto repeat button and tooltip, those are fine. This is fine. P delete, that's all fine. Totally fine. Yep. Repeat battles too quickly. That's probably fine. Why is that? Yeah, that's fine. Repeat battle button. Yeah. Try it. I don't know if I like this. Repeat battle. This is only ever used in the one spot, isn't it? That's when you press the repeat button. Keeps the recent context. Nice. Can you edit from this view? In the search results, you can modify the search results, but it's not going to change your code. And the reason this is actually kind of helpful is that sometimes you want to just prune your search results in here. So I actually really like this. Because like let's say I was like, you know what, I don't care about anything with auto repeat button. I just search for all these, delete them. And now I didn't modify code, but now in my search results, I don't need to look through any of those results anymore, which is nice. So do we rename this? I mean, we could say repeat battle button pressed. I don't think it's necessary. I just don't want the word repeat to be overloaded here. Anything else that we see? Nothing really. No. All right, what about the rest of this? This is fine. This, what is this? Repeated battle. Yeah, that I want to rename. Didn't I already do this somewhere? Start next battle? I did. So yeah, this should also be start next battle. Start next battle. Rather than edit speed when comparing with other search results. Yeah, because what I could do is at any point you can click this and you can then edit in here because we've navigated to where the search results is pointing. But generally, I would search for something like, let's say, repeated battle. And then, oh, I got rid of that. Okay, let's say start next battle. What I would do here is I could just go right to the result that I want. And then make the edit. So it's pretty smooth when you know you want one or two instances of it. And then any other ones will go onto this right side. And if I just press F4, it'll navigate to the next one, or Shift F4 will navigate back. So yeah, all that's pretty smooth. All right, so repeated battle doesn't exist anymore. That was the one that we found that was worthwhile. Is there anything else? We're running out of things to even look through. There's this, but we already checked for that. So I guess that's done. Stuff's all fine. That's fine. That's all fine. And the rest of these should be okay. I think this is the final file. What is this file? Battle panel tab? Can repeat. Yeah, cool. Nice. Okay. So we just renamed some things. Is that what I was supposed to be doing? I don't even know what I set out to do here. Sure. I think we had a to-do item somewhere saying to rename something. And I was like, oh, we should rename everything. Yeah, I think that's what we did. Yep, that is what happened. Any others that we have? That should not be checked in. Okay, so this is all basic stuff. Yep. And this is all the things I actually renamed. Yeah. Let's try building. I can't imagine this is going to fail. Where does it even show my build results? I don't know what's going on. What is happening? Huh. It's weird. Is it because I called it from the search results? I don't know why it's not building. Huh. I guess I can press F5. Where is it supposed to even output this? Oh, it's from here. Oh my God, right? Because there's like 40 different things you can read the output of. And I just have it set to that because of... Actually, I'm not actually sure why this is happening. Try and install this, but it already exists. No downloads or changes were made. It keeps giving this the focus. I want to see my build output, which is probably C#. No. I don't know. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. It built. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a game running. Address to-do item in code. I also renamed some other stuff while I was at it. Hey, Cinderblock. Welcome in. How you doing? All right, and then the only other thing we have to do is this run .NET format. Did I make a command for this? Because I probably would have wanted to. .NET. No, I didn't. All right, well, it needs to be run from here. Wow, what a set of changes. What a set of changes. Just ridiculous. The amount of time this took. I started Monday in the morning, I think, and it took yesterday as well, and then some of this morning. So when all's said and done, I probably spent like 14 hours on this or something. No, that can't be enough. That can't be right. It's probably a little less than that. 10 hours? Maybe 12. We should find at least one problem. Oh, I guess I fixed it. All right, well, that was easy. And this allows us to get rid of these changes and push. Hooray. Now we can go make a PR if we want to. 12 hours for what? So the user-facing thing that I just spent the time on, I'll show you really fast. We have the ability to auto-battle in the game. And wait for it. Okay, so let's say you fight in the forest and... Oh, I turned auto-battle off. Okay, hold on. Let me go turn it on. There. All right, so auto-battle is on. And now these characters are going to fight. And my archer's taking some damage here, right? So when they go to fight again, there is a regeneration bar that says waiting for full health. And then when they get full health, they fight again. So that's all working totally fine. The part that I wanted to do is I wanted it to be, here's a battle I'm going to lose. And after losing it, instead of using auto battle, I'm just going to hit repeat battle. What used to happen is it would just immediately put you back in the fight with like 10% life. And people didn't really expect that to happen because it's the only way you could enter a battle without being at full life. Actually, there was one other way, I guess. But in general, it was like people would go try to fight a boss. They would start at, let's say, 70% life, but they wouldn't notice. It's obvious when your adventurers die immediately when they enter, but it's not so obvious when you start at 80% or 90%. So now you're at a disadvantage for no reason. So that is the change that we made. And the reason why it took so long is because instead of just adding this bar here, I also refactored a whole bunch of stuff. So if we look at the diff of this, you'll eventually see the amount of work that went into this. So this is going to be fix this issue, 486. Regenerate adventurers before starting a battle by any means. It used to be that only auto battling would regenerate adventurers, but now the other two cases also work. Walking to the portal to start a new battle and repeating a battle without using auto battle. I took the time to refactor a ton of stuff so that these sorts of changes should be much more straightforward in the future. And then we just write fixes that at the top. Create. All right, so let's see. How much red is there? Decent amount of red, but this is in a scene file. I only really care about the C# script. Even things like this. So here you see on the left side, there are 3 parts of this condition, and on the right side, there are 2 parts. Even that was an intentional change to make things simpler. Like we just didn't have a need for this is in battle lobby state. We could have left it, probably would have been fine, but it makes things easier to understand in the future. So I deleted that. Those are sorts of unrelated changes, I guess. This is all new code. Yeah. Yeah, this got more straightforward. And also just better. Although we made the other change a while ago, right? Let me see. Yeah. We made the other change a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to read through all of this right now. I just want to see if there's anything that looks out of place. And I also want to see how much stuff we deleted. God, there's so much work that went into this. Also, it's frustrating work. Some work is just grunt work, and you're bored by it, but you're not bothered by it other than being bored. This was like, I'm just smashing my head against the wall. Yeah, I think we're done with this. All right, so let's merge this into main. I didn't forget anything, did I? I guess nothing else is on my list. Yeah, nothing else is on my list. Okay, so let's merge this. Crazy amount of commit messages. Then we'll switch back to main. and open this up. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't run this tool. We should probably run that. This always takes a long time, but it'll find any other UID files I might have missed. I don't think there's going to be a problem, but if we see any files show up here, then technically that should have been done. It shouldn't cause any errors if people don't have them. Also, this will only be errors for developers, even if it were to cause errors. All right, so did that do anything? It did change this. Okay. Excuse me. Well, I guess we can check this in. Run UID tool. It's not going to impact anybody. All right, so that's done. Okay. I forgot to tell you, I've been using Godot 441. It's been much better about adding UID files. Oh, cool. Yeah. It's good that that eventually gets fixed. All right, so the next thing I think we should do is, to be honest, take a break, but I want to plan the thing after that. Yeah, I think we're going to merge all these PRs. Merge PRs. Prioritize the next fest issues, merge PRs, spend an hour doing triage. I've been doing some triage, actually. Our word count, or our character count, is now down to 26,000. And at the beginning of May, it was at 77,000. So we got rid of like 50,000 characters off the to-do list. And there's still some stuff here. It's not super unmanageable, but I do need to file the rest of this stuff. I don't think we're going to spend the time doing that today, since we've already spent so much time doing other stuff. And we might want to do some playtesting today. So yeah, this is definitely next. Let me look at the other issues that we have here that are in the next fest milestone. I think this would be nice. I don't really think this is needed for next fest, is it? Yeah, it would be nice though. Shelves aren't really needed. This is probably important. This is more of a game design problem than anything else. All I came up with were ideas. But yeah, I think we should probably tackle this today. Stop workers from clogging the shops. It does. Anything else? These things are still super important, but that I can do on Friday or in the weekend or something. And then these two things, these are the same issue. I wrote the same words for both of them too. Yeah. All right, well, I'm not gonna even look through this right now. We're just gonna write a comment. Same as 991. I know we can file these as duplicates, but I would need to consolidate them first. I don't want to do that because I want to spend the minimum amount of time reading this right now. There. Great. Yeah, cool. Well, then I think we're in pretty good shape. So I'm going to take another break and then I'll come back and we'll merge some PRs. That'll probably lead us up to lunchtime. And then I want to do a very fast lunch instead of taking like a proper lunch break. I don't know what's going to happen on stream during that time. And then yeah, just keep working. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, chat, you know the drill. Once this loads. There it goes. All right, type join in chat. You got 40 seconds. You can mess around, jump in, try to make it to the top. I'll be back in a few minutes. See you soon. Hello, hello. I will also jump for a bit. There. All right, close the game. Too late, man. All right, merge PRs. Yeah, let's get some of these done at least. I don't want to wait too long for lunch. It's 11:24. I was thinking like noonish. I'm not too hungry right now, but still, I don't want to throw off the whole day. All right, prevent opening dialogues when holding an item. Closes 986. We found 953. All right, this should prevent most accidental clicks on NPCs and signposts while holding items. Only instance it still exists is dropping an item in a drop zone while hovering an upgrade sign. Here's the chef. See the in-code comment for that. With the additional challenge that the events are handled in different places. It seems to point to me to the fact that perhaps we should try to handle all events and either press or release instead of mixing it. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't want to tackle that. All right, so 1032 GHPR. Check out 1032. And let's try running that. Okay. So we click assign. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now this he did mention was an issue. This whole thing is a drop zone. All right, that's nice. What about this? That's pretty good. Cool. And what about this? Oh, we still... Oh, okay. That's something we should probably stop. Bulletin boards. Can still click bulletin boards while holding an item. But yeah, the rest of this is fine, I guess. Okay, cool. All right. Chef Slime can handle clicks for two reasons. Opening its dialogue and dropping off an item into the extractor. Ideally, also for dropping off an item into it. You can drop food into it, but that's only possible in a very rare scenario, which is that you have the town hall with hardworking adventurers. You have the farm where you've had some adventurers go pick up crops, and then you send you send those adventurers into battle. So I do this. Did they get any crops? No, they didn't. Okay, let's try that again. You gotta put that there and then get them into battle. And then we drag a carrot onto here. Yeah, that works. Okay. So, I mean, I guess I could just change the comment. Opening its dialogue and dropping off an item. Either, yeah. Ideally, we don't want to open the dialogue when the user drops off an item. However, two things make this hard to achieve. The drop zone gets the mouse event first. Item drop off is handled on mouse press, while NPC dialogues are shown on release. Therefore, to prevent showing the dialogue when an item is dropped off, we need to keep this state. I see. Okay. I think we can make these consistent where we're either doing everything on mouse down or everything on mouse up. I think the reason why we probably weren't doing that originally is because we probably had an issue with dragging the camera around. Like you click on an NPC, if I were to just let go, it will show their dialogue. But if I click and then drag and then let go, it doesn't show their dialogue. And that's why we did it that way, I think. So we need to change that. Just annoying. Yeah. Okay. Okay, in general, this is pretty good. The bulletin board probably just also needs that same code. And that we don't emit on-clicked unless we didn't even save the town, unless we are not holding an item. Hey, Maybach, saw you uploaded videos from your idle-lite efficiency course. How did it feel to provide it for free? I mean, it felt fine. It's not like it was selling a lot. It's not like I'm marketing the courses, and I'd probably make it a little differently if I were to do it nowadays. I still think the information is good. So yeah, I hope it can benefit some people. 2 scenarios where you wouldn't do it are camera dragging and item dragging without release. Yeah, and that's totally fine. Also, if you'd like to tackle that task, by all means, go ahead. And Christmas will happen twice this year, 3 times, not just twice. Making click events consistent. Yeah, typical. Can you provide us with your hydration details? Is this a meme? This is the second time you said this now. What is this about? So I think here what we can do is we can save off the town and make sure you're not dragging an item. I might as well just do this. Town equals null. Town equals town. Then in here, what does right-clicking a sign do? Oh, I don't care about that. Well, yeah, I don't care about that. Okay, so this is going to be if town.player held item.is holding item. I'll just do the opposite of that. Love the phrase you mentioned in almost every video that you only show solutions for problems you have and people should think about what their own problems are. Yeah, I think with any efficiency video, that's kind of the only way to do things. Like there are tips you can share that people are going to be like, oh, what a nice idea. That's great. But in general, it was, hey, you're going to need some mindfulness for your own workflow. All right, difficult. You certainly don't need to do that in this stream. I'd prefer that you just say hi. But regardless, hi. And happy Wednesday. Because I'll just check it on whoever handles unclicked if you don't want to save the town. Wasn't sure if we should prefer either option when doing my changes. I think, let's see what's even emitting this. Everything is opening this, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think just saving the town is fine. Yeah. Okay, so that should fix it for bulletin boards. Let's go try that out. That's my way of saying hi. Yeah, just hi is enough is what I'm saying. Because I'm probably not going to answer your hydration status thing because I'll just stay hydrated. I don't tend to have a problem with that. All right, so we build this. We try clicking it, and now it doesn't work. But we click it otherwise, and it does work. Okay, that is looking great. Wait, what happened there? I see. Dev stream can mean something different as well. Like hydrating state or something. I guess configurations. Okay, so let's check in these 2 things. This is just simplify a comment. And this one is prevent clicking bulletin boards when holding items. That works. Yeah, React hydration, yeah. Okay, rest of this is looking good. Not clickable. Clicked okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good then. Cool. press release. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, I agree with this. I think we mix things to make it easier to handle camera dragging, but I don't fully remember, and it doesn't really matter now. As long as we can get everything to work. I might as well include this little note here. From our conversation in the stream. Also, thanks for tackling this. I wanted this fixed, but I didn't want to look at anything. Where's the correct emoji for this? There's the monkey one. There. All right. Clean code would remove commented code. I think comments are still helpful. I think that if you ever have something like this is worthless because the code is self-documenting in this case. It's not doing anything crazy. But if you're ever like sum equals like x plus y, I don't know, if sum is equal to some number like this, then do something like this. You probably need to explain. And even if this is a constant somewhere, right? Like constant magic number, you explain it somehow. You're still gonna need a comment somewhere for like why, what's this specific thing about. I think that's what comments can be good for. Comments still become something that you need to maintain, just like code. Yeah, this is done. All right, so what's next now? Fix dragging by the portrait. I assume this is very simple. Yeah. And I might have even written that in here. Yeah, something goes towards a click. All right, let's try this out. 1033. Why did you type my phone number? Forget the additional plus. If that actually happened just there, that would be nuts. Nuts. And hey, Jost. All right, so all we have to do is this and then try dragging, and now we can. Okay. Yeah. Pretty good. Very rigorous code review needed for this. Aren't these comments? They only say what the line does. Useless. I felt proud. Yeah. Yeah, I still think comments have value. So I don't think deleting all comments is necessarily a goal of the code, but I do think that probably most entry-level devs are over commenting unless they're explicitly taught not to do that. And as I mentioned, one of the big problems is comments have to be maintained. So how many people in any language see function foo and a bunch of code, and there's a comment up here. They go into this, this is like many lines of code, and they fix some bug. Okay, cool, they fix it. And then they're like, they don't look at the comment again. The comment might need to be changed now as a result of this bug getting fixed, or just any line getting fixed. Maybe the body of the function gets changed. Maybe the name of the function now needs to change. Not even a comment thing. Like, people don't tend to look at that stuff all the time. And it's easy to ignore that stuff with code reviews too, because technically, like, anything anywhere in your project might change as a result of a line of code. You might have documentation saying, like, in a file here, oh, hey, we worked around an issue here because of a line of code somewhere else. You're not going to go searching through all your documentation every time you make a change. And that's why I think AI is going to help with a lot of that stuff, because AI could look through all of that and be like, hey, are there any references to this in my documentation or in a comment somewhere? And even if it only catches like 10% of them, and you could say like, oh, only tell me if you're absolutely positive, then that's still better than having a human process for that. Okay, so that's done. The last PR is this one. Closes 881. Ooh, I'm very interested in seeing this. This makes it so that dialogues that are part of a sequence now have two buttons, one to continue and one to interrupt or dismiss it to make better UX for players. Additionally, I made two other changes I've been wanting to address in the dialogue, so every big diff should be straightforward. Refactor how the close button is handled. Now instead of something special, just an extra option. Simplifies the scene tree and how we reason about it. Also changed references to close as a dismiss. Clearer what it means. I made it so dialogue options is nullable and null by default. None needs to specify, yeah. Okay, so this is 1034. Hey, Codex. Got senior devs that use the /// to auto-generate a summary. Then in the same feature branch, add new arguments to that method and never update the summary. Yeah. I think at least if code review, like if you point this stuff out, or if you have a meeting or something, it's like you can address the coding culture as a team. I find those things are otherwise generally pretty slow to move. And I find that sometimes people are pretty defensive about this stuff. Like I get it if something is wasting time. And I've actually heard from a friend of mine that the details probably don't matter, but they have some like very rigorous commenting structure that they need to apply for something that sounds like it's not even used. Like imagine, and again, I don't know the exact details and it doesn't really matter what they are, but imagine if at the top of every one of these you need to say like, this is function number 127. And then you make another function down here and you had to say like, this is function number 128, but now nothing's actually consuming these function numbers. Like this is process for the sake of process. Now, again, I'm contriving the example. I don't remember what my friend exactly told me, but he said it was something along those lines where it was like test IDs or something needed to be used and then maintained. All right, so we pulled this down. I never actually did anything with it, right? Yeah. Let's go run this. Yeah, I remember when I was coding Botland, since it was in JavaScript, that above every function that you had, you'd just taken something like X, Y, person, something like that. And then you'd typically make a comment for this, and you'd have to write that this is like an integer. Well, you don't have integers in JavaScript, I guess number, and then you'd say like this is a person object. This is just super problematic and why I don't ever want to use JavaScript again. Because even if you say what type this is, that type might change. It might be that you didn't expect a proper type of that thing. It was just duck typing, where the object happened to contain a name and an age, and it could actually be anything. I don't ever want to use dynamically typed languages like that again. I want static typing everywhere. Add type hints into JS directly. That'd be nice. Yeah. I like TypeScript, but I don't like the ecosystem of setting up new projects. Like just getting TypeScript running. It should just be as simple as JavaScript, I feel, and it's not. So I guess JavaScript with hints would be a step in the right direction. And then I guess you just rely on a linter to enforce the hints as being needed. At that point, we're just trying to get to having TypeScript out of the box by default. What am I doing? I am clicking an NPC, and more importantly, I'm clicking one with a lot of dialogue, like this one. Yeah, so now I can just press the dismiss button and get rid of this, or have them keep talking to me. Nice. Same as in Python today, yeah. This is really good. Yeah, Fiona the farmer sure does have a lot to say. Yeah, I want to make sure people understood how this stuff worked. And that dialogue has helped people, but if they ever open it again and they're like, no, stop it, and now they have a dismiss button. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's go look through the diff. So options container, set in code. Sounds good. Example button, I think that's fine. Well, actually, wait a second. Example button needs to get removed in the code. What is this doing here? Wait, I'm a little confused. We clear the options container then, which is why we never fetched this. Remove child node. Yeah, we just get rid of all of them. Okay. Does this have an editor hint that says this is removed in runtime? This is removed via a script which clears the parent container. Okay, there. I'll add a YLO file in every repo after watching your videos. Most of the time I try to finish something. Sometimes it means I'm 5 hours at the computer. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you know that a task is going to take you like 5 more minutes to finish, and let's say it's 5 p.m. and you want to end your workday and it's going to instead end at 5:05 or something, then it's like, yeah, sure, I guess you should finish it. But it's really hard to tell. Is it going to just take 5 more minutes, or are you going to find yourself there at 7 p.m. and be like, oh, I really should have left? So that's where at least being able to pick up the next day by leaving yourself in context is good. I feel like I've barely seen you in the actual Godot editor. Yeah, hey test user. Yeah, that does tend to happen a lot. I don't know how other game devs are in their editors all the time. It's like how are there such disparate styles that can still result in good games? It feels like most of the time I'm making code changes, validating them, and then just going back to code. Although we probably will do some playtesting today. Anyway, yeah, this is looking good. So that's 1 out of 30 files. So is dismissible being false is only for the final portion of a dialogue, which is now show dismiss option. Yeah. So I think reviewing this stuff should be pretty fast. Now, technically we should try every single one of these. Yeah. So I guess let's go do it. Main. We want to skip intro false. Let's try this out. It was renamed there, nothing changed. Oh yeah, that's true. Also, did this not even, there we go. Oh, we'll still just watch the intro. Why not? Oh, we can't change the sound now at this point. Well, I guess we're watching the intro with no sound. It's not as great. What a great intro. I am glad we did this. This took like a week to do, but it's looking good. Look at this cinematography. It's beautiful. What's DI? Dependency injection. How'd you make this? I mean, just with animation players and tweens. Yeah. It's not anything too crazy. The reason it took so long is because, one, I'm bad at this kind of storytelling. So, like, even just coming up with a storyboard took me a long time. And then, two, making it sort of come to life and feel realistic does take some time. So, like, those environments need to look good. The movements, the timings, the whatever else, it just takes a long time. Okay, so let's turn this off now. So yeah, this is just renaming something, which I guess we don't need to test that stuff. And that means that we can mark these as all seen. There's a buttons container, I think was renamed to options container, which I see options buttons there, but why don't we need button container anymore? We used to get it so that we could, oh, there's options container. Both existed? Where was this? VS Code broke. Hang on one second. Clearing my throat a lot more than normal today. Maybe it's just because I'm talking a lot. Hey, Zengo. Trying a game for the first time. Just spotted the lever. Super cool detail. The lever's only there because you unlock the perk for it. But, yeah. I hope you're liking it. The game, not the lever. I don't care if you like the lever. Where I had buttons with the options and the close button. Now we have a single container. I see. So where was this located? Line 22. So if I click... Oh, it's right there. I just didn't see it. All right. So it'll be the default value, I guess, so 0. Yeah. Dialog data, get the options or nothing. Show dismiss, add it. Yeah, sounds good. So if you do add in your own thing, it's got to have the dismiss option ID. Do we ever use that? We do. Yeah, that's fine. What's on the menu today? So we already finished the regeneration thing from Monday. So that took like 2.5 hours or something like that. So now it's merging PRs. And then after this, it's probably going to be some combination of playtest and like tackle some remaining issues. I have a user research session set up on Saturday, I believe. Yeah. So it's with a friend of mine, a real life friend who is like not into idle games or doesn't know that they're into idle games. So as far as I know, they haven't played them or don't like them. I'm not actually sure. So I think that'll be interesting to see how they interact with it and what they learn and what they experience. I think feedback's generally been pretty good. Yeah, the biggest issue is just that I really need to ramp up marketing. Have you had your wife blind play it? I think I did months and months ago. I should have her try it again. But I have a suspicion that my wife plays my games differently from how she would play other people's games. And I've seen her play other games that I've never really had that thought running through my head as she played them. I don't know. Yeah. All right, this is looking good. Yeah, cool. I think this is good. Doing marketing on your own? Do you have a plan or concept? I think just after Next Fest, we need to ramp up marketing efforts quite a lot. And I've got some ideas, but I haven't really been successful. I also just need to post to social media a lot more. Reddit, Twitter, Blue Sky, etc. Yeah. Like one of my background tasks in the last month has been cut down on this list size. I think after Next Fest, my background task is going to be just like market to people. Back in the Botland days, I did something that I thought was kind of interesting. I would like go into Twitch streams of people playing games and watch for a while and then send some like custom message to them. And that way it didn't sound like it was some impersonal, like, oh, hey, streamer number 2, I love your stream. You've got great energy, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to play my game? It was more like, hey, I've been watching your stream. Here's why I think you would like Botland. That took a lot of time and did not pay off. And I don't think it's worth putting in that time because the goal isn't really to build a relationship with the people I'm asking to have stream the game unless I already had a relationship with them to begin with. So there are people like, I had Kip Ogo over and he played the game and I was very appreciative and he gave a lot of feedback. If I didn't know Kit, I probably wouldn't have reached out to Kit with any more than a cursory like, hey, would you want to stream my game? And then he would have ignored it probably. Again, not faulting him or anything. It's just, why would you play an indie game if that's not what you do on stream? So yeah, I'll try to find some people who stream games, and ideally, I don't know how many of these people exist, but people who stream idle games, because I don't know how many people want to watch that stuff. And hey, maybe some of that works, maybe it doesn't. And maybe I could just move on if I reach out to like 50 people and I don't get any hits. Did you hear Microsoft backed Builder AI bankrupt after AI found to be 700 Indian engineers acting like their AI? Builder AI? I haven't heard of this at all. No code builder startup that allows users with no technical knowledge or experience build their own apps. Is there a news thing about this? Is it this? Running out of money? Huh. Close button text. Okay, yeah. That's the whole file, right? Yeah. This was undo changes, and now it just doesn't show. What happens in the game now? So I make a change. I click outside. You have unsaved changes. Would you like to save them? So if I undo, I guess let's try it with an actual change that I can tell. See here, the music is playing. I turn this down. I hit undo. It's working. I turn this down. I hit cancel. And then save. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Probably nothing changed there anyway, but yeah, might as well verify. This is fine. Microsoft backed Builder AI bankrupt after AI powered by 700 Indian engineers. Is this not a proper sentence? And not even a proper like headline? Backed by 500 million. Maybe AI just stood for actually Indians. I think this is the kind of thing that sounds like just fraud, right? I don't know if you can spin it a different way. Plays a lot of clicker and idle games here in Brazil. He might play Skeleseller. John, would you mind reaching out? I might feel different as a viewer slash as a person who actually speaks Portuguese than if I were to reach out with someone who's got something to sell. Hey, Sincel. And hey, I used this tag to play. Interesting that we have this here. If we made this public in dialog box, yeah, so this is private static partial. If we made this public, then we could presumably access this. Public static partial class messages. We don't ever have an example of that. I'm not going to focus on this for now. It doesn't matter, but we probably should make those consistent somewhere. Okay, these were made into protected thing, presumably because we need to do something in an inherited state. Yeah. Okay, this got a little bit more involved. We didn't have dialogue sequence data before. What's this used for? Text dialogue sequence state. And what do we used to get? We used to get dialogue data. Now it's dialogue sequence data. How is it different from dialogue data? Text title. Next dialogue title. Huh, what's that? Oh, oh, it's the button. It should be like next button text. Interrupt sequence title. And that could be dismiss button text. Character portrait theme override. So it's different from this, and then we don't need all of the options. Show dismiss, because we're going to default that to true. Dismiss option title. Submit option, cancel option. Okay, I see. Yeah, that would be very helpful, John. And if you can't, don't worry about it. You can always send me a message with just their name. You don't even have to try if you don't want to. I could reach out to them. So is it worth renaming these things? I think it could be. Next button text seems clearer than next dialogue title. Yeah. And interrupt sequence title. Dismiss option title. I'll just leave it. The other one sleeves title. I don't want to change everything, although I guess now would be the time to do it. Don't I already have it changed somewhere? Yeah, this is just add editor description to example button. This one's fine. I don't mind checking that in. Okay. It's looking good. Good. Yeah, these should all pretty much be the same. Yeah, I'm not going to look through these too closely. If anything's off, people will just probably report it anyway. Yeah. Nice. Pretty much the exact same thing. Yep, we're getting to the bottom of this, which is also nice. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks good. Like Kevin said, I could use anything that makes sense. I kind of want to change this. Next button text and dismiss button text. Now, where is this used? Everywhere. So I modified like 10 files. We call it dismiss option title. I mean, we might as well. Yeah, we might as well name it the same thing. No, I don't. I'm not going to touch this. What do I care? Yeah, there, done. Okay. All right, so I think this obviates the need for. Where is it? This issue. Yeah, I think we can just close this now. So given 1032 and 1034, given 1032 and 1034, I don't think this is super important. So I think I'm going to close this. There. Okay. This looks good. And I'm hoping this alleviates some of the frustration caused by this issue, right? Although 1032 probably addressed the majority of that with the slimes. Yeah. All right, my one tiny change made in there. Yeah, cool. Oh, we should push a new build today. All right. Whew. I feel like it's been almost nonstop work. I know I took 2 breaks, but like, man, it's been intense work. So let's switch back to main. And load this up again. Close out of these things. I guess launch from here too. Shouldn't really make any difference. It doesn't show any files there. Time to eat lunch then? Soon, yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we start a playtest, and as I'm like having lunch, I just turn off my camera and play the game a bit. Man. And then if everything looks like it's going pretty well there, then I work on some other issues in the afternoon. Yeah. Was there anything else in the next fest stuff? I know I already looked through this. I'm gonna just trust that it was that. Let's just do that. Throw a video of someone else playing. I need to ask them for permission. So yeah, let's start our own little playtest here. So here's what I'll do. We'll do this. Where is this opening from? Game out max Skeleseller. Temp delete me. Okay, so it's in a temp delete me folder. Delete me. Okay, so we'll save this somewhere else. I'll put it right here. And we'll call this V0.7.16 maybe. Let's just open it. I don't know what version it is. I'll say right here. Yeah. Cool. All right, so then let's export a new build. Wait, why am I doing this? This is stupid. No, I don't care about this. This is dumb. I wanted to be able to enter the tutorial and have all the stuff resemble what it resembles in production. But I actually want cheats on. So we're going to go with the cheats route here. So let's leave that one in. Let's leave that one. That's all fine. That's fine. Yeah, I guess the only ones I don't want any of these. Or that one. Anything else? Yeah. Oh, and this I don't want either. I want normal scene transitions. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna run the game, but before we do, what are we looking for here? Looking for general feel, pace, and any jarring issues that new players may experience. So let's run this. I'm gonna turn off my keyboard camera for now, but we're gonna, oh hey, the green screen's not close enough. There we go. Turn that off. I should do my impression of someone streaming Skeleseller. Hey everyone, found this cool game. Developer reached out to me. Seems like a nice guy. He's incredibly attractive. And they just talk about how attractive I am for like 30 minutes. Anyway, so Skeleseller, we're going to play this today. It's an idle game, very cozy, casual. This is pretty good music. Wow, I wonder who made it. Let's check the credits. I never even listed myself in the credits for that. Okay. Observations. I should be in the credits for the music. I actually do think people might check for that. So why do you have load game if you play it for the first time? I have the save file on my disk, so I could load. Anyway, let's start a new game. You hear those footsteps? It's pretty good. This is pretty good indeed. You know what I was thinking would have been nice is if every stream I ever did, I ended it with like a minute of showing here's what the game looks like now, so that any YouTube video I could consistently just go to the end of it and be like, yeah, here's what it looked like. But I didn't do that, and I don't even think it's worth starting. All right, I've got the land for Skeleton, but I need adventurers to do battle for me. If only I had a guild. Would you look at that? It's a guild. All right, who are we gonna pick? Bro. Not a real play. He's reading. I need to skip all the text. Can't read a single word. Then I'll be a real player. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to find too much wrong in the beginning of the game. Rogue won their first battle and found a potion, but where do we sell it? Oh my goodness, it's showing me. This is the greatest game in the world. Go, Skelly man. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wonder if drawing giant arrows and saying these are your customers is an interesting thing to do, and then just fading that out after some time. Maybe nice to have items animate going to customers when purchased. All right, I lost my first item, which means I can now do that. Oh, I can just restart battles immediately now because it's going to regenerate. In fact, let's see what you have to say. I am a slime. I'll pay you for tasty items. Drag items mean I'll eat them. Okay, slime. You can have an item. So if we repeat the battle and we're not missing enough life, it's not even going to take that long to regenerate. Like some customer V over them. Yeah, I was actually thinking like giant red arrows pointing at them. Not a subtle thing or anything. Just like, you will know that this is a customer. All right, we have enough now to make auto battling a thing. So let's go do that. Charlie. Cool, cool, cool. We should probably add the auto battle button directly into there, but I think having it at the end of the battle screen is fine too. That way we don't confuse people. Okay, let's spend our first money on seek food, and then I will in real life go seek food so that we can like slightly automate some of this stuff. Actually, I'll just go get it now. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go get my drinkable lunch. I'll be back in just a little bit, but I'm gonna probably leave my camera off. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'll still be here while I drink this thing. I'm just not gonna have my video on. You pick up the systems pretty quickly, and if you don't fully understand them at first. Yeah, I think she did a pretty good job. I will say some people have a bit easier intro based on what they already know or assume. And other people, I think, need to observe more and don't. So that's where they need more guidance from the game itself. Oh, I can afford an adventure. How much does it cost? Oh, interesting. I don't think anything's wrong with the pacing at the beginning, though. I think this is fast enough. Giant battle window. Yeah, I think getting the battle window sizes thing is going to be important. Getting battle window sizes. Or losing items. Look at all that. I do like this music. Okay, so we can afford the canyon, but did it tell us? Shouldn't it pop up a tip about that? Oh, there it is. Would you look at that? All right, start a battle. I'm gonna put this off screen, but yeah, one of the other things I should do is make boss battles bigger automatically. Hey, Super, did I make this myself? No, I did not make the art myself. Most of it is from Quickie Joe, but it started as being from asset packs. Elite defeated. Oh god, that's not supposed to be allowed. Okay, well that's a major bug. I'm guessing there's no chance of us winning. Yeah, they crush me. You can repeat boss battles just by clicking repeat. Need to prevent that. Okay, well anyway, we can go fight in the forest again. All right, let's get some stuffs. That was a stupid purchase. Oh well. Forgot one of the many edge cases. Yeah, I mean, that is why we're testing. I want to prioritize money over the tavern right now. Oh, so we won't even just get anything there. I think that'll be fine. Now, if I am prioritizing money, I guess that means I should prioritize something in the garbage slime. Maybe this. Let's try that one. In fact, you know what? It's probably better to have them run two different battles. So get the mage out of there and put the mage into here. And then handle all these things. Alright, so now we have 50. If we get 70, we can afford this. It's gonna be quite the slog to get 70. It's not gonna be too bad, actually. I say quite the slog, but it's like 5 potions from where I was. In fact, we're already almost there. Yeah, we need one more sale. There, done. Okay. So now we get hungry even faster. Sorry, I'm being quiet because I'm having lunch. I normally just stop the stream during lunchtime. I want to work some extra time today. market the game more. You have enough to level up. Who should we level? Which doesn't really matter too much. All right, nice. We are getting some money. In fact, I wonder if we just got this next and went like a full potion build. I'm going to try that just to see. I mean, we might as well test these things out. But ideally, I think it'd be upgrading the farm next. Which, like I said, we're not going to do. We're going to go with a stupid route. Doing pretty well, though. That shop is full. Can't wait to see people who are like, oh, cool, I understand what's happening. Because there are now errors, but they wouldn't have known there weren't errors at some point. Okay, we can afford it now. Max hunger. So now the slime is getting hungrier at 120% the rate, or actually 220% the rate that they used to be. Oh, and I have enough to level up another adventurer. We should probably make that pretty obvious to people. Make it obvious when you have enough sludge to level up an adventurer. Oh, look at all these potions. Can't lose them. All right, so now we should get one of this, which we can't afford yet. Did I change the level up cost? No, it's still 50. But I think we probably should do that. Okay, now we should go for the quest because we're getting too many potions. And I want one seek food. Perfect. So now if I do neglect a potion, it'll get eaten automatically. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I think you did mention that, Boomer. And I think it is a pretty common thing that people want to know. And there were just issues. The way I kind of see it is we've been working on a lot of stuff, and there are some changes that I would say stand out in the last few months, but in general, a lot of them have been just small changes that add up to something that makes the game feel more enjoyable. All right, so we got Barry the Skeleton in our workforce now. Now we have 2 Skelly-mans. Now we can upgrade the critical eating. Although I really should upgrade the farm, as I mentioned. I don't think just going all out on the slime is a good idea at the beginning. Actually, let's do that. Let's go for the farm. Yeah. I'm getting very chilly. Oh, this is a chilled drink that I'm having. Wow, look at all these items. I mean, this is why we shouldn't be battling where we're battling. I don't even know why we're doing this. We'll close these. We'll send them into the volcano. Which means they're going to need the armor shop. Let's just build that now. But they should be able to win, at least most of the time. And the regeneration time is going to be faster than it used to be. So only like 8 seconds isn't too bad. Yeah, nice. Okay, now let's get the shiny loot perk. Selling 50 items is all we need to guarantee the money back. In fact, yeah, I guess you have to sell exactly 50 items. Because I don't have anything worth enough. Once I got the next level of that, which I think that was a mistake to upgrade that. Oh well. Good old garbage slime is still giving me some good money. It'll give me even more once I can afford that. Give me the 12 gold. Treat how far you can get when ignoring or putting minimal effort into the farm. It's just a speed thing, right? Because technically you could level up to the max level on just carrots, but it'd be really, really obnoxious to do that. Oh, actually, I guess you only have to ignore the farm until you get the fishing pond. So as long as you can get to level 3, then you should be able to get to the max level on just the fishing pond. In fact, it might actually help to do that. Should probably try a run like that at some point. Probably be super boring. Only carrots run. Well, if you expand the farm, you will get 25 carrots at a time. That's actually not too bad. But yeah, if you only have 4 carrots, that means you're getting 8 food every like minute. And 8 food per minute means it's going to take you quite a long time to level up. Oh, we can get another adventure. Nice, 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 nice. All right, get you guys out of battle. Put an archer into there. And I guess level up the archer too. Sure, why not? Now the battles will be super fast. Okay, I gotta get a hoodie. This is freezing. They're trying to buy armor, but there's no armor. Until now. Nice. It's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen a desired item yet. They should be wanting certain things, and they just don't. Alright, get these back up there. We should get another customer soon, too. Too many upgrades I need. Could actually just get the final adventurer before that. Yeah, I don't think we really need more customers yet. Maybe we do. Yeah, my workers are just standing around. I can get this. Dump all the other yellow potions in there. Yeah, I need more customers. Let's get one. And then we are very close to being able to afford the farm upgrade. I heard myself lose an item right there. I'm looking at something else right now really fast. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're upgrading the farm. And dumping this in immediately. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now I just gotta stop losing items. Be curious to see the reaction of players to that. Yeah, I think a lot of people just end up ignoring the customer desires at some point, which is kind of a shame because it basically just means that whatever you upgrade your customers to do, you're just losing them anyway. I think we need to change it even if players don't realize they need it changed. Actually, I could upgrade this too. We have enough to upgrade an adventure as well. Let's do that. Pretty good, pretty good. Can we afford another customer? Oh, we can. And we can get customer speed soon, too. In fact, we can get it right now. Watch those customers dash 20% faster. Oh, I should probably get critical eating. Yeah, I should have upgraded that originally. I want this over there. 9 gold. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, hey, desired item. And we've got plenty of cloaks, as long as I don't buy out all of them. Come on, come on, come on. Don't turn around, you other two customers. Okay, good. Nice. 9 gold tip. So the way the customer desire system works is this character wants a cloak and won't buy anything else. So, and she's in that state for up to 3 minutes. If you don't get her a cloak, she'll just leave your town. So right now, it's easy enough to be like, oh, I get cloaks from here and I get blue... Well, actually, I get every item, I guess, at once right now. But later in the game, I'd have to go back to old locations to get these items, and I might not feel like doing that. So this customer is just a waste of space then for 30 minutes, or sorry, 3 minutes. But now they're not. That person gave me a 12 gold tip. This person gives me a 9 gold tip. Fill the desire, buy new customers, or just wait for them to eventually just lose the desire for that item. So in 3 minutes, they'll eventually want everything again. But yeah, for that 3 minutes, that's all they want. Okay, so I'm gonna get the next adventurer because I am skipping some content here. Basically, we're gonna level up that and then level up. Actually, no, we're gonna save it. All right, so let's put the witch doctor in a battle and give you your skill. Remember, everybody, this is on Steam. You can wishlist it. You can actually play this demo, although I haven't uploaded the new version yet, so it's 1 week old. But I plan on uploading a new version today. Okay, let's upgrade both of these things. So now it's every 5 seconds the slime will automatically eat. Although we should probably go to the next location. Yeah, I'll go to the next location. This could be you, skelling and selling, yes. That's true. Yeah, I explained it. Yep. Okay, so go to the next location. Oh, which we can't even afford. So never mind. Yeah. A bunch of people have already tested it and everything. I've watched a lot of people play and give feedback, and that's what prompted a lot of the priorities that we've had so far. Okay, we are fine on items now. So now what we need, where'd the armor go? I think I just sold that. Now what we need is for customers to actually buy stuff. Yeah, didn't matter in the end. Okay, great, done. Send them in. Send them in and watch them fight. Okay, I'm gonna go take a quick break, maybe get a little bit more food, and I'm gonna mute my mic, but I'm gonna leave this running for now. Be back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Zoe. How's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I'll turn my camera back on in a little bit. I was just eating lunch. Normally, I just stop the stream completely. We'll be back to normal here pretty soon. All right, so I can upgrade my adventurers. Yeah, let's leave it at that. And then, wait, what level are they? 4. And we have 3 skeletons now. We can upgrade the shops, which I wouldn't normally do. I should upgrade that. Ooh, critical. Nice. Oh, wait. I want to sell that boot. Well, I guess they're going to buy it. I'm mostly sleeping. What, for months? Must put in quite the nap. All right, they're going to tip. 13 gold. Pretty good. It is normally called a coma. Oh, welcome back regardless. And you're just in time for next fest in 5 days. Yeah, what year is it? 2025. Wow. Are all of humanity's problems solved? What's that? There are more of them. All right, so we should probably go fight the dragon, which we should probably get. We can pretty much afford 2 more levels. All right, upgrade the portal. Let's see how they would fare right now against the dragon. Probably poorly. Yeah, it has advanced a lot. Things have changed greatly since what, November? So it's hard to tell if they're going to win. I think they will. Which means I think the rogue is just very powerful at level 4. Yeah, they won. All right, now they're going to carry this thing around. But if I build the warehouse, then I can take this and I can get money for it. Goods and services can be exchanged for money. Wow. Does this tip automatically dismiss itself? I should look that up. Does the dragon tip go away on its own? It might once you beat the waterways, which I don't know if we can even do. Oh, we could level up our adventurers some more, though. Yeah, they're dying. Let's just get out of the battle. And I guess give them another level up. Yeah, okay, let's try that out. What happened there? It looked like what happened there? Hold on a second. Also, let me turn my camera back on. Let's mute this and see what just happened. Because I think something weird happened. This is waiting for full health, 7.3 seconds. So far, so good. Oh, weird. And then it says your party is walking to the portal. What? How did the rogue even leave the battle? What happened? What? They're all out of the portal right now. That's not good. Hey, Ryan. Oh, I'm losing a... that sound is great. Man, it actually worked. Also, it did auto-dismiss that tip. Or I still have YouTube open somewhere in full screen. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. Bug, I beat the dragon, switched to the waterways. Then I won, but my party left the portal despite auto battle being on. Yeah, weird. Is this happening every time? I want to watch what happens at the end of this battle. It's ridiculous. I lost. They're not out of the portal there. Yeah, what happens if they win? I need the weapon shock. How that even happened, though? I don't think people would really notice it too much unless it happens a lot. Did they leave the portal now? No. Is it only after beating the dragon? Like, what happened? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. We'll have to find out. I'll have to try it again afterward. Anyway, let's go build this. And this. Oh, nice. The fishing pond sound is there. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think playtesting wise, I'd say I'm done. Because otherwise I know what happens. Like I'm gonna want to just beat the game again, but there's no real, I'm not really testing anything at this point. And I shouldn't just play the game. It should be testing the game. So yeah, all in all, things are looking pretty good. Let's go try that one thing out again that I just mentioned. So how did we get this to happen? We beat the dragon, and then we went to the waterways, and we had like a normal party. So let's unlock all adventurers, and let's make a sort of normal party. We'll make them all level 4. So they should still take damage. Whoops, well that one's level 5. That's fine. All right, now let's give them some skills. There. And then let's go send them into all of the battles. There's that one. There's that one. Hey, Azusko. Is there a keybind to toggle those windows closed or open? I know I'd want to spam close and open to clear the screen and keep it tidy. The battle windows, these ones? Because if you're talking about like this, where's the window? This window you can open and close. These have the battles, and you typically always have battles running. So all you can do is make them smaller. Take care, DeShane. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, we haven't actually finished this. Let's try this out. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is get back to fighting in the crypt, but we need to beat every location first, which is why I'm rebattling all of these. Now we're there. So what I did is I fought this battle, which we might lose. I don't know. It doesn't really matter because we can force a win. Are they gonna win? Yeah, it looks like they're gonna win. They're not even really taking a lot of damage. All right, so we got done with this. And then I edited this, chose the witch doctor, started a battle here. And auto battle is on. I think. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, it should be on. Oh, I don't have an auto battle unlocked. Oh, God. This whole thing was a waste of time. Oh, man. Oh, no. Well, we can still see if the issue happened. I guess there's no way for it to happen. Yeah. They're gonna leave the portal. Oh, what a waste of time. I mean, we could try it, I guess. Make it different. No, didn't happen. So what, we test it again? Except for this time I save before I do that. Alternatively, what if we just modify the save file directly by hand? Save data, delete. All right, so we turn that off, and then beaten instance IDs. What are these? We don't want to have beaten the crypt. So we do that. All right, let's try running that now. So we go load the game. Why are the waterways unlocked? Because it's unlocked. All right, let's try that again. Load. Perfect. Cool. So we send in some adventurers to battle there. They're going to win. They won't have auto repeat on because they can't. So they beat this, and then we go from here over to the waterways. I'm not even going to change the party around. I hope they win this fight. Darn it, they're going to lose. Did they leave the portal? No. I think they need to win that fight. Oh, this is so frustrating. Because I don't know exactly what I did to repro this in the first place. Maybe we need to add another party member just to not have them lose. Auto battle is actually off here. Oh, I can't even... It says current state on, but it doesn't look on. That's not good. I think this is just like broken. Maybe that's what's causing this to happen. They did not leave the fight though. All right, well, this is another problem. Yeah, man. Oh, wait, fleeing turns it on? Is this the state we were in? We're still in some weird broken state here. If I close this and just reopen it, what happened? Now it's working just fine. It probably has to do with starting a boss battle. I think that after you fight a boss, the auto battle button gets stuck in a disabled looking state. Despite being on, apparently. Oh, man. Cherries get super cheap here for like 1 week out of the year. But only for that time. Then they're like $2 for a pack. But otherwise, normally they're like $4 to $6. Yeah, cherries are pretty incredible. All right, well, this is a problem. So these two things are the biggest problems that we're trying to fix. Wait, no, there was another one, wasn't there? Oh, yeah, no, that was it. Okay, so can repeat boss battles by clicking repeat. So we can't go fight there. It says you can only fight an elite once. So we need to restart the game. And then start a battle here. go into the next location, start a battle there. And we see that the repeat button is there. It's enabled. This used to get disabled properly. What happened? I wonder if we're just not setting the state correctly. Is boss instance. If it's not a boss instance, or not all adventurers can start battle. All right, well, it's got to be something in here. So let's put a breakpoint there. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to restart this then. Pound is $14 here. Oh, man. Have you ever had Rainier cherries? They're the red and yellow ones. They taste pretty much the same, but they're very pretty. Yeah, like if you didn't know any better, you'd still just be like, oh, this is a regular cherry, but it tastes slightly different, I'd say. Look like tiny apples. I have egg-laying hens in a veggie garden. You know, if you just taught those hens how to lay veggies, you wouldn't need the garden. They could make an entire omelet all at once. There's one broccoli omelet, please. I had a broccoli omelet the other day. It actually wasn't as good as I thought it would be. So I got to just repeat this. And every single time I do this, it's going to break in. Yeah. It's going to do this many times. Well, what are you going to do? They're very stubborn. Those darn hens. All right, here we go. Let's see if this works. So here we are. Is boss instance should be true. It is. And now what? Has beaten boss is false. Uh-oh. Huh. This is probably a call stack problem. Like, I'm doing this in the wrong order. But let's see. This gets called a second time, doesn't it? Yeah. And then what? Has beaten boss is false still. And that's it. Yeah. Okay. Well, then there's the issue. Okay. So has beaten boss is false. We probably need to change the order of things. All right. So what's a call stack? Debug win instance. Oh, maybe it's because I'm... No, it probably doesn't have to do with the debug part of this, does it? Battle stage ended. On battle ended. Just battle ended. Show into battle screen. Where do we mark that this happened? Because the save file knows that we beat them, right? Yeah, save file knows it. So it's wherever we modify this thing. I guess let's just look for it. Here it is. Level. No, that doesn't help. We set it somewhere. Here it is. Debug unlock all instances. That's one. And then here's the other one. Unended battle. So where's unended battle called from? Town.ended battle. On battle ended. We need up-to-date values. And this gets called from instances manager. And I'm not using the same thing here. On battle ended instances manager. No, I'm not. Okay, so this is in the town. And it's what sets that you beat the elite. It's getting called. It's just not getting called in the right order. On instance battle ended. All right, so where's this supposed to get called from then? here from instance on battle ended. Is that what we're seeing? Still not quite. It's called by that in instance slot.cs. So now what calls that one? And what was the name of that? On battle ended. On instance battle ended. This invokes, no, it doesn't invoke upward. What? Oh, it's just the instance directly that calls it. Okay. So where do we show the end battle screen? They're troublemakers. Every once in a while, they decide to hide their eggs in some horrible location. How much space do they have access to? Also, I wonder what prompts that. Oh, man. All right. It's called from instance on battle ended. I need to figure out where on battle ended. This is called from battle stage ended. Which is called from instance dot battle stage ended. Oh, wait. I think I see what's happening here. Okay. It's just that this one's being invoked before the instance's manager one is being invoked. So it's probably based on order of listening to this thing. Yeah, we initialize the instance slot here. And the init is probably responsible for, yep, it is. Okay, so I think if we just change the order, I think we should be fine. I wonder if I just accidentally changed the order. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if we just put this here, everything's fixed. This needs to be before we initialize the instance slot so that beating elite monsters sets, like, records that you beat them before we show the end battle screen. 14 acres. Oh, they just roam around. I see. It shows under a thorny rose bush recently. You get an omelet and a bouquet of roses. And a loss of a pint of blood. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, it broke in, didn't it? We don't need to do that. We can just see if the repeat button is broken. Come on, come on. Yeah, nice. Okay, so what if we edit the party? We can't start a battle there, right? Yeah, nice. All right, this is working. Okay, easy enough fix. Fix bug with repeating boss battles. The repeat button wasn't getting disabled because of the order of event handlers. But then we had this other problem. I beat the dragon, switched to the waterways. I won. I mean, we should probably look at everything that led up to that, right? Make sure I'm not mistaken. So here we're fighting the dragon. And we know that we win. Spoilers. Okay. Then I minimized it. That doesn't probably matter at all. I built the warehouse. That also shouldn't matter. At some point, I edit the party window. Yeah, so I clicked edit. I clicked the waterways. I added the new party member. I started. Auto battle's apparently on, but it doesn't look like it's on. And that's another bug. So we need to figure out that. And then I did some other stuff in these menus. And right there was the problem, apparently. Let's go frame by frame when we get to it. I fled. Wait a second. What? Fled. Did I click the button? What even happened? I didn't click that. Oh my God, I did. Oh, I didn't realize that. Wow, it's a good thing I watched this video. I thought I just left it. I thought we won. I guess because I saw that my adventurer died. And I thought, let's leave the battle. Huh. All three of which are breaking bugs. Nice. 97 more to go. You're totally done. No, but really, congratulations. You both filed 100 issues and solved 3 of the breaking ones. You have video evidence to scrub through. Yeah. No, that helps out a lot. We found an issue the other day because Athena Dragon had streamed the game, and she ran into an issue that has been around for months where items would get stuck on the path up there. And it wasn't until watching that video that we were like, okay, that's what's causing it. But it took a lot of searching through the video to even find that. All right, so it turns out I fled. I said then I won. I didn't win. I fled, my party left the portal despite auto battle being on. Fleeing seemed to leave auto, or it seemed to still have auto battle on. I don't know what could have caused that. Right? That shouldn't be a problem. So we go to a battle. Well, it says you can't auto battle against elite monsters, but I'm not actually fighting an elite monster. Oh, it's just broken. It's broken. So I hit flee and then this thing happens. Yeah. I think that's the problem. Yep. That's the problem. Okay. Well, we have a very easy repro now. Oh, we fixed that. What was the problem? The problem was that let me see if I can show you this. Yeah. Okay, so here was the problem. This is the worker state where they pick up items. So all this code is supposed to do is make them walk over to an item and pick it up. And in the process function, so this is what's called all the time, we make sure, does the target have an item? So like, are they trying to go pick up an item from an item display, but you already removed it? Or is the item held? So have you lifted the item? So it's still kind of there, but now it's like a phantom item. So this is correct. But then when they reach the destination, so when they hit the target, we did not check those same conditions. So we just assumed it would be true if it was true the frame before. But on the very same frame that you reach the target, you could pick it up. And when you did that, it would be held by you, but being carried by a worker, which would cause some like weird things to happen. So all we did is just add in this line and it fixed everything. But it took a very long time to track down. And it was a very difficult thing to repro too. Okay, so the repro is fight a boss, edit party to go to the forest, and then auto battle looks like it's disabled, but it's really on. And fleeing will make your party leave the portal, but auto battle. Yeah, I don't know how the first part of that is true though. And I really don't want to try to figure this out. I just want it to be fixed. But we have to figure it out. So you edit the party to go to the forest. As soon as you start that, shouldn't we update the state of this thing? There's an in-battle screen. Why would we disable auto battle here? Disabled is true if it's elite and you can't repeat elite battles. So this is what's happening here because there's nothing else that even sets this to disabled. Oh my God. Oh, it's because we never set this to enabled again and we reuse the in-battle screen. This kind of makes me wonder if we should have freed this and made a new one every time. Because technically we need to reset all of the state every time. Oh boy. Problem is that we reuse the in-battle screen without setting its state back to the beginning state. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think this could cause a lot of issues in the future. Well, how hard is it to just make one of these every time we want it? In battle screen. Like here we're initializing it, so we could make a new one instead of trusting that it exists. Yeah. I mean, As a one-line fix, we could just reset the state of that disabled button. It's just used for these. Oh man. Let me dispose this and get rid of this stuff. The in-battle screen should just be disposed to though, so that it's not a problem. All right, I think I'm going to do the easy fix for now. This is not smart, what I'm about to do. Wait, ready won't even be hit again. It's got to be done in a init. Which, doesn't that mean that if we... Oh, this is a bigger problem. If we close a battle as we're transitioning between phases and then start a new battle, won't this be stuck on the screen? I think so. Let me try this. How do we even repro this bug? We got to go to a place that's got multiple waves. So here's the first place. Then let's make ourselves basically invincible so that it's not that hard to win. And then close the window. No, wait, we can't close the window. We have to flee. Yeah, so we need to beat the first wave and then flee. And then go into a new battle that doesn't have waves. I don't know for sure that that's going to work. We probably just hide this in some other place. Yeah, we probably hide it somewhere else. I don't see where. Fade out. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Maybe... Oh, we hide the whole in-battle screen. That's why. No, but then when you show it again... Darn it, why is this happening this way? Because there's a tween to hide it? Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. At least for this. So this is showing, but it already has a fade out tween being run on it. So it's going to hide itself. If we made this have like a very, very long duration, then it would still be showing. So I think we're going to need to null out the, or like clear out the in battle screen every time we start a battle. And that whatever I'm about to do is just a temporary solution. Well, for what it's worth, it's a really easy temporary solution. We just take this line and... Is it enabled by default? Wait a second. There's this. Okay, we just set that to false. That shouldn't fix everything though. Is auto repeat on? What, this never gets updated? Button pressed. I don't think it's as simple as this. I thought it would just be a one-line change. But now that I think about this, this is just going to enable the button. But something's still going to be broken. Oh, what a shame. So we go to this battle, we win. Now we go back to the forest. And is auto repeat on is true. We're not going to disable this. We should not go into the boss route here. Good, we didn't. So what does the state of the battle look like? It looks correct. We hit flee, and yeah, everything works now. What? So we check for the disabled state? No, we don't. Oh, set press no signal might not do anything when it's disabled. I'm actually not certain what that does. What does it say? Changes the state of the button without emitting this. Use it when you want to change that. Only works if toggle mode is true. Doesn't unpress other buttons. Huh. I don't actually know what that does then. Because it doesn't mention disabled states there. So we should be able to try this. Godot unit test? No. We have some chicken soft thing that we're not really even using. So I need to test this, which means we need a toggle button that we can test this on. I guess the in-battle screen is as good as any. Yeah, so what we need to do is just set this to disabled always. And then try changing the value. I don't know why that would fail. I don't know. I don't have an explanation for why this fixes everything. Yeah. Update auto battle button. Button press. We don't ever check the disabled state. Why? How does that make sense? Something. It has to be Godot. That's the only thing I could think. But we saw that it was on, so that can't even be that. I don't get this. I don't get how this is going to fix things. Huh. I guess let's just try it again and see what happens. Another extension library is better. Yeah, I haven't really looked into that stuff too much. I'm gonna try this again. So this is with the bug in place. And we edit. Oh, I need auto battle on. And then we go to the forest. And now it's gonna say that it's on, but fleeing will actually. Why does that happen? I just don't have an explanation for why this one line would change the outcome of what happens when you flee. We never check the disabled state of this button. It doesn't even exist outside of this scene. So I'm going to do the same things we just did. Now we go there. And then we go back here. And then when I flee, it doesn't repeat the fight. Truly a marvel. Truly. Okay, well, did we fetch anything else here? We do set press no signal, which calls it on the underlying button. I guess that's fine. Then we must have a listener for that somewhere, right? Or something's pulling. Oh, maybe button press can't be true if a button is disabled. Okay, that I should look into. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint here. And then check this. We don't even need a breakpoint. We could just do this both ways. And then just copy paste this and set this to true. And then see what happens. Yeah, pretty reasonable. I think we look at that. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Let's try it. So we get that and we go to there and we click start. Okay, so now button pressed is true. And now when we disable the button, it's still true. Huh, that's strange. Abby. He's meowing in the other room. Well, I'm confused. Unless maybe the next frame it's going to report that it's false. Hey, Caleb. I'm doing well. Today has been very productive. I just have a couple of little issues that I want to fix that may not actually be so little. Flee button press. What does this do? This button press, then set it to false. Maybe you can't set it to. Oh yeah, maybe you can't set it to false when it's disabled. Okay, let's try that. So let's hit the flee button. And button press should be true. And now we set it to false. And it's false. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Let's just keep following this and see what happens. It's going to probably check for auto repeat somewhere. Maybe down here. Battle ended. This doesn't even do anything, does it? No, it doesn't. We've gone into a trap. Where are we supposed to be? Oh, I don't know. I don't know at all. Yeah. Something else must have listened to this thing. Must have been a fled battle or something, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. More disappointed than I thought it would be. It's thicker than I hoped. Coin compartment is smaller than I hoped it would be, and the quality is fairly poor. I was looking at Slick Deals, and there was a microphone that was selling for $350, and it was a Shure microphone, and apparently it's one of the most counterfeited microphones. So you might spend $350 and get some like $50 microphone that looks kind of like it should be what you want. And I'm guessing if you're new enough to audio production that you wouldn't even know that you got fleeced. I don't think they were probably trying to rip you off with a wallet. That was probably just the usual Amazon fare. But it reminded me of the microphone. Oh man. Hey, by the way, Boomer, I know you said you were in music production as your like main gig. I want to buy studio monitors for music production. Do you recommend anything in the like less than $500 range? I want 2 speakers and I want stands. Oh, I don't think the stands probably matter. I can probably just buy whatever I want for that. But yeah, any particular like brands or things I should look for or anything? Because right now I have some like kind of no-name speakers and they're fine. I paid $40 for them about 15 years ago. I don't need them to be in that range, like a $40 range, but I want to get something a little bit more professional. Well, speaking of professional, I should probably have my keyboard camera on. All right, I don't have an explanation for why this thing would be happening, and I'd love to figure this out. With inflation, that's like $800. It would be much more expensive, and I think they were a pretty decent deal. They're Amadeus speakers, and I don't even know if I'd be able to find these things again. If I just search for it. It looks kind of like this. There's probably a model number on these somewhere. Like, I don't know what the quality of these is. Is it this? No, it's not exactly this. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it just for searching this thing. So I think I had more speakers at one point, and I'm like, why do I need 4 speakers? I only use 2 of them. RT41A. Well, I have that. Yeah, this is what I got. Oh, nice. Privacy error. 4.1 home theater surround sound. Yeah, it's this thing, which I don't think exists anymore. It's a deep rabbit hole, but a few key things to keep in mind. Driver size, 5-inch to 6.5-inch woofers are ideal for the average office and studio size. Obviously active, don't even look at passive. Okay, let me write this down. Speakers, 5-inch to 6.5-inch for home office. Active, don't look at passive. Sounds good. Yeah, I was thinking the 5-inch ones that I'd seen before, but I didn't even know about this active versus passive thing. Just to show you, I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to more than just this code. But I seriously don't understand how the disabled state of this button could be having an effect. And when you press flee, we invoke this thing and only one thing listens for it. Yeah, it's this. And then this calls flee battle, calls ended, calls into this, calls this thing. Oh, wait, don't multiple things listen for this? There is no other thing here. Stage transition timer free. And then the only invoke we have in this whole function is down here. Ah, but there are 2 listeners for that, and I only looked at one of them. Okay. So this calls show end of battle screen. And from here, we somehow figure out if you have auto repeat on. Here it is. Abby. Abby, come in. Hang on a second. Catso. She's just meowing, but she's not actually trying to come over here. Usually she meows and then wants in and then comes over and sits on my lap. Can't go wrong with these brands. Sounds good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is this a problem here? Maybe auto repeat was never set correctly? Because this is where this thing is getting hit from. Or at least I had it open. Oh man, you know what I'm learning? I'm learning that after lunch, I just cannot operate. Enjoy playing metal through them. I'm guessing these are huge though, right? No, I can't really tell from the pictures because there's nothing for scale. Yeah, I can't tell how big they are. Maybe Google search has better scale. Oh, yeah. If that's the size of them, those are huge. They're cabinets, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop it, stop it. Anytime I say the word Google, my phone is like, are you talking to me? And then tries speaking at me. I gave it a British accent, though. All right, let's go back to the source of this. It was on battle ended, and there were only 2 listeners. So it's got to be this one. It's not. It's this one. Yeah, here. Okay, so that's where I want the breakpoint. And let's see, do I have the change in or no? Just delete all this. So it'll be set wrong, but you know what we should do? We should just put this up here and have it work even for regular battles. That way I don't need to do anything special. Yeah, we have a nice speaker system for our TV, but I don't want to like move the speakers from room to room. So yeah, I want to get new ones here. And then I mentioned this the other day, but I have the Yamaha piano. It's a digital piano. And it has built-in speakers, but no input for those speakers that I can connect to. So when I use the synth that I have, I need to plug it into something. And that means either headphones or my like sucky speakers that I have. So I want to move my computer speakers over to there and then get new ones for this room. And I just need to find a good enough deal for it now. And from what I understand, there's no real upper limit on this stuff. Like people spend thousands of dollars on speakers apparently. So like I don't think I need to go to that extent. But I think, yeah, probably in the sub $500 range, I should be able to find something good. And then just never buy speakers again for the rest of my life. Okay, I have this set up. My brain is elsewhere. I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, so if we just do any battle, this should happen. Yeah, so we said this is true. Abby. Abby. Hey, yeah, come on. It's like she doesn't know that I'm in here. She's an expert hunter. And she's got like instantaneous reflexes. But then I'm like, hey, cat, why are you meowing? And she's like, where are you, human? Hi. Yeah, come sit down. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I only want this to happen when I have auto battle unlocked. And I don't have it unlocked. So now we repeat the battle. It should be off by default. Let's see. Yeah, nice, it is. Okay, so when I hit the flee button, it should happen here, right? No, it didn't. I don't know what's going on. Does it happen now? Yes, it happens now. Okay, good. So then it should happen again when I do this. And we'll be able to see what's going on. So I press the flee button. I don't actually care what's happening here, but this I care about. So we should just be able to type auto battle. It's not the name of the thing. I don't know what it is called. Auto repeat. It's true. What is failing then? This makes no sense. I go down to here. I initialize this thing. Oh, maybe the result of the battle matters? I mean, it says fled, but then we don't do anything on fleeing. No, that's it. And auto repeat is only used for what? Start regeneration, set press no signal. End battle screen shouldn't have to be disabled either, though. Oh, man. I don't know. I can't figure this out. Fleeing triggers. Oh, wait. Maybe the problem is that we have this set to true, not that we have it. Wait, no. Fleeing should normally turn it off. So it's not being turned off. Yeah, so this isn't actually working. So I do need to break in on that. Yeah. Flee. Okay. So if the button is pressed, then set it to false. Oh, this is not set press with a signal, is it? Or does that happen? If it's pressed means the button is pressed down or toggled. Changing value will result in toggled to be emitted. So toggled gets emitted for this, but only for something listening, which is here. So as soon as I call that, it should call into here. And it doesn't. Presumably because it's disabled. So then, yeah, it doesn't emit the toggled event when it's disabled. That's got to be what the problem is. Okay, well then that makes sense. I get that. Because this is true. Yeah. Oh man, hey me, Chris. All right, I'll write this down. What's your commission from past Guitar Center? Yeah, from everything I've read online, apparently what you should do is go to a store and test these things out. But like, I don't even know where there's a store near me that has speakers for you to test out. And like, how would I even know? What am I trying to say? My music that I might try to play is not what I'm probably going to hear from these speakers that I'm testing with. Number 2 in sales. Oh, that's pretty good. Too bad the commission was terrible, though. Feels like they should incentivize that more. It helps the store. All right, I'm going to stand up. Make sure nothing falls off the desk. Hey, Melmsy. How's your co-working going? All right, how are we doing? Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's move this. Okay. Hey, Cube Miser. This is very interesting to me that if we wanted this, if we want to do this and have this work the way I originally planned, what we have to do is this. You have to say like old disabled state is equal to this and set this back to true and set it to false. There's maybe an easier way to do this, but I think that would work and now we wouldn't have the bug. So let's turn off all these breakpoints and just restart everything. It's going, been a bit too busy the last week or so. This is a great focus help. I'm glad to hear it, yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna do this for like the millionth time here, except for this time it's gonna work. We start a battle. Okay, I'm like misclicking everything. I'm doing the easy part poorly. Yeah, nice, that fixed it. All right, well, I wonder where they mention this because this is not what I'd expect to have happen here. Maybe it's even an issue. Button toggled disabled. Also, isn't this a hilarious issue title? I don't even know what this is. Match don't match. Found nothing like my issue with is issue match in title. All right, I'm not even going to try to read the rest of that. Set pressed in button don't work. English not compute. Toggle mode is false. Set press will immediately exit and do nothing. Did they mention the disabled state here? Whoa, what's that? Set to false on the next frame? Is that true? So it only works immediately when it's not disabled? I kind of want to test this. Huh. Disabling a button in a button down handler will cause the button to return to the press state, not the normal state. This was closed anyway. All right. Well, that's the last thing I kind of want to test, but I also don't really care. Oh, man. All right, let's do it. So we set this to true, and then we wait a frame. So process frame. And then we put this in here. And I guess set this to an async function. And then examine the state. See if... Wait, no, the event listener was never called, though. So we hit the play button and we didn't see it get called. I guess because when a button's disabled, you shouldn't be changing its state. It's just weird that that happens. And I feel like it would be a bug. And maybe people just don't run into this situation. Or maybe something else is going on. Maybe we remove the event listener by that point. No, we don't do that. All right, well, what's the solution? What do I want to do here? Because this is going to be another potential bug. And I don't even know if I'm gonna have this written down. A disabled button doesn't emit a state change thing. I should probably just file a minimal repro and just, yeah, I should just make a minimal repro. Fine. Fine. Let's go do it. I think it's the right thing to do. Create a project. Create it in temp somewhere. What are we going to call this? Disabled toggle button repro. No version control. Great. I don't want to do this. So now what is this button? It's an icon toggle button, which presumably has button.toggle. Do we not do this if it's disabled? No, we don't have any code for that. Oh, this inherits from icon button. Does this do anything when it's disabled? I was going to say, if it's my fault, that'd be quite a shame. All right, so then what is this thing? It's just a button with a toggle state set. All right, let's go do that. So we make a new scene here. We save this as main.tscn. We add a button underneath this, and we set its mode to toggle. And we call this click me. Done. Now we put a script on here, and we call this main.gd. Great. Now I never know how to do the rest of this stuff because I always forget GD script every time I open it. But it's like there's an onReady variable var button equals button. And connect as pressed on button pressed. I don't even think you need to do this anymore. Can't you just do that? And then just print out hello world here. Does that work? Unexpected onReady. What? Is there an at behind it? I think there's an at. The member button shadows a native class. Excuse me, princess. Okay, fine. Yeah, nice. Okay, great. So we got that working. Now we need to disable the button. Well, actually, yeah. Disable the button. This is on pressed. Is pressed even what we want? It's toggled, isn't it? Where does toggled come from? This is my event. Oh, God. Oh, God. It is my fault. Okay, never mind. Whoops. Oh, we can close the repro now. Yeah, whoops. Okay, yeah, lunch break included. Yeah. And yeah, Legend of Zelda reference. I realize if you don't know Legend of Zelda, me saying "excuse me, princess" to a computer might sound sexist, but it is purely making fun of Zelda, the cartoon. Yeah. That's something stuck in my teeth. Well, this was a waste of my time. All right, so the question is, why did I even do this? Why does this check to see if it's disabled or not? Like, what would compel me? What would compel me to do this? Also, this is virtual, but nothing listens for it. Yeah, I think we just delete this, and then there should be no problem. Oh, this could cause a whole bunch of other problems. All right. So now just delete this code too. And probably everything from in here. Get rid of that. Okay, let's go try it out. Hey, Sully. So now whether or not this thing is disabled should not matter. So unfortunately, I got rid of one tiny bit that's going to make this take a touch longer to do, but it shouldn't be too much longer. We beat that. We go to the next location. Then we beat this. We come back to the forest. And now when we flee, everything should be fine. Why is that on? It was still set to true. Oh, right, because we never reset it. Yep. Okay, great. Yeah, I understand. I understand everything. And yeah, we're going to need to do this at some point. In battle screen should be recreated every time we start a new battle so that we don't need to reset its state in init. Calling, e.g. calling this. If we don't do this, it's almost certainly going to bite us in the future. And there's our fix, right? That fixes everything. Man. These sorts of things, they're just difficult to work with sometimes. But yeah, I hope everything's fine now. That looks good. I fled, that was fine. We click that. I win that. That was disabled properly. We go back to this one. It should be on. Fleeing should turn it off. Perfect. Yeah. Whew. And then was there some other problem? It said it was on. It's not on. I think there's still one tiny issue here. Which is that it thinks auto battle is on, but the button is disabled. Hope this is not hard to fix if it's even the case. Oh no, it just says you cannot auto repeat delete battles. Wow, that's great. Awesome. It's all working. Enjoyed post-mortem, although it was sad to see how much energy and love you put in it. Money investment seems to be painful when it doesn't become successful. Yeah, so I look positively back on Botland. If it sounded like I was bummed or disappointed at the time, that might have been the case because there was a lot of processing. This is like if whatever your best friend moves halfway around the world, like there's some amount of mourning time, even though you can still be in touch with that person. It's like I could have still done something with Botland, but still I had to accept that okay, this is over. I probably shouldn't try to do anything with it. But yeah, when I look back at the experience, at how much I learned, at the people I met, at just I don't know, there were a lot of positives at that time. Oh, the other thing I want to fix is the rounded corner issue, which I hope should be fine. Fix rounded corners in battle. All right, this is now working. I'm glad we did this. I don't know why we had this code here to begin with. And to be honest, this is probably the same way. Like, maybe because when a button was disabled, you were still able to toggle it. Okay, that might have been the case. Yeah. But no, you can't click this. Because this is only triggered from here. Yeah. Okay, so fix bug with auto repeat after a boss battle. Repro, have auto repeat unlocked, fight a boss, edit party to go anywhere else. At this point, the auto repeat button will look disabled despite being on. Furthermore, fleeing the battle will make your party leave the portal but auto repeat will be on, so they'll re-enter the fight. This was caused by two problems. One, we try turning auto repeat off, but I was blocking that event since the button was disabled. And two, the button was disabled because we reuse in battle screen without resetting its state. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Checking ref since we don't have used ref. Nice piece of history. Yeah. Love to sit on the meeting where a space project manager is trying to ask the cyber engineers to reduce latency of space data link despite it being physically impossible to transmit cyber information payloads any faster. I wonder if we'll ever have some sort of like galactic Ansible kind of thing. This is even... Hang on a second. Huh. Yeah. All right. Just going nuts over here. Okay, next up, I should be in the credits for music. Let's go fix that. Not that anyone's ever going to look at this. Lead/development/music. This bumps the whole page to the side. I mean, we could put a new line in here. Creator, dev, and musician. No, I don't know what I should write for here. I kind of like the lead development music. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. And then just make this wrap. Yeah, it's pretty good. Probably make this lowercase a. When's the next fest coming up? 5 days, yeah. We got 5 days left. Does this look professional enough? I think I want to put creator development music. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Here's testing/backseat. Just Oakleus. Clarify that I made the music for the game. Cool. All right, fix rounded corners. Let's go take a look at that. Why doesn't GitHub have fuzzy search? Oh, wait, this is not an issue? Round corners? What? Could have sworn we had an issue on this. That's weird. I just read this the other day. I don't want to read through 60 issues. I don't see it. I don't know where I would have found, maybe radius? Where would I, maybe just corners? Is it this? No. Huh. I, I'm positive I saw this somewhere. Maybe it was in a pull request. Three closed. New instance borders. Ah, here it is. It wasn't a pull request. I just know Next Fest is important. What's the best way for us to help you? Reviews, downloads, wish list. I think the best way is probably like share it with friends and content creators. All of this is, of course, for the sales funnel, right? So wish lists, downloads, whatever else is all supposed to lead to sales eventually. So what leads to it the most, I'd say, is probably wish lists. But there's a concept of a high quality wish list, which is a wish list from someone who actually plans on eventually buying the game. So if you were just like, just to contrive an example here, you went out into your city and you were like, hey, everybody, wishlist Skeleseller. And a bunch of people are like, all right, give the crazy person what they want. And they go to Steam and they wishlist the game. Like, they're probably never going to buy the game. So that's a low quality wish list. It's from people who are already interested. And that, by that, I think the best way is like, if you get content creators to stream it, a content creator doesn't need to have fun with a game for them to still influence their audience to go try that game. Although ideally they are having fun. And I don't have the same sort of messaging when I reach out to a content creator. If I say, hey, I'm the person who made Skeleseller, will you play my game? It's very different from if a fan of the stream says, hey, I've been watching your stream for like 2 years. Another streamer I watched made Skeleseller. Would you be interested in playing? They might be more likely. Caleb, I tend to read every message, but that's the kind of message I'm not going to read out loud. Okay, so there is a very, very tiny issue here, which you can see if you zoom in, and it's that. And this has just always been a problem. We've never fixed this, but now's the time I'm finally going to fix this. So let's figure out what that is and how to fix it. Instance slot. It's not here, so it must be in the content itself, which means it must be coming from instance. But instance has a script that pulls in whatever it needs. I don't know where we do this. Oh, here it is. Packed scene, scene path. What is the scene path of this stuff? Forest instance. Instances / forest. No, this is fine. Missing out on the streamer or friends categories, but I'll be sure to yell it into the city. Well, yeah, short of that, it's I guess wishlisting it if you plan on checking it out. What else? I don't know, like sharing it on a Discord community you're in or something. You know, coding it into every single command on Dank Memer for like an hour. just the usual, just those sorts of things. No, don't worry about it. I think whatever people can do, if it doesn't bring them so far out of their way, like if you end up watching a streamer for an hour every day, then asking them to play a different game is not probably so far out of the ordinary. But yeah, I don't need people to like run a marketing campaign or something. All right, so it doesn't come from this, but oh wait, it's the end battle screen, isn't it? There's actually no problem with the instance, I'm guessing. No, yeah, the instance is fine. You can see the corner there goes all the way to the edge. So it's just the end battle screen. And possibly walking to portal. End battle screen. Do you have rounded? Oh, you do have rounded corners. Look at you. Well, that should be easy to fix. We can change the panel. The panel, presumably, if I click this, it's probably going to change colors. Yeah. So what is its panel by default then? I guess it's whatever the theme says it should have. So where's the theme set? Here. So I need to change panel container to not have a border. I don't know if I want to do that. Would I be interested in playing Skeleseller? Again, safe. You can have higher quality wish lists from people on the street than Dank Memer users. Yeah, maybe. Hard to say. And yeah, sure, Caleb, you can post a link in show and tell. I don't know if that was a joke or if you actually have something to post, but yeah, feel free to post something. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get this exact same color. So let's just get the same color tab there. Now we make a style box flat and we just change the color to that. Done. And that's it. It should look exactly the same, but now it doesn't have rounded borders. And I guess we do the same thing with walking to portal, although walking to portal maybe never had this problem to begin with. I don't think it does have the problem. Although we should just look at it in the game. In fact, let's just look at it right now in the game. So I gotta do this and then take a picture immediately. Yeah. Yeah, it goes all the way to the edge. Okay, so I think this was only a problem with the end battle screen. I think we just fixed it. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, Caleb. I just want to make sure. I didn't know if you also wanted to share something coincidentally with what we're talking about here. All right, let's take a look. Does this look any different? Yes, it does. There's supposed to be transparency here. Oh, man. All right, how do we do that then? We need the exact same color, but while there's transparency, and I need to match the transparency we would have had. Is there some way to just get what that color would have been? Like, how do we do that? If I just add a panel container and I expand this, it's got a color, but how do we know what color that is? Maybe if I click this, type panel container. Oh, wait, edit. Why is that not doing anything? Plus, and then edit? No, not empty. I want the default one. Where's the default one? No. Where are you? How do I get this? Oh, maybe we don't have to get it. Maybe we just save and then go look at battle screens. Didn't even save that. Save. Did it work? No. All right. Well, I don't know what I'm doing. Copy? Does copy work? Maybe that works. And then we can do this and then paste. Oh, I'm a genius. There we go. Okay, that was smart. I feel like that should have been easier to do, but I figured it out in the end. Perfect. Now we have the exact same color, and it should look great in the game. Genius. Yeah, nice. Wow. Yeah, so now there's no gap here in the corner. All right, take care, Caleb. Yeah, I'll probably stream for another, maybe like an hour, hour and a half. It will have been a longer stream than normal because we're already approaching 6 hours. Yeah, I've been hustling. Yeah, you know, I finally added a new tenant. I'm not sure I'm going to keep this, but I've had the same two forever. Sustainability, like am I burning out? And bricklaying, am I doing the right things even if they're boring? But there's this one too. Am I wasting this opportunity somehow? I want to make sure this isn't counter to sustainability. Can't just work more and burn out to show that I'm not squandering this. Yeah, we'll see that on Monday, how I feel. I finally did something about this today. Thanks for pointing this out so long ago. Convinced I'll buy 3 copies. The way I've always looked at this is in order for a game to be like super successful, you'd need it to catch on with enough random people such that they want to buy it. So I always kind of thought about this when people have asked me, like Melmsy just did, like, how do we help? And I'm like, oh, well, if you wishlist the game, I think it's a reasonable thing. Maybe share it with friends. But if it's going to do well, then I would need more than just every person who passes through the stream to even wishlist it. I need for a bunch of random people on Steam to be like, oh, this looks like a cool game. And I think a lot of what we've been focused on is mechanical polish and not visual polish. I think some visual polish would probably help, possibly even more than the mechanical stuff. Oh, so this I want to delete, but I think the only way to safely delete it is to close the project first so it doesn't get re-added when I click play. So we do that and then don't save and then revert, and everything else here should be fine. A UID is gone. I'm not even checking this in. I don't care. We're just going to check this in. Yeah, so we got the same color, and that's it. As it keeps loses me when looking at a game, especially in the trailer. Yeah. And this is kind of what worries me a little bit. Like, what if the game just doesn't do well? Like, I'm expecting a whole lot from this. I guess my age-old question is, when do you know if your game would have caught on and just needs more marketing? So if you take a game like Stardew Valley and you put it in front of a bunch of random people, or I don't know, you like wound back the time and produce the game again, like it'll probably catch on again. And I don't know what point in development that even the creator would have known that. But how do you know you have to change something in your game versus changing something in your marketing? I guess you know based on feedback of the game. If you show your game to 100 people and 90 of them say like that was the most fun game I've ever played, but I never would have bought it based on your marketing material, then I guess you know you have a marketing problem. Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm thinking out of Next Fest too. If the reviews are all really good, then we just have a marketing problem. Well, end up finishing the game problem. We still have to implement stuff, but at least we'll have confidence in what we're doing. All right, so fix rounded corners on end battle screen. Panel container is just rounded by default. So I made a new style box with the same color, but no rounding. Hey, Scoreline, it's going well. It's been a very, very productive day. I just want to commit a message for this. Yeah, nice. All right, maybe nice to animate items going to customers when purchased. I think we've had this written down for a long time too. Item, customer. Where is it? Might be in customer flavor, probably not. Is it not here? Hello? Animate customer? Just animate? Ah, here it is. Animate items being purchased. Animate the item disappearing. For example, maybe the sprite moves toward the adventurer and fades out. That's supposed to say customer, not adventure. Should be pretty easy to do that. I just think it'll be clearer who's buying the item. This can be a purely visual thing. So imagine we had some items in the shop over here, and one of these customers comes over to purchase it. Right now, the item just disappears. But what if it like floated over to them really fast? We could even add it as a child of the customer during that time. Yeah, I think this should be pretty simple. Let's go try to look at it. All right, so what's it called? Buy item. How does this work right now? Display item.queue free. Display item.quantity. All right, so there's a way to clone this, and I think we do it in player held item. Clone. Yeah, there it is. Just item clone. Workers already do this. Should be able to replicate that. Oh, really? But I think the item still exists when they do that, doesn't it? Cloud Tech Ninja. No subreddits for game developers to review each other's game pages. I've heard of, what's it called? There's like Roast My Game or something like that. But it's not intended to be funny. It's just intended to be like brutally honest feedback. But if you can find those subreddits and yeah, destroy my game. Yeah. I should probably make a post there. I'll write that down. Yeah. Since you brought up polish, I do have some feedback on the intro, but I don't want to be nitpicky or overly critical. Figure I'll drop it anyway. I feel like the spotlight mask is kind of claustrophobic. Feels too narrow and aggressive. Disregard if you disagree for sure. I'll write it down. I would also ask you with this feedback, how big is your monitor? I wonder if, like, imagine you had some like mega TV and there's this tiny little window inside of it versus if you have a smaller monitor and it's taking up more of the space. 27 inches. Okay, and then what's your resolution? Hey, Ozymandias. I am using VS Code. Yeah, it's not a fork. Play my game too. Okay, Melmsy suggested play my game as well. Is that a Reddit? Subreddit, I mean? Yeah. Started as a joke. Are people actually using this? 107K. Wow, that's quite a lot. Place for any developers to share their freely playable games. Can be a free game, demo, trial, or giveaway. As long as they can click a link and play it. So let's take a look at top in the last month. No, this is a pretty cool art style. Mini game where you type your movement. This sounds like it'd get old very fast. This is like, hey, instead of a button, you've got to type many buttons. Mini game where you find differences in 3D environments. Oh, that's kind of cool. There are a lot of games that I think are kind of cool that I'd probably never want to play. Like, I don't think I'd have fun playing this game, but like, yeah, it's a neat idea. Definitely plays into it. 1440p. Okay, gotcha. Oh, and then the final thing is, do you know what scale you had the game at? Default. Okay, 1x scale. Got it. Cool. Thank you, Matt. See the UI customized, like the directory extensions on their icons are on top right. How is this achieved? I will show you using a short video that I recorded a little while ago. Improving your layout. All right, check this out. And then do I have other things here? Yeah, this move your command palette too. You might find this also helpful. Oh, that's fine, Kevin. I don't think it's going to be hard to do this because I think all we need to do is clone the item, add it to the customer, and then tween its position and opacity. And I think it should be pretty easy. So we're just going to put this in here. Is this still on my clipboard? No, it's not. But that's there. So buy the item. Here we go. So item cloned item equals display item dot clone. And then how do we do this? We want to like turn off collision. And we want to do something else to it as well, but I don't know what. So then entity dot add child cloned item. And then cloned item dot create tween. So I want to tween its position from wherever it was originally. Why is this red? Okay, what does this take? So I don't need to do that. Object, property, final val, duration. Okay, object is going to be the item. Property is going to be position. Final value is going to be the... Oh, final value is actually got to move to wherever the customer currently is. But for now, we can just start it at wherever the entity is. Entity.get global position. Or no, just get position. No, wait, it could just be 0, 0 on the entity. Oh, that's kind of clever. We can add it as a child, but put its global position back to where it was. So this can just be vector 2.0. And let's have it take 2 seconds to get there so the customer actually will move. And then let's set its position from the get-go to be... How do we do this? Global position equals entity. No. Item display item dot global position. I think this will work. Okay, so all this is going to do is going to make an item take 2 seconds to go to a customer and then just get stuck on them forever. Thanks, Ozymandias. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so let's try this out. Unfortunately, customers start over there. So we should probably speed this up a bit in our testing. Just do that for now. All right, so hopefully they... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hopefully they go buy one of these items. We should see this working. Please, please, please. Well, it's going from somewhere. Oh, then it's disappearing somehow too. I don't know how that's happening. Oh, it's going under the customer. That's why. It's just starting in a weird spot. Oh, because we're setting a global position based on where the item is, not where it's being picked up from. But yeah, that is pretty cool. I like this. All right, so instead of setting the global position to the display item's global position. Although, why didn't that work? Get local. No, yeah, why didn't that work? tc.target.remove item. Maybe remove item doesn't have the same position on it. No, we just returned the item, so it would have had the same position. I'm missing something here. I'm not sure what. Because it looks like we're setting this as 0, 0 in the world, which is this global position. I'll just put a breakpoint here. I don't know why I'm thinking about this so much. All right, let's go put some items over here and speed this up. All right, so they picked this up, and now the global position is 0, 0. Yeah, that's the problem. I want the global. Oh, because it doesn't have a parent anymore. Oh. Okay, so we need to get the position of the target, I guess. tc.target.get something pickup location. What is it? Item source. I don't know what it's called. Get pickup point. Get pickup point. Is this global? Yeah, that's what I want. tc.target.get pickup point. It better be global. I don't know how it couldn't be global. It drop off of my global position. Yeah. Need to clone the item at all? Could you use the one you just removed from the display? We might be able to do that. I just didn't want it to be considered a pickable item. But yeah, it might work. I'll try that out too. Okay, so let's see. Oh, drat. I had the breakpoint set, so now I don't get to see it animate. I mean, it looked like it worked. Excuse me. Yeah. So should it go on top of the customer? Because if it's going to go on top of the customer, then we need to set the z-index of this thing too, which is probably why we shouldn't use the cloned item at all. We should probably use the original, as Kevin mentioned. So here's the display item. Where do we free this thing? Oh, we free it that frame. Yeah, we need to hold off on freeing it then. So now instead of this, let's just take the display item. And I'll say to do rename from cloned item, or just don't even use a variable at all. Don't use a var at all. I don't care about this right now though. Okay, so that's a cloned item. That might have the z-index set, and then we need to somehow mark that this thing can't be touched anymore. Pickable? This should already have been false. Yeah, this should already have been false. But I guess we can just make this take 5 seconds, and then we'll know for sure. So if I can click the item while it's traveling to the customer, then we have a problem. Yeah, why even clone it? I don't think we need to. I think Kevin's right there. Okay, so let's see. We grab that item. I cannot click it, and it is going underneath the customer. Why underneath? It probably doesn't have z-index as relative. It does. It's just, I guess the customer has something else that's also considered relative and has a higher order. It doesn't. That doesn't make any sense. If I add a graphic here, sprite 2D, and I just give it literally any graphic, sure. Yeah, it's showing on top. Why isn't the item showing on top? Adding it to the entity. Huh. Want to set clickable? I don't even think we need to, though. I think it was already done at this point. I realize there's a clickable property, but I think something else would have set this to false already. And I think it's when the... Wait, what? No, it's that items don't have a click handler, right? Item has a clickable area? What is this for? This is only for when it's on the ground? No, it's only for hovering over this. So there should have been a tooltip that would show up, I guess. Let's try that. Speed this up. Okay. So I hover over this, it says small blue potion, but as soon as a customer picks it up, yeah, I can't hover over this for some reason. I'm not totally sure why. Handler is removed when you take it off the display, yeah. Okay, so we don't need that, and we do need to set its z index equal to, or just like plus plus. Make this show on top of the customer. I don't know why it's not doing that already. You're not reparenting the item node in the customer? Yeah, I am. I just, and I'm not even sure why that wouldn't work though, because it should automatically be at the bottom of the scene tree. Because now it should show on top of the customer. Yeah, good. And I still can't click this. And then while it's going over to the customer, we also make a parallel tween tween.parallel dot tween. Oh, nice. I actually already knew what I wanted to do. Wow, perfect. Okay, and then the only thing we need to do is set easing on this, which I'm going to ignore for right now. So now over the course of 5 seconds, it's gonna move over and fade out. We don't want it to be 5 seconds. Is it because of Y sort? It could be, yeah. Yeah, it probably is that. Probably needed due to Y sorting. Do we... But it'd only be in the customer itself. Do we have Y sorting turned on for this? No. No, I don't think it's necessary then. I don't actually know why it's necessary. Maybe the Z indexes are somehow different. I'll put a breakpoint there. The X on top of the customer, yeah. That was from whatever thing I tested over there. It's pretty funny. All right, customers, you know the drill. So cloned item.z, oh, what's the property called? Display item.z as relative. Z as relative is what it's called. Now I need to do this, yeah, there. Z as relative. This is true. And then the entity is a customer with a sprite. Get children. There are 6. It's this one I care about. Yeah, so it's 5.z as relative. Node does not contain a definition. What? It's an animated sprite. What? I'm confused. This is an animated sprite. Do I need to cast it here? Z as relative. Still thinks it's a node. Oh, because I did that wrong. True. Okay, great. Yeah, so what's its Z index? 0. So what in the world is going wrong? I don't know. Is Y sort enabled? No, it's not. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for why this wouldn't show on top. Unless, wait a second. When we saw the X there, was the X underneath the customer? Because if so, then I guess that explains it. Let's take a look. I only showed the X for like half a second, right? Oh, there it was. Okay. There. No, it was behind. Wait a second. What? I'm confused by that. We added a sprite here, sprite 2D. I gave it any texture. It shows up on top. But then when we ran the scene, it shows up on bottom. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Is there any Z index changing? No. Is there Y sort changing? No. Does walking entity do that? No. Oh, you know what does do it? I think animated sprite component or possibly walking system, nav system, Z index. Something does this when it comes to hands. Where is that? Hand sprite? Walk animation system. Here it is. This doesn't change it either. Oh, it renders in a different order. Oh my God. Okay. I see. This is because, okay, yeah, cool. I'm glad I looked into that. I know what's going on. Even if the walk animation system changes the node order. Hey, Kelsey, how you doing? Yeah. We do resort it. I forgot. And now I remembered, and now everything's fine. So, I'm feeling good. Okay, but there was something else I wanted to do. Oh yeah, test out the alpha. Yeah, so if we just do this and then click back to the game really fast. Yep, we see it fade out. And now we just want to find a time that will work for this. So float duration equals, let's say 1. I think 1 is probably too long still. But let's try it and see. This is just a feeling thing. It doesn't need to be timed with anything. We don't care about anything else. Just does it look good? That's all we care about. Yeah, that's too long. 0.5 or even 0.4 or something like that. And then I want to move all this stuff to a different function. This can just be display item this whole time. Oh, and then we need to free it at the end. Silly of me to forget that. Queen dot finished. There. Because otherwise the items will stay there, but they'll be invisible. Would have created like the biggest memory leak. I still got to make this faster, so I don't need to do this and wait every single time. How's this look? I think we need easing. Queen, what's it? Set easing? Set ease. I think I want it to be in out. And set transition to be quad. Why does that not work? Oh, whoops. Oh, the parentheses got messed up. And then maybe even slightly faster. How do we make customers not take forever to get to this stupid shop? Yeah, whatever. Did that look good? I don't actually know. Do we like this? This is even easy to tell what's going on here. I don't think I want it to go on top of them anymore. I think I want it to go under them. Yeah. So I don't think we do want to change the Z index. I think we want to turn this off, and then I think we want to do entity dot move child is at the bottom of the customer. I think it just looks better that way. Looks good to me. Wait. Well, remember that and then see if you like this better. So now the items are going to go under the customer as they fade out. Too late, I already forgot. No. Go back in time. It's kind of hard to tell because of how much is going on at once. Looks like they stashed it on their person. Yeah, but I think it might be going underneath the item displays, which is probably not an easy to solve thing. Either works. Okay, yeah. I want someone to approach the item from the bottom. Maybe if we do this. Whoops. Wrong button. Then this, then this, then this. Yeah, I want someone to approach it from the bottom and buy an item. So we need a customer to come from over here. And then I want to slow it down and look frame by frame. Okay, that kind of looked good. Yeah, let's pause this and go look at just that. Okay, it was when they bought this item. Okay, so let's go frame by frame here. We see the customer moving. Then they buy the item. Okay, so yeah, you can see it went below the item display, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I think we should just render it on top to begin with. Yeah. That way the item doesn't render beneath an item display. Since it's too fast, maybe don't spend too much time on it. But we're bike shedding here. Everyone can focus on how items look. Yeah, I won't spend too much longer, but this is one of those things that it happens so often in the game that I think for this to look good is pretty important. And even potentially showing like a little particle burst or something when it reaches the customer might be kind of interesting. Okay, so we got a few examples there. Now we're going to go to this and refresh and take a look. And we'll again go frame by frame. Okay, so let's rewind. All right, so watch this person with orange hair here. They buy the item. It immediately moves. That's a problem. We got to fix that. Yeah. But otherwise, I really like how that looks. Yeah, that's pretty nice. So we just got to fix the problem where it's jumping between these two frames. Maybe it scales down. Oh, that's another good idea. Yeah. I like that. Let me write that down. Could scale down the items as they're purchased. And need to fix the starting position. Okay, how do we do this? Display when we drop off the item, its position is set somehow. How do we do that? Item position equals 0. What? But then that's a global position. I'm confused. That should be the drop-off point. What am I missing here? Pickup point is the same as the drop-off point in this case. Yeah, there's no get drop-off point for that. Oh, man. This part shouldn't be hard. Seems like it moves relative to the customer. It shouldn't, though. Its target should be where the customer is. But it's... Do I still have that open? Yeah, its target should be where the customer is, but this very first frame, I'm ideally setting it to where the item used to be. And we could figure this out. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do this. Vector to start position equals TC. No, not even that. TC dot target. Can we get the item on it? Get item. Oh, nice. We can. Yes. That's what we want. Now, where do we set the position? Here. So we do that. And now I think it should be good. And then we put all this in its own function. Okay, add a couple customers, add a couple workers, do that. Then zoom in, speed up, and wait for someone to purchase. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so now the only other thing we need to try is diminishing the scale. So now if we refresh the page and look at that frame by frame, this should look good. Okay, now we slow down. Go frame by frame. They buy the item. No, they're not buying that item. Okay, wait for it. Okay, that person. Yeah. Yep, nice. Okay, it looks like they're just taking it right off the display. Yeah, that's great. Looks amazing. So the scale change, because of how fast of an animation this is, we're probably not going to see this. And we have a couple of options. We could fade it out, or we could just make the scale shrink. So let's try changing the scale here. Vector 2.0. And see what that looks like. Also nice. This can be simplified. Oops. Try it with all items too. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. I shouldn't just be testing with the tiny potions. All right, so we make 1 million workers. We upgrade the shop a lot. We add 1 billion items. We speed this up. Whoops. Yeah, I probably clicked a few things that were wrong there, but that's okay. Now we have our repro case here. Okay, now because it's also changing the scale, it looks like it's happening way too fast. Did it work? Can we? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you can already see as soon as they pick it up, it shrinks a little bit, and then it's going to keep shrinking. I think I like it happening at full size. Although that's not bad, but I think we just need it to take longer if we do that. Okay, let's try it. Could also delay the shrink. Yeah, or could have it shrink to only half the size even. Like new vector 2, 0.5, 0.5. Surprised, but fade feels nicer. Let's see how this is. I made it only go to half the scale, but it's going to take almost twice as long. There. It's different. It's not necessarily bad. Okay, so we just watched this one. They buy the item. It's fading toward them. It shrinks as it does. Pick up and drop off being different is weird to look at. I mean, they're different actions. I think it's okay if they're different, but I'm still not sold on what's best here. Like, should we try to get the scale change to look good? In which case, we just probably tweak the time a little bit more. I kind of liked it without the scale. But if we're going to include the scale, then we can do something like this. Let's take the best of both worlds here. Let's just make it shrink a little bit and take a very slight amount more time to do so. It's times like this that I kind of wish I'd made some like in-game UI that could just control these numbers so I could just try them all out without having to keep relaunching and resetting up the scenario. Although the setting up the scenario bit is something I should have done when I started working on this. Okay, it's subtle. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's not bad. Okay, so now let's see what it looks like with a bunch of chaos. So we added a bunch of customers. They'll eventually start sweeping over here. Here are the customers. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think the scale effect is really good. I just want it to take very slightly longer. 0.45. 0.42. 0.425. Perfect. People are going to be like, whoa, this feels amazing. What did this developer do? Just kept guessing numbers. Okay, I think I like this. Anyone have any opinions on this? Because I think we're going to be done at this point. At least with this task. Yeah. Let's just get the other shops. I have a bunch of skeletons walking around with stuff they can't even hold. Can you slow watch items being put on? I could, yeah, but I don't think I'm going to change that. Where are all the customers? There they are. You can zoom in even more. I think this looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Looks like the item appears and then also moves. Yeah, it does. It's because it's showing that this slot is filled already, which maybe we don't want to do. Yeah, I could see not having the placeholder there. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. It's at least clear that somebody bought something now. Whereas I don't think it was clear earlier. Yeah, I like it. Okay, I'm convinced. Oh yeah, let's clean up and check in. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this, move all this stuff to another spot. Get rid of that. this is going to be display item. Where do we remove it? Right there. So I guess all of this stuff is stuff we need to figure out somewhere. I guess we could just say like animate display item being taken, then put all this stuff in there. Oh, we need the start position as well. It should know what I want to do. Yeah. Cool. We can just name this item. And turn off collision is probably not necessary. This will right here. All right, add, start it, duration. Yeah, everything's looking pretty good. Hey, 1M. Nice to see you again. How am I doing? I'm doing well. We have made so much progress today. It has been a stellar day in terms of productivity. And we fixed yet another thing here. Yeah, nice. Okay. Just to make sure I didn't break anything, let's run this one more time. I'm not going to stare at all the items again. We're just going to test it once. Just want to make sure putting this in another function didn't mess everything up. Yeah, nice. Busy moving into a new apartment. Body's decomposing. I've never liked moving. And of all the things, whenever it comes to helping somebody else with something, I like to help other people. But if they're ever like, hey, I need help moving, I'm like, sorry, I'm unavailable. I just have enough PTSD from moving. It just feels like a task that never ends. Yeah, nice. This is looking good. Real. I don't lie to them. And actually, now I'm at a stage in my life where most of my friends aren't asking for help moving. But yeah, I feel like I've done that enough. Extremely steep and sketchy. Let me tell you, getting a king-size mattress up there is probably the hardest thing I've done in my life. Wait until you're bringing it down the stairs. No, actually, it's probably easier getting it down the stairs. Moving is for movers and the person moving, not your friends, especially your friends are over 30. Yeah. Yeah. I think there are sort of 3 stages of moving. There's the packing, then the actual moving, then the unpacking. I think unpacking like can be fun depending on what you're doing. Packing sucks. And this, yes, I would agree, is for movers. There is one move I've done in my life where the company I was working for paid for it. And they did it from like, well, they didn't do the unpacking, I guess, but they did both of these parts. I've never had movers pack for me, and that was fantastic. That is a true luxury. And that was the one time in my life I've gotten that done. Okay, so this fixes 165. Animate items being purchased. Oh, also, let me give a point to Mario for that. Just in the scale thing. I think it's pretty good. Fixes 165. It was the last task there. We animate the scale, the position, and the opacity of the item. I think it looks good. I think it looks good. So now we get to check this box. And then we get to watch this turn purple, but I don't actually know if I clicked the button. I did not. But now I click the button, and now I get to watch it turn purple. Yes. So satisfying. All right, this was the other issue I wanted to prioritize. And I will say I'm running out of steam. We've been like almost nonstop productive all day. So I don't know if we're going to necessarily do this. But you know what we could do is at least come up with a game design for this. So here's the problem, and you kind of saw this when I was testing all that item stuff. Workers can just kind of clog the shops in that they will, if they're already carrying an item, they will just bring it to the shop even if there isn't space. So if I do this and then this, you'll see this happen very quickly. So they're picking up items so they don't disappear. And there are free slots over here. But once the 2 slots are filled, the other workers just wait here. When a customer comes and buys something, all of the workers will try flocking to the open displays to put their items down. So the flocking open displays and whatever, that's not really a problem. Them waiting in the wings here, and I could take a picture of this so I don't need to keep doing this situation again. So them waiting in the wings, I've got some potential solutions. One, we could try to get customers to the shop. So we add advertisements to the game or something where it's like, hey, go buy from the potion shop, 20% off or whatever. I don't know. Next is there could be that when the customers are waiting like this, they just instead walk to the garbage slime and they just dump the item off, even if a space frees up over here. So all of these workers would wait for maybe 2 seconds and then they'd be like, nope, not sticking around. And then just dump the items in the garbage slime. Which I do kind of like that solution. And I think this is what I'm leaning toward. What is this? We make it so workers don't get into the state on their own. They can see another workers going to the shop. I don't think this is a good idea, though. I could have more item displays at the shop. That way they aren't necessarily the bottleneck. We can change the customer spell so instead of moving faster. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward this. It reuses a system that's in the game. It lets your perks have more value for the garbage slime. And now the garbage slime doesn't have to eat from the warehouse. It can eat from the shop. The only issue is that you can't stop this from happening. Which isn't a problem now, but could be a problem in the future. We could always make it so you could take an item from a worker. Although if we do that, I don't think there's ever actually, like, you physically can't click them fast enough sometimes. To show what I mean by that, take a look at what fully upgraded workers look like. Okay, so then I click this button. All right, this is running at normal speed, but we have the customer spell activated where they get 100% more speed, and then the town perk where they get 100% more speed. So if we were to add in a bunch of customers here, I've now sped this up beyond the limit. I'm just trying to get them to buy everything. There we go. Okay, so now watch. Now it's running at regular speed. I add in some items. And look at how fast they're moving around. So if you're like, oh, I'll just take an item from them, like, no, you won't. You won't be able to click them because of how fast they're moving. I think if this ever matters, though, we could just have special handling for rare items. Like if a rare item doesn't sell, then we could just say bring it back to the warehouse or something, or put it in the vault. Not sure I like that a lot. I think I'd prefer either the workers not picking up the item or them dropping it around the shop after 10 to 15 seconds. The problem with them dropping it around the shop is they'll just pick up that item again. So imagine if all these workers drop the items. We'd have to mark that like that workers shouldn't pick up the items. So now you've got like 40 items here and your workers don't touch them. And I guess they just go to the garbage slime at that point. Yeah, actually, maybe that could work. Garbage slime just eats them from the shops, basically. I never thought about that. Is there filter settings to indicate item types that should never get trashed? No, because right now trashing is an only manual action or an action that happened because the item would have disappeared anyway. So workers never bring an item to the garbage slime right now. But yeah, with Kevin's suggestion, we would mark, we'd have them drop the item and then the garbage slime would just eat it from where they are. That is a solution I hadn't thought of. I don't know if I like that necessarily, but let's write that down. Could have workers drop the items on the ground and mark it so that they won't pick them up again. Then the garbage slime could eat them, or you could move the item somewhere else, which would presumably mark it for getting picked up again. I'd be concerned that people wouldn't know why those items are on the ground. Yeah, and this being a perk makes this a little bit clearer, maybe. I like this. I don't really know if there's a problem with this solution. You add a perk so the user knows that this is a thing that's going to happen now. And the time doesn't really matter. We could set it to 5. We could have it even be configurable if we wanted to. But for some number of seconds of waiting, when you have this perk, now your workers go to the garbage slime. And if you feel like fixing this stuff, I guess you'd upgrade your shops. Yeah, I don't think there's a big problem with this. I think setting X to be 5 would be good. Can make it toggleable. Yeah, we could. I think if we make it toggleable though, you'd have to be in a situation where you don't want this to happen, I guess. But yeah, I'm heavily leaning toward this. Now, with that said, does this need to be coded for Next Fest? Probably not. Well, let me write down my rationale. Rationale for starring the option above. There was another thing about the garbage slime in here. Where is it? This maybe? Oh, hey, this one. I should probably do this too. The nice little quality of life thing based on what we just did. Where's that commit? I just closed it here. It's very similar to 165. This is similar to 165 if we want to copy. I'll write as an update. Similar to 165, we want to copy, where's the commit? This. I want it to look slightly different. Yeah, maybe not copy. Maybe I should say modify. All right, so anyway, I was trying to find the rationale for this, which I wanted to find something about a perk for eating from the warehouse. Yeah. Yeah, it was this one. I don't have anything else, do I? Garbage slime follow work now. Yeah, so 882. It would address 882, which is that the garbage slime doesn't feel great at the end of the game when items aren't really on the ground anymore. Well, it would partially address it. If you always have enough shop throughput that your workers aren't waiting around, then they wouldn't be using the garbage slime. Although at that point, I guess that would mean that they're in the shop and then you could use the garbage slime. I guess if you have the shop throughput for workers to always be moving, then you could just manually move the items yourself to the slime. It reuses the garbage slime system, and it's relatively easy to code. And by being a perk, it should be clear to users what's happening. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a thing we can work on. And it adds another perk to the otherwise relatively bare garbage slime perks. There are only 3. So we could add another one here that costs, 200. That says when workers are waiting in a shop for at least 5 seconds, then bring the item to the garbage slime instead. I said easy to code, but the more I think about it, the more I think it's probably not actually that easy to code. We'll probably need a drop off a garbage slime thing that then walks them to the garbage slime, and we need to keep track of how long they've been in a certain state for to know to even transition into that one. All right, turn this off. This is nuts. There's no need for them to run that fast. 3 seconds, 2, 1, slow down. Nice. It's barely even noticeable if they slowed down. Feed me, Seymour. Our little shop of horrors. We have a potion shop. We don't have a horror shop. Whenever I think of the word horror, I think of whose line is it anyway? Mr. Gary says horror. I don't know if anyone knows that reference, but it was very funny. Colin Mockery had a field day with that one. Yeah, I think we'll do this on Friday. All right, what are the things I have here? No, we still have a lot of things to do. I said I wanted to do an hour of triage. I don't think we're doing that right now. Oh, push a new build. Oh my God, I forgot. Okay, yeah, we got to do that. Let's go do that. And we got to fill out the journal. Yeah. Did it run? Prep for next fest. Finished the refactoring. Fixed a bunch of issues. Merge PRs. Pushed a new version. Yeehaw. Project Godot. I really should automate this at some point. All right, export all builds. Let's go run that. I don't have anything. No, yeah, I don't have anything outstanding. Do I have anything in get log -1? What's the exclamation mark one? Oh, I have a change to the project.godot file. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're waiting for this. Yeah, I want to put this online because if anyone can test this over the next few days, and actually maybe I should post about this on Discord tonight. All right, so that's done. This ask for help testing. Try random stuff with battle windows. Auto repeat, fleeing, editing the party, etc. Probably a good idea to have OBS running in case you do hit issues. Food, please. Yeah, I want some food. All right, this is almost done. We should get some patch notes going. Git log. All right, so here's all the stuff we worked on. This looks like a Borg deployment. No, I'm only just building the game right now. Now we're going to test it by opening one of the exported versions. All right, let's have the music on for this. I'm not going to spend a long time testing this. You should probably allow for you clicking the whole guild to activate the guild master. Chop, 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 chop. When was the last time you saw this? I don't think I've ever seen this. Interesting, though. Did I restart that? Yeah, I did. Chop, 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 chop. Yeah, this is probably fine. I don't want to wait until I get auto battle. Let's just load the game. Whatever I have set here. Yeah, like a million workers. You're not supposed to have this at all. Full on adventurers. Yeah. You don't even have auto battling. Oh, we do. Why is that disabled? What? What? Hold on a second. That's weird. Does that mean every battle I start is going to have auto battle off? It's probably saved in the save file that way. Hold on, hold on, hold on. What is going on? Yeah, it's false. How did it get to be false? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this because of something I did that I cheated to get? Oh, possibly. Grant most things probably messes this up. I think I know what's going on. And I don't think this is an actual issue that affects users. Does this give you auto battle? It does, but it doesn't give you auto battle the right way. Okay, I'll just write that down as a small bug. It doesn't matter. Small bug, grant most things unlocks the auto battle ability, but doesn't mark that it was enabled in the battle panel. So you save without it on. Yeah, I don't care. Okay, so now let's push this to itch, upload to itch, and to Steam. Upload to Steam. And then what else do I need to do? Just write some patch notes. This might have updated the Steam CMD thing. It didn't. It's fine. Okay, gotta use my phone for this next part. Two-factor auth. Give me a sec. This is 0717, yeah. Done. Okay, so it's live on itch, and it'll be coming to Steam in the next 5 minutes. So if we go to itch, we should see it on here. 301, 301, 301. Looks good. And now we post some patch notes. Slept for Google in the last 2 months. What about Salesforce coworkers? Poaching a bunch of people. I probably should have been using regular update this whole time. Will not be featured on the library homepage. Yeah, wow, I think I've been messing that up. Should probably be posting regular updates. Consider making it a regular update so it shows on the Steam page. And we should probably put a picture here too. And we should probably name this something more enticing. So let's figure out the patch notes first. What are the most important things that we worked on? This is not worth talking about. This doesn't matter. Prevent opening dialogues and holding an item. I think that's kind of important. Only because it would have bothered a bunch of people. This is kind of nice. This doesn't matter. This wouldn't have existed for players because it's stuff that I fixed on my own branch. Interrupting dialogue sequences. I don't think it's worth mentioning. Or this. Regenerate adventures. That's a big change to usability. Make sure this stays on screen. Stack items on the ground when possible. I think we should probably mention that. This, what is this? This doesn't affect users yet, I think. Do I still have the game running? Is this from the, no, this is the debug version. The normal update, a new thing? No, it's always been there. I just haven't used it. Fix tooltip in this. Extract this to its own scene. It doesn't matter. Change initial scene transitions. I don't think this really matters. I don't have to talk about it at least. This is kind of nice. This is not exposed to users yet. It took forever to figure out, so I'm definitely putting that there. Fix bug with dropping items. What's that? New scene route was you can drop items. Oh, that never made it to users either. Doesn't matter, and that doesn't matter either, I guess. Okay. Well, those are our changes. So, you know what would be nice is to have a GIF of a customer purchasing an item so that we can show what it looks like. But I need to go download that tool and try this out. And I kind of don't want to spend forever doing this, but yeah, that's a good enough motivation for me to try. All right, well, let's write the patch notes, I guess. Most important changes in this patch are items. I guess purchased items are now animated. They're moved to customers, or like, yeah, something like that. Items are now animated when customers buy them. Apply to customers who buy them. I don't know what I want to say for this. Sure, whatever that. Prevent opening dialogues and holding an item. You can no longer open dialogues from NPCs or perks boards while holding an item. Should prevent people from seeing the slimes dialogues all the time. All battles, when manually repeating a battle or starting a new battle, your adventurers will regenerate to full life. Or before being able to start any battle, your adventurers will regenerate to full life. This used to only be the case when auto battling, which meant people could get into new battles at, say, 50% life and then almost certainly lose those battles. Items can now stack on the ground if, yeah. You can now click the fishing pond itself to open the battle map to the pond, allowing you to fish more easily. And phantom items will no longer spawn. This bug took actually longer than 6 months, I think, to figure out. How long? When did I file this? Item ghost? File on September. Months since 9/30/24. Because I don't feel like doing any math right now. 8 months. Bug took 8 months to solve. It was caused by clicking an item on the same frame that a worker picked it up, and resulted in an item getting stuck on the screen. Well, an item graphic getting stuck on the screen that you couldn't click and that workers couldn't pick up. All right, so those are the patch notes. Now let's try to figure out, oh, what happened? Here it is. Okay, now let's try to figure out the whole GIF thing. And let's try to come up with a better title for this. Yeah, it's still... There were many other small changes that went into this. Oh, not many other. Some other small changes that went into this to improve the quality of life while playing Skeleseller. I want to highlight something here. Animated items when purchasing. Then I definitely want to include the GIF. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so let's save that for now, but I can't publish this yet until we get that GIF. And the GIF is something we're supposed to find. There's a tool for it that I can apparently use while I'm streaming here. GIFski. Convert videos to high quality GIFs. Oh, this doesn't take them? Converts videos to GIFs using Pinquan's fancy features. Interesting. Okay, so then I guess I can take the videos with what's it called? Cap. And then maybe funnel it through this. Could I have just done this in Cap though? Is that Cap right there? Yeah. All right, well, let's start a new game. Because I don't want there to be a million items. I guess just open all the shops. Do workers always move that fast? Huh. Okay, add a bunch of workers. Speed this up. All right, let's just take any video. It doesn't matter what. Just want to see how we can upload this. So sure, a video over here, record. Now I'm just going to highlight this and move a dialogue in. Great. Okay, now let's stop the video. So I think there is a convert to GIF right in here. There's save to disk GIF. Yeah, there it is. Can I just save that? Now let's just trim this down to just some portion where there's movement. Convert. Save it in temp, I guess. Delete me. Sure, that's fine. How large of a file is this? Oh, that's not bad. 1.36 megabytes. So then can I put this on Steam just like that? How do we do this? Artwork? No, it's not artwork I want. Insert an image from the web. So I need to be on like Imager for that. Drag images to upload. Oh, there we go. All right, so what happened to my... Close these other things that we have. So I put this over here. Success. Looks good. How do we include this now? How do we include this? Gonna publish on Epic? No, I don't think so. At least I wasn't thinking about it. I guess it could help. I should probably write that down. But yeah, hey Smash and hey Gangoose. How do we use this? Insert an image. I can't do that. Unless maybe I could copy this from there. Oh, nice. You just click full size. Oh my God. Send me something on PM. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. Okay, so let's put this here and preview. Does it look good? Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay, this is super easy. I am very happy with this. This is great. So let's write the instructions on how to do this, because I think this is pretty important. My process is record video in cap and export as a GIF, then drag the GIF onto the Steam event page where you can upload images, and then click full size. Is that what the button was called? Edit event. Yeah, click full size. Hover over the uploaded image and click full size to paste a link into the event. Easy. Now let's delete it because I don't actually want that. That was just the test. Now let's get an actual thing. Giving you 100% now until you reach 1 million. I'd really think about it. Yeah, I think it's probably worthwhile then. The problem is that we probably have to disable a bunch of features or like integrate with Epic for their achievements. And then I do wonder, like, let's say on Steam you launch a game and you get $10,000 and you put that exact same game on Epic. How much should you expect on average? And I'm guessing it's less than 10,000. I'm guessing fewer people use Epic than use Steam, at least for, you know, non-Fortnite. So what, do you expect like $1,000? Is it 10% of your revenue you would have gotten? Sure, you get to keep more of it, but yeah, I wonder how well indie games do on there. I've gotten some free indie games on Epic that I've been very unimpressed by. I think even free was me paying too much for them. So I don't know if there's like they poisoned the well for other people. Okay, so let's add in some items, and we got to get a GIF of this. Come on, show the UI. I want to get a quick thing of this. Should we include the whole thing? Like, how much of this should we include to contextualize here? Or we could zoom out in the game. I think zooming in, showing a customer walking over here, I think this is fine. Probably just that much then. Yeah, okay, so let's record this. And let's just wait for an item. Well, I guess I could just drag the item there. No, I don't want someone who's tipping. Ah, there we go. Here comes a customer. Yeehaw. That's the perfect video. Great. Nice. Now we trim this down. There. Ding. We don't need to have the font animate for that long. That's probably good enough. Okay, saved disk, convert. Item by. How big is this one? 1.48? Okay, still fine. Hey, Darth Maul. All right, let's drag this onto here. Item by. And then put this right at the top. Visual interest. Oh, yeah. That looks great. I like it. Yeah. All right, so we can publish this, but we could also add a picture for this. You're making a mini game inside of Skeletor? What do you think the answer to that is? Can't publish an event of type regular event update without having at least an English cover image. Yeah. Okay, so we do need a cover image for this, and we can pick one from a previously updated thing. But I think what we'll do, what best shows off these patch notes that I had? Probably the item stuff. So maybe we'll just show a shop with a bunch of potions. Based on the title, I don't know. I have no idea. What would you assume? Hey, Carson. Very good gift. Thank you. Do we have any other potions that are here? Yeah, okay. I'm going to take a picture of just this. Oh, wait. It's got to be probably the right aspect ratio. Okay, let's get that. All right, well, to answer your question, no, I'm not making a mini game. 800 by 450. Okay, so we paste this in, and then we try to find a section that's 800 by 450. So let's get the parts without the UI. Let's do that. Yeah. So now crop to selection. Now let's try to change the canvas size. So if we change this to 850, did I get that right? 850 by 400, yeah. Oh, reset. Lock 850. Wait, what? What's happening here? Why isn't this changing? Does it not do what I think it does? What is going on? Doesn't the lock button not actually lock the aspect ratio? I am so confused. I think this button is supposed to do... Oh, yeah, it is working that way. It just doesn't work when I set this to 850. I press enter. Now it worked. All right, so that's a very tiny image. Let's back up a step here. Reset this. We have 3414 by 1830, and we want 850 by 400. So 3800. So it's this one that we need to do. Divided by 850, 400. 1606 is what we set this to then. So we don't change the canvas size, we scale the whole image. 1606. Whoops. There, scale. And oops, I messed that up too, didn't I? I don't know what I'm doing. This doesn't make any sense. So no, it doesn't make sense. Then I can shrink this down to 830 or 850 by 400, but I need to first pick a portion of this. You'd think I'd be better at coming up with what I'm supposed to do here. Because yeah, now we have the right aspect ratio, but we have the wrong canvas size. I guess we do 850 by 400. Yeah, so we need to like super scale this down. Oh, right, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I had a plan and I just forgot it as soon as I started working on this. This is 850 by 456. And now we pick canvas size 850 by 400. And then we just move this. Great, there, done. All right, that's our cover image. So export as Adam, temp, delete me, potion shop V0717. Okay, now we give ourselves a cover image for this. Wait, this couldn't have been published. What's going on? Yeah, I got to do this part. Too small? What? 800 by 450. How did I get that backwards? Oh my God. Oh. I thought something was wrong there. Did I write it wrong? Yeah, I wrote it wrong. 800 by 450. Oh, God. I had two numbers to remember. I somehow messed that up. All right, well, we get back to this case. Shouldn't there be a... There we go. Yeah. So redo this. Then we need to set the canvas size to the right thing. Let's figure that out again. 800. I'm gonna look at this one more time. 800 by 450. It's this one. And what is our size that we have here? 3414. We don't need this open. Nope, other way around. 3253. All right, this is driving me nuts. There has to be a better way to do what I'm trying to do here. I wonder if I could just upload any image and then try to get it to resize it for me. But it wouldn't know what to crop, I guess. All right, so I've resized that. Now I just scale the whole image down to 800. It's not even 450. All right, I don't know. I'm messing something up. Hey, Dr. Cuddly, it's not your fault. It's everyone else's fault. Everyone other than Dr. Cuddly. $34.14 by 1830. And I wanted to have this ratio. Yes, this would be 3253. But then 3253 divided by 1830. Yeah, pretty close to this. It's not exactly. Why isn't that the case? What am I doing wrong? Yeah, no, it's not exactly because of the 0.333 repeating. All right, so I should be able to do this and not link these together. And then just scale the image down. Yeah. Why couldn't I do that earlier? Okay. I only made this look like trash in the process. Hey, Zico. Having a great time watching you struggle with this? Well, this is how you know I should just stick with coding because I never know what I'm doing. There we go. Upload. Yay. Now save. And now we can publish this thing. Yeah, okay. I think we did it. So now if we go to the Steam page, we should see my update. That is not the news I wanted. That also doesn't work. Where is it? Community Hub somewhere? Yeah, there. What in the world? Well, look at that. Why are the bullet points on the right side? No. No. I need to edit this. Why is that happening? It's just an image tag. There are new lines after it too. When I previewed this, that didn't happen. Why is it showing up like trash over here? That's weird. If I refresh, does it fix it? No. Why would it put this in line? Huh. Okay, well, I don't know. Where does that cover image even go? I don't know where it goes. It probably goes on the main page. But I won't see that until... Oh, no. Here it is. Nice. Animated items and purchasing. Yeah, cool. Okay, I like that. Looking pretty good. So push a new build. We've done. And yeah, I should probably do this tonight. Oh, wow. Well, today was a good day. We got a lot done. Game is hopefully in good shape. We still got a little bit of time to fix things if anything pops up. Oh, man. I'm feeling accomplished. Yeah, feeling really accomplished. We've done some good things. And we can use GIFs like this to improve the actual Steam page. I think it'll add a lot of visual interest. Excuse me, if when you scroll down, you see like customers buying stuff and you doing battles and whatever else. Okay, let's go find somebody to raid. Oh, for anyone who wants to, please consider wishlisting the game. It helps out a lot. Oh, you know who we don't get to ever raid is Alt F4. Let's raid Alt F4. Yeah. I don't know how long he's going to be streaming for. But he's working on serverless stuff on Proxmox. Probably home lab stuff. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for being here. If you want to join Discord and be there too, you can. I don't think Dreads needs a raid for me. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday, and that'll be the final stream, I think, before Next Fest actually starts. So yeah, I'll see you all hopefully on Friday. Have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.